pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, roll with Atlantic.
Water towers can fly! Yes!
Tango Delta nominal.
Flight outside SC off. Say again, SC off. Off.
Yikes. You bet. Okay. We don't need any more of these.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to Boca Chica. Some of you may have been here earlier watching as we watched Booster 7 roll out to the launch site earlier this afternoon. We previously saw it roll up to the Chopsticks hook into place, and it seemed like they were starting to get ready for a lift. Now it seems like a lift is more or less imminent. So we are having a chill stream here to hopefully watch a Booster 7 lift onto the orbital launch pad, but as usual, I am not alone here. I have two co-hosts here. First off, Adrian. How's it going, Adrian?
I just want to clarify that this is not a chill stream, Ian. This is because chilling would involve a cryo test. This is more like a lift stream.
brother.
Just as a... Glad to be here again. I'm looking forward to round 2 here, and hopefully a lift coming soon.
Yeah, hopefully. It seemed like they were doing a little bit of small lifting earlier, like a few minutes ago, but I've seen some 5x5s in the chats there. Thanks everyone for that. But also I am joined by Alex, someone who was here a little earlier with us. How's it going, Alex? It's been a few hours.
Yeah, just a few hours, but here back again to watch the lift of the first super heavy booster. It's like, well, actually the first lift of a super heavy booster. Sorry. Oh man, it's been many hours today, but
It has. Yeah, and of course we have Michael Baylor in the studio operating as we did before, and I am your host, Ian Atkinson, reporting with NASASpaceflight. So yeah, it looks like we may have a lift happening, and of course, as it goes with all of our live streams, if anyone has a question regarding Booster 7, SpaceX, Starship, whatever, a question regarding what's happening on screen, hit us up in the chat with @NASASpaceflight, and we'll go ahead and answer some of your questions. So, Adrian, do you want to go ahead and tell us what we might be seeing here? What does a booster lift entail?
So, in general, just to summarize why we are live now is because what we saw first is that the chopsticks indicated some tension on them, which means they're right now starting to carry at least some sort of weight, which could indicate that they're starting a lift. What we expect to happen here is a lift basically going vertical up with the chopsticks, then translating over the orbital launch pad, and then gently putting it down on the pad again, and just letting it rest there. So it looks like they are getting ready. We can see here now basically every car is gone, the area is cleared, so they are looking ready.
Awesome. And yeah, like you said, the pad is clear. And for a lift like this, you want to clear the pad because even though the chopsticks have proved themselves to be, safe and effective so far, you never want to risk anything, especially with a situation like this where you really don't need people nearby. So just in case, say there's an issue, something falls off, maybe even something worse happens, you don't want to have people nearby who could be at risk here. So the pad is clear. There is no one nearby. The closest people are probably about like 1.5 miles away at the roadblock. But yeah, so it looks like a very fun stream. And like you said, there is tension in the chopsticks. They have put a little tension on the booster, hopefully signaling a lift in the coming small amount of time, maybe?
Don't say a time. Don't say a time.
Yeah, don't say it. Yep. You'll jinx
There's a
it.
chopsticks lift sometime, I'll say. Jumping into the first question that we have here in the queue, John Earhart asking, are the stabilizer arms involved for booster lifts or just for the ships? Adrian, you want to take that one?
Oh, sorry, throw it to Alex. I was just checking with something else.
Okay.
What was
Well, for me.
They're discussing the stabilizer arms, which are those two little triangular arms sticking off the bottom of the chopsticks.
So me or you, Adrian? It's fair.
Go ahead, Alex. Take that.
Okay, me then. So we see now here a little bit of zoom in. You can see there are actually some supports. Oh, hold on. A little bit higher.
Wow, that camera's still going in.
There you go. Yeah, we have a lot of a lot of zoom here. So you can
Nice.
see some supports there for the stabilizers. So obviously, it's obviously not the same kind of piece that we see on the ships, but it has a counterpart also on the boosters. So we'll probably be seeing that piece on action today.
Awesome. Very cool to see. And a question here from Dragon Aid asking, do we know the weight of Booster 7 now that it has all its engines? And I don't think we really know a specific weight, but we do know the booster has a mass of around 200 metric tons when not fueled. Again, I don't know if that includes the engines or if it really, if it's just the booster tanks itself. But yeah, so about 200 metric tons. And a question from Wayland's Wings asking, it doesn't look like the chopsticks are touching the grid fins. How could they have taken tension? So the chopsticks,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, the chopsticks really aren't lifted using the grid fins. They are
Yeah.
lifted using 2 points on the top of the forward dome. Alex, you want to take that question?
Yeah, those points are in between the grid fins actually, and a little bit lower than the grid fins. And obviously, we cannot see them right here. Well, in this new view, you can actually kind of see them, and you can see they are in between the grid fins, and these are the same points that they use for the crane. When they have to lift the rocket with a crane. And I think people got confused since the beginning because Elon was saying, "Yeah, we're gonna catch the booster with the grid fins." It's actually these points, and he has actually been saying that for a while. But I get that people probably didn't get that sort of update in that sense. But hey, here they are in action once again. They use them for crane lifts, and now we're gonna see them being used for a chopstick lift, and that's where actually they're gonna be landing on when they catch them on the chopsticks. So that's gonna be interesting to see whenever they do that.
Awesome. And SpaceX edits here actually correcting me, saying that in Tim's new interview, so the Everyday Astronauts interview in Starbase Tour, he said Elon says that the booster is around 250 tons dry, which okay sounds about right to me. Those from those excellent videos there that Tim is making. And a next question here. Dakota Burton, is this the first time a booster is being lifted by chopsticks? Alex, is this the first time we're seeing a booster lift with chopsticks?
I want to say something about the last question. Are you saying that the booster is super heavy? Okay.
Oh my god.
Anyways,
Brother.
yes, this is the first time a booster is being lifted by the chopsticks. Every other lift of a booster has been done with a crane, as I explained before. Same load points. They are made for both lifting with a crane and lifting with the chopsticks, but they also serve as the landing point, sort of, for when the booster is landing on the chopsticks. Now, have we seen any other vehicle using the chopsticks? Yes, we've seen Ship 20 being raised by the chopsticks at least, I think, 3 times, if I remember correctly. Um, uh, I'm trying to make memory of that, like trying to remember it, and I think it's been 3 times, but I'm not totally sure. But yeah, we've seen them being used on a ship before. This is the first time we're seeing them on a booster. So yeah.
Gotcha. Very cool. And a fun question here from Dan Henry. With the heat distortion on the right, they're saying, how hot is it out there? And I just looked up the weather. It is about 92 degrees Fahrenheit out there, which is pretty warm, especially for around 5:30 p.m. I don't know what that is in Celsius. Let's just say warm.
33.
What was it?
33. It's 33 degrees Celsius.
Ah, very cool. Thank you, Adrian. So, yeah.
About as
33
half
degrees
as a
Celsius.
sun or thereabouts.
Yep, that's about right. But cool question. And also, another thing at the pad is Booster 7.1. So while we're talking about Booster 7, there's Booster 7.1, a test tank. And Bradley is asking, any likelihood of that testing tonight? Adrian, do you think we have really any possibility of seeing that?
I'm today here. Yeah, I think my role so far in the streams today is Dream Crusher. No, they will probably not test that today, because even with the lift not starting yet, you still have, if they want to complete this lift, like 1-2 hours ish, if they want to complete it, and they are really getting to the end of this road closure soon, and
Yep.
I don't see them testing a full vehicle today. I would be very, 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 very surprised.
Yeah, it seems like their number one priority right now is understandably to lift the booster onto the orbital pad, and then from there they can get it ready for the static fire test campaign. We have a few super chats here, actually. We have 3 new members. William Abt, Pad Rat member. Thank you very much, William. We appreciate that. As well as CH Wolfgang, Red Team member. Thank you. And Supernova has upgraded to a Red Team membership. So thank you to all 3 of them and all of our members. A great way to support the channel, great way to support the work that we do, and thank you to everyone who supports us that way. And then Desmo Bluefire with a $20 super chat saying, "It's been a while. About time they super chat again, and thanks to the live stream." Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we almost we already missed going live. It was such a long time ago. We almost forgot how to start a live stream. It was a weird feeling.
Yeah, it's weird being back on these streams because it's been so long since we've had any major testing streams, and now in the coming few weeks we should have a lot if things work out. So very cool.
Booster static fire, please.
Oh, please. That's going to be so cool, so loud. I can't wait to see what they do with that. Oh, very cool. And Alex, I have a quick question for you that you might be able to answer. We discussed it a bit earlier today in the, what was it, in the rollout stream, but what is the deal with the E-Dome? What is its job?
Yeah, so we actually talk about what E-Dome might possibly stand for, and I think it was about being elliptical dome. So that was one of the things that we talk about. But you also pointed out that it's the new test article that they are going to be testing for the new elliptical domes, which that's sort of the technical name. In plain language, they are basically the flatter domes, the ones that are a little bit flatter, and they also are made of less pieces, so they are easier to manufacture. They are also probably cheaper just because it's less pieces and less welds and all of that. And I don't know, it's just like simpler in any sort of way, right? And yeah, they're gonna be testing that. We don't know when, we don't know how, but you know, we're gonna see testing.
Very cool. And before I hop to another question, we just had a $100 super chat coming in from Robert Hobson and saying they're no longer hashtag Alex Fan Club, saying no more puns.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that on the Oz channel, and geez, I mean, if you're gonna super chat $100 for that,
just to bully Alex, I will.
I'm
stand
gonna
up for
take
Alex.
it very seriously then. No more puns.
We are well aware that his jokes are not really that good, even without $100. But
yeah,
thank you a lot.
Wow, we're just all hopping on Alex.
We're aware.
Yeah, it's the time now.
Oh boy, but thank you very much, Robert. That means an awful lot. We really appreciate all your support there, and unfortunate to see that you've left the Alex fan club. Maybe you can join the Ian fan club or the Thomas fan club, maybe the Adrian fan club. But yeah, anyway, we really appreciate that.
I love how we are recruiting now.
Hey, we gotta, make our own egos. And oh boy, in chat, oh no, we got another one from Jerwa, $100 super chat saying hashtag Alex Fan Club membership, more puns. I guess people are battling it out.
We have a clash of people just being like, more puns, no more puns, more puns.
Yeah.
But hey, we appreciate the support anyways.
People are, I guess
puns.
The way you join a fan club is through super chatting, or maybe there's a battle going on. I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. But we lost one Alex fan club member and gained one other. But anyway, thank you, Jerwa. We appreciate all the support with that. And Infinite Quantum as well, saying with a $20 super chat, I've not chatted or paid attention since 2021 because I was sick of the FAA delays. Understandable. But they're back now, and they just need cheaper gasoline for their road trip to Starbase. Oh, you're telling me. I'm about to go on a 600-mile road trip with some of my friends this weekend, and I'm not excited for that gas price, but yeah. Anyway, we appreciate the support and wish you the best of luck in getting down to Boca Chica. I'm hoping to make it down there sometime soon as well. But yeah, thanks for the support, Infinite Quantum, and for everyone who's super chatted so far this live stream. Oh, that was off to a great start, wasn't it? And for anyone just joining us, you have hopped into the Booster 7 lift stream. Now, earlier today, this afternoon, about 5.5 hours ago, Booster 7 reached the launch pad. It was moved via SPMTs, or self-propelled modular transporters, and was hooked up to the Chopsticks. We really didn't see any action between then, but now we've seen they're starting to detention the Chopsticks, which is a great sign that a lift is coming up very soon. Also, the pad is clear, which is another big step, so looks like we're coming up on a lift, hopefully sometime soon. And while I'm actually saying that, there's more super chats coming in from Thomas Tate with $50 saying hashtag Team Alex, and bad jokes can be funny too at the right time. Oh, brother.
I love how it became like this is snowballing right now. What is happening?
Oh, this is great. There's a war happening here, and I saw there's more coming in. There's more to go through right now. But thank you, Thomas. We appreciate that. Thanks for hopping into the front lines here. Oh, we really appreciate that, though, to be honest. And Odin here with 10 pounds, saying, will there be more rapid stacking and destacking tests, stacking and destacking Starship and Super Heavy quickly to be able to test the rapid reusability for that 1 hour turnaround? That's an interesting question I've never thought about. So, rapid stacking and destacking. I mean,
Can I tackle this?
Yeah, go for it, Adrian.
Yeah.
I think not with this combination, and that's because right now it seems to me that SpaceX is really focused on this orbital launch campaign. They really want to get this thing launching. So it feels to me that such a test campaign would at least partially risk the vehicles they have here right now, because if with every lift you risk that you break something or like something goes wrong, especially when you're pushing with speed. Definitely. And yeah, that's why I feel this will not happen with this combination. However, I could totally see them going for more chopstick testing and faster chopstick experimenting with future vehicles.
Definitely, and I agree. Yeah, like you're saying, like this, their only purpose right now is to just get a vehicle that flies. You don't need to worry about a rapid turnaround if you don't have a vehicle that flies yet. So yeah, probably coming up in the future, but will be neat to see what happens there. And thank you, Odin, for the support. And Rough Rider Show, another regular here, with a $10 super chat saying hashtag Ian Fan Club, hashtag Alex Fan Club 2.0, and hashtag Michael Baylor Fan Club. The Michael Fan Club. I love to see that, and I love to see.
Hey, you're forgetting about Adrian. Come on.
Yeah,
he's like the spreadsheet guy, original Boca Chica car counter. Come on.
Yeah, Adrian, you looking forward to making a spreadsheet for booster testing?
Yes, I'm really looking for it, because it is quite interesting from a standpoint of like comparing this to previous tests, because so far A, we are kind of really lacking on booster testing, and B, it has been a long time with a lot of evolution in the Starship and Super Heavy infrastructure since we really started to document the timing on vehicles. So yes, I'm really interested how everything changed, what vents we will now watch, how the orbital tank farm will be into the flow, and how everything will look, and which visual indicators we will use. So yeah, lots of things, and that's the really exciting part about like tank watching, when you have like new stuff to look at and new things that you need to understand. And with the suborbital tank farm, it became, I feel like, at the end, we kind of figured it out. We kind of had a good feeling how it worked. But this is the new things. This is like, we don't have a good overview about this yet.
Definitely, yep. And if anyone here is new to Starship watching or does not know what Adrian used to do, or really how he got into NASA Spaceflight to start off with, he made spreadsheets on the countdowns of Starship testing, Starship launches, in order to get a proper countdown, procedure, which was absolutely essential to figuring out when a Starship is going to launch. So first off, thank you, Adrian, and also we're looking forward to see your booster spreadsheets.
I'm certainly looking forward to that because, oh man, I'm really looking forward to the comparison with Falcon 9. I'm a Falcon 9 lover. I'm sorry, chat, but I'm more of a Falcon 9 guy. And oh geez, I just want to see that comparison of how Adrian just puts the countdown of Starship, and then I go and compare it with Falcon 9. It's just gonna be like the next rocket by SpaceX. Yeah.
It's so exciting. Yeah, and thank you, Rough Rider Show. We've appreciated the entire battle that's gone on in the super chats today of who has the best fan club, and I appreciate the hashtag Ian fan club there, to be honest. But from Heidi, it's Heidi's Der Zeineker. I maybe mispronounced, probably that. With the €2 saying the purpose of those wing-like structures. So I think they're discussing the chines on Booster 7. So those, to make it quick, those are chines. Those are covering the COPVs, which pressurize the tanks. Now what SpaceX has done, they've lined them up in a row, put a fancy covering over them, and they're going to use the covering sort of like a wing to help glide the booster back to give it more cross-range capability, which is very useful if you want to properly target your launch site. So that's what those chines there are for at the bottom. Booster 7 is the first booster to sport them, and probably not the last. But thank you for the question, and thank you for support. And Mark Garrett's here with saying XL 2022 for the win. I love XL and I hate XL at the same time. It's such a mess to use. But Adrian, do you use Excel or do you use Google Sheets?
First off, thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
And I use both, actually. For long-term storage and accessible data, I use Google Drive because it doesn't really need automation. And for more automation stuff, and we don't really think about like getting more into the nitty-gritty things, then I use Excel. So that's
cool.
That's the combination I'm going for.
Nice. And thank you, Mark. Thanks for the support. And from Thomas Tate with another one. More people hopping into the battle here on the front line saying Adrian is awesome too. Oh, something just fell over. Promise that's the last one. And now back to our regularly scheduled booster lift. Will, I'm looking in the queue right now. That is not the last one. There are still many people fighting here for who has the best fan club. And I think Adrian and Alex are kind of in the fight here. Who's going to win the best fan club?
Well, I don't know, but I will like Adrian to win. Just gonna say that.
You won't like him, or you would like him to win?
No, I would like him to win. I'm a very honest person. I'm very humble, and I'm not gonna fight about that. But if people want to fight about that, I'm not gonna say don't do it.
Okay, that's really humble of you, Alex. But I am not humble. I'm very selfish. I have the best fan club. No, I'm just kidding. But, I am
the best voice of all of us.
Me?
Yeah, you have the best.
You
voice
guys all have great voices too.
Yeah, but you win.
Nah,
I think that's
mine is crappy.
Nah, you guys are all great. You're all the best. You're the best coworkers I could ask for. That, to be honest,
okay.
But anyway, Thomas, thank you very much for the support. We appreciate that. And Neo, I think we have another German here saying, fellow German Adrian fan club. There's so many fan clubs now, it's hard to keep track of it. Adrian, you say thank you to your fellow German?
Oh, thank you a lot. Sorry, I was also getting a DM right at that moment in Discord.
Nice, very cool. But thank you, Neodim. As well as Chris K saying, oh, Chris fan club. But the problem is, you got to be more specific. We do have two Chris's there. Which Chris are you in the fan club?
Also, it was sent by Chris.
Yeah, I feel like he's probably old Chris fan club.
For the Chris, and it's funny.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was saying he's all Chris fan club just so he's also on that same packet, you know.
Oh, brother, yeah, it's confusing too to have two bosses named Chris. You have to signify the last name too. But it's fun though. It's fun to have two Chris bosses. They're great people. But thank you, Chris K. And before I open the next super chat, just for anyone, if anyone's just joined us recently, we are here for the Booster 7 lift. So the Booster 7, as you can see, is hooked up to the Chopsticks, following a rollout today around noon Central Time. And we're hoping to see a lift using the Chopsticks onto the orbital pad in the near future. So that's what we're sitting around
Well,
here. We're chatting, having some fun. Go ahead, Alex.
I was just seeing some cars going to the pad, so any lift
Yeah,
is probably not very imminent, it seems.
that's very
Uh-oh.
true. Interesting. Do they need to have a road closure when they're lifting with the Chopsticks?
Well, for security and the safety of the people, I think they do. They did for ships, for ship lifts. So I guess
Gotcha.
they're gonna do the same for the booster.
Okay, and I'm
Yeah.
being told here in the back channel, Michael's saying that during the last Chopsticks lift, they had crews watching on the landing pad last time, so it doesn't seem like a road closure is necessarily needed, or even a
Yeah.
complete launch site clear, which is again, that's a good sign. But yeah, looks like we
Obviously,
may.
people from SpaceX can obviously be there, but you wouldn't want anyone outside of a SpaceX that you cannot control in some sense. You wouldn't want them to be out there on the pad. Perhaps they're coming back just to, I don't know, unplug the booster, and I haven't been able to see if it's off the stand or something, but perhaps they're going back to do that. I don't know, just throwing it out there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
interesting thing to watch right now for me is this road closure, because as long as it stays, it indicates that there's still some action planned for today. This could as long as there's road closure, this is probably SpaceXers going to the pad, doing something, repairing something, checking something, whatever. But as soon as they remove that roadblock, then we are into the area where, like, okay, maybe it's not today. So that's an interesting watch point right now.
Yep, and look, if you see the bottom right there, just by the Eve Dome test tank, a white van has pulled into the launch site. Again, we don't know exactly what's happening here, but that's likely a SpaceXer, coming to check in on something. Maybe a pin didn't fully retract or something. Again, this is the first time we've seen a lift with a booster of the Chopsticks, or a lift of a booster with the Chopsticks, I should say. So this is a first for SpaceX. So again, plenty of things that can go wrong. Again, this does not mean that a lift is off tonight. And Michael's saying in the back channel, that is true. The Chopsticks are still under load. So basically they pull the Chopsticks up a little bit to get some tension on the booster from where they can just easily pull it straight up. So again, no negative indication here. Looks like we're still on for a lift tonight, probably. But back into our super chats, our little battle over here. From Tommy with 50 SEK. Remind me again what SEK means? I don't quite remember. Let's see, SEK. But anyway, we really appreciate it, Tommy,
I think
and
it's
saying
South Korean.
South Korean. Okay.
I think it has to do something about that.
Swedish krona. Got
Oh,
it.
Swedish.
Sorry about it, Tommy.
Okay.
We appreciate the support, and they're saying hashtag Team Gryffindor when diagram. Gryffindor.
The NSF team, by the way,
Oh.
and confusing currencies, name a more iconic duo.
Yeah, right.
I
What
gotta
was
study.
it? North Korean dollars or something
Yeah, no.
like that.
I gotta study world currencies now for my job. Like, oh brother. But again, we appreciate the support, Tommy. Thank you very much for that. And when diagram. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but thank you, Tommy. We appreciate it. And Robert with another $100 super chat saying, Adrian loves grass vents. Adrian, do you want to tell us what the grass vent means in the countdown?
Oh, jeez.
I'm in pain. Full short summary of that story. There's a grass vent. It was present at the suborbital temp farm. I really tried to make it a countdown item. I looked at everything. I measured everything I could. I tried to make it somehow relevant. And after like 10 hours of trying that, or 15 hours of trying that, I just noticed, no, it has no pattern. It's just this random. That was painful.
That's the best way to hurt Adrian. Just say grass vent at him and boom. But
That's
anyway.
sort of like Jack's polar corridor.
Oh, yep, polar. Don't say polar corridor around Jack or you get him angry. Oh boy, but thanks, Robert. And yeah, Adrian does love grass vents. Anyway, moving right on. From Esau Silva, with 5. What is R dollars? Again, I need to study my world currency. I'll be completely honest. But thank you very much for that. And they're saying 70% of Earth's surface is covered in water. This water is not carbonated, therefore Earth is flat. Oh no! Now I get it.
Oh, that was bad.
That's a bad joke. Good work on the bad joke there.
That was the worst joke so far.
Yeah, I think that currency is from Brazil.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Congrats, Esau, on the worst joke of the night so far. That's a very rare honor to have. We appreciate
Usually we take that title.
Oh yeah, usually someone here would take that. But and also Jacob here with the $5 saying, if you had to make a bet, what would you put your money on getting to orbit first? Starship or SLS? Let's do a quick run through. Adrian, which one would you pick?
SLS.
Alex, what would you pick?
Ooh. I cannot make a bet here.
Gut instinct.
I feel like somehow Starship will be first, even though I don't think it's gonna launch anytime close. But somehow SLS is tripping all sort of lines, so all the rocks. It's like, yeah, I feel like somehow Starship is gonna be the first for some reason.
Really? I'm Team SLS. I think SLS is going to do it first because I was about to say it's not its schedule too much.
And I totally agree with you on the sense of how readiness is right now. Mm-hmm. But it's like, I don't know, something in my, I don't know, in my gut says that SLS is gonna find something out, and then it's gonna be delayed. I don't know, until October or November or something. And Starship, Elon will be just like, send it. Doesn't matter how it is. I don't know. It's just something that I don't know. Even though I personally feel like Starship is probably not going up until at least the fourth quarter of this year, which is way pessimistic compared to Elon's estimates.
I could see that, yeah.
Can I just say, Chris Bergen, boo. I saw that, boo.
What did he say?
But yeah, I really think it will be. At this point, I feel like SLS should have. Oh god, I will jinx it. SLS should have smooth sailing from here on out, and I think it will. It will take the first.
Yeah, I'd like to think so too. But yeah, thanks for the support, Jacob. We appreciate that. And yeah, I think SLS as well. But again, I'd be happy if any of them lifts off before August. But anyway, on Rough Rider Show saying, oh no, more fan clubs. Hashtag horse fan club. Happy Chris B mode. Have we spotted any signs of chopstick hardware for the 39A launch tower? And yes, we have. Alex, do you want to kind of take this? What chopstick hardware have we seen for the tower?
Well, we've seen recently, apart from the rails on the tower itself, we've seen some pictures recently of parts being moved around at the Kennedy Space Center. Obviously, a lot of people work there, right? It's not as public as Boca Chica, but obviously there's people working out there, and they usually share some pictures of stuff that hangs around there. Regardless of whether it's allowed or not, but that's another question. And yeah, like we've seen some of those pictures, and hey, we've seen already some of that, and we're probably gonna see something in terms of not just parts, but probably in the near future, an actual arm being built. Who knows?
Ooh, very cool. And again, if anyone tuned in last night, we covered the rollout of the second tower segment for the Pad 39A Starship launch tower. If anyone's interested in that, you can hop back onto our channel. We have the VOD available from last night. We got some great visuals of it going by, not just the vehicle assembly building, also Pad 39B with SLS on the pad, as well as Pad 39A with the crew access arm all lit up. So it was a very beautiful live stream last night. It's got some great views. And yeah, tower segment 2 out of 9 has rolled to the pad at 39A.
How many segments?
2 of 9.
9 segments?
9 segments.
I had to do it. I'm sorry. I just couldn't.
There's a
People
joke going over
have
my
super
head.
chatted about bad puns, you know? It's like I gotta feed them.
There's no good puns allowed on this channel. You have to only say bad puns. I think that's one of the rules in
Yeah.
chat.
That's right.
Very cool. And thanks, Rough Riders. And Twisted Pixie here saying, do we feel that any of the Fonzie, so finding of no significant impact requirements, unnecessary or petty for launch testing? Do we think this will lead to a move to the Cape? Hashtag all fans. Thank you. I don't think so. No, because they're all necessary for wildlife or cultural or environmental reasons. So I think it's important to stick to all of those. None of them are really strict requirements, as in like you can't launch your booster between 19 hours per day. You know, it's nothing super strict like that. It's just like you have to have limited lighting. You have to do litter cleanup every now and then, make donations to charitable organizations every now and then, monitor the wildlife refuge in case anyone trespasses, things like that, which aren't too huge of a deal, aren't too big of an impact to the Starship program. So no, I really don't think that they're that excessive, and I don't think that it will lead to a move to the Cape. What do you guys think?
I remember sitting here and reading this PDF, and I think we had a hard time spotting anything that would even be of any big significance for the launch schedule and for how hard this would be. Like, we kind of were surprised how mild the mitigations are, and there were not really a lot of things in there where we're really like shocked or where would be like irritated how much time that would take to fix. So I doubt it will result in a move to the Cape.
Yeah, I didn't see any of the mitigations overly restrictive. In any case, like they seem to be things that SpaceX can do without much effort. Let's say, like they're not asking to do a few backflips or things like that. That will entail a lot of work. You know what I mean, right? But yeah, they don't seem to me as something that SpaceX couldn't do at all. They seem doable.
Sounds good to me. And yeah, I do agree that it's not that huge of a burden for SpaceX. But thank you, Twisted Pixie. We appreciate that. And Atlantis Space Shuttle saying they have the best and biggest fan club from Chris B and Chris G. And yeah, Chris B and Chris G do think you're the best space shuttle. I think Atlantis is the best space shuttle. I think it's Discovery personally, but to each their own. Alex and Adrian, do you guys have a favorite shuttle?
Never. All the way. Oh, Baran, don't let Jack hear that.
Wow. All right, that was unexpected. Don't let the Chris's hear that either.
Yeah, I was tempting fate there. I'm just waiting for a reaction here.
We're seeing some action there with the lifts next to the transporter.
It looks like we are getting. They're doing some action right now, maybe unhooking the booster, which is a great sign, or maybe doing some maintenance or some checkups on the bottom of the booster. But either way, that's a great sign that work is progressing for a lift. Now, also, while they're working on that, we can go around the pad and see some other interesting things there. So on the center left, you'll see a steel can with some weird thing on top and some weird thing on the bottom. That is B7.1, or Booster 7.1. That is a new test tank built using a booster forward dome and aft dome. And what they're doing, they put a structure on top that has wires that connect to the bottom of the test stand, and using that, they'll tension the wires to apply a lot of pressure on that tank. And using that, they'll validate their engineering on the booster to make sure it can withstand flight pressure and flight levels, which is very neat. And also on the left there, just to the right of Booster 4, is the E-Dome tank. And Alex discussed the E-Dome before. Those are new flat dome designs, which are, as we said, designed to be flat domes, so they take up less space and allow you to have more tank volume. So neat to see that on the pad as well. But going back to the super chats, we have $10 from Ryan Weaver saying #Alex Fan Club, Ian Fan Club, and Adrian Fan Club. Love to see the battle still being fought there in the memberships there, or in the super chats there. We really appreciate all the support. Thanks, Ryan. And we got a great view here from the South Beach camera, showing them working on the base of the booster. Very nice there. And you can also see the orbital launch mount in front with the newly installed QD arm hood, the quick disconnect hood. And that is where Booster 7 will end up tonight, hopefully. Or did I just jinx it? Oh no. Adrian, did I jinx it? Adrian was talking about jinxing before. I think I might have jinxed it.
Oh yeah, basically every time we say something here, the exact opposite will happen.
Okay, so Booster 7 will not be lifted within the next 10 minutes.
Yes.
Perfect. Oh, nice. And
I'm seeing now the newly coined tower part, the chop stop to the left.
Oh, yep, you can see it sticking off.
For the
chop stop. The stick, yeah. Oh, that's
Not
great.
me, it was Das. I'm just gonna say that.
And if anyone is wondering what we're talking about, it's a little triangular nub sticking off the left side of the right camera. That is kind of the lowest level the chopsticks can go to. And during one of our tower segment rollout streams at Kennedy Space Center, we lovingly coined that the chop stop or the stop stick, your choice. But yeah, so fun to see that. As well, Moldy Space Industries gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you, Moldy Space. That's really, really much appreciated. And yeah, YouTube recently added membership gifting. So people can gift memberships to any number of people that they like. They go out, I believe they're random. They're randomly assigned, or you can pick certain people to gift a membership to. But that is another great and valuable way to support us, and we really appreciate all of that. As well as Blackhawk New Zealand, no message, but $10 New Zealand. See, I recognize that. It's the NZ, right? I recognize that currency because it's NZ. I did it, guys. I recognized one currency today. Oh.
He asked with the line from the top to bottom is $1.
Yep. Perfect. And Jared McConry with $7.24 Australian dollars saying Chopsticks prepared to lift the equivalent of 11 cubic meters of osmium. A lot cheaper than osmium, though. And here's the money for the first 0.35 grams worth. Thank you very much, Jared. And I like the chemistry joke there, or physics. But
that was a very elaborated super chat.
Yeah, that was. I love it. It's very nerdy, but that appeals to me because I'm the guy who has a periodic table poster on his bedroom wall. Oh, anyway, I wish I was a joke. But moving on.
I have a question about that. Why don't you make that poster permanent, though? Why is it only periodic there?
Oh, come on.
Anyway,
Adrian.
moving on. I think Adrian, I don't know if that takes the title for the worst pun so far, but it's definitely close. But thank you, Jared. We appreciate that. And Andrew M. there saying #NSF fan club. The whole team is incredible. And I agree. This is a great team to work with. The whole team is incredible. Thank you for the support as well. And also
I am also in the NSF fan club. Absolutely. And also in the Thomas fan club, but in the NSF fan club as well.
Did you pay your yearly membership to the Thomas fan club?
There's a yearly membership?
Yeah.
Oh, then no.
You're not a true fan then.
Oh.
Anyway, moving on. But if you look on the right camera view, there's actually a few lifts now up at the base of Booster 7.
Yeah.
Do we believe that they're like unhooking the pins maybe to get it fully unhooked from the stand? Or maybe they unhooking the umbilical there? I don't know exactly.
I think they are in different places. The umbilical is in one side. It's actually it's almost sort of on the side that is facing the camera right here. But, the lifts are appear to be many places. I think I count 3 lifts. There's probably another one on the other side. So that's 4 of them. That's a lot of lifts.
Yeah, it's good that they're doing a lot of work now. That means that I'm not going to say it again. Maybe lift, maybe not. But again,
That's a lot
very
of lifts for a lift. I mean,
yeah.
that's sort of the
Oh.
it makes sense.
Yeah, for a lift, you are right, Alex, and you're always right. So
No, I'm not.
Yeah, try to live by that standard.
you what?
Yeah, just calling out somebody. Hey, you're always right. From now on, that's canon.
Nice. Alex is always right. Awesome. And we
I'm
have
not.
$5 super chat from Atlantis Space Shuttle again. They're a huge fan of both Chris's, by the way, so they both rock. And if the Chris's are watching, Atlantis, the space shuttle, your favorite space shuttle, says that you rock. So I think that's quite an honor. And from Desmo saying +1 for that, Chris. Chris Bergen was making a pun in the chat that Adrian caught, I believe, or Alex caught.
It was not good.
No, I saw it was not good. But thank you, Desmo. We appreciate the super chat. As well as a new member here, Matt Kroc, a launch director member. We really appreciate that. As well as Atlas is a Pad Rat member. And Aaron is becoming a Capcom member, so we appreciate all of those. Our membership program is a great way to support what we do here at the channel. Not only do you give us a lot of support that allows us to bring live streams like this to you, all the camera hardware you're looking at was provided because of membership support, but also, if you have a Capcom or higher, you get access to our Discord, as well as members get early previews of certain video clips and certain pictures during the day, which are pretty neat to see. Those come out a few hours before the daily videos do, so you get a little preview there of unedited clips. But yeah, some great perks for our members, and we appreciate everyone for being a member for the channel.
Yeah.
And
one of
ahead.
the super chatters that we had today, Multi Space Industries, is also on the Discord server, and they were on the KSP channel doing also I think it was a super heavy with the Starship on top and then 4 Falcon 9 boosters around it. So yeah,
Falcon Heavy.
if you
That
want to
sounds about
see
right.
also burst boosters and rockets, that's also the place.
Yeah, there's so much to go on there. There is all different kind of spaceflight discussion, spaceflight news in there. There's a lot of Kerbal channels where you can witness some absolutely horrendous rocket builds that should never have been built. Most of them are Moldy Space Industries' fault, but I pitch in every now and then.
And now
Yeah,
lately we're having... Oh, go Adrian.
So there are cursed rockets in there. Some even made replicas of Ares 1. That's how cursed the channel goes.
Adrian, if I had the ability, I'd ban you from here.
We're also having recently...
Thomas will do
yeah, we're having recently also a few also with spaceflight sim, Microsoft spaceflight simulator, not a spaceflight. Excuse me. Flight simulator. Oh boy, it's too late here. And we have people play on the same teams and things like that. Also, Minecraft server of sorts. I think there's also some of that. Like we hang around. It's not just even Starship or rockets in general. We have fun together, and I think that's sort of the community that joins us together. And I couldn't be more proud to be part of it, to be honest.
I agree. It's a lot of fun. The voice chats there, everything. It's a lot of fun. And Stefan here with a €2 super chat saying, "New NSF troll. What are the 2 chopsticks for?"
Apparently they are good for decoration because so far they are not moving.
Well said, Adrian. Well said. Oh, brother. But yeah, it seems actually the lifts are going down. So either they forgot a screwdriver or they're coming down for a lift, hopefully. And someone's having a lot of fun there in that ATV driving down the highway.
I mean, that's the good thing about when the road is closed. You really know there will be no traffic, so...
Yeah. That'd be fun to drive down a closed road, but yeah. And DJ Pot Roast here with the $5 super chat saying for the periodic joke. So Adrian, thank you for for that. But thanks, DJ Pot Roast. We appreciate that. And Daniel with the $2 saying, we have Falcon. Oh, brother. We have Falcon Heavy. Thoughts on Starship Heavy? Boy.
Yeah, we did some math in the stream before this, and the question I have, and I will ask again, is for what do you need 230 meganewton? Like, what's your goal here? Where do you do you want to go?
Yeah, I don't know.
Proxima Centauri.
Send
Because-
100 people to Proxima
Yeah.
Centauri.
Oh boy, that will be nuts.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, brother. But thanks, Daniel. We appreciate that. Yeah, Starship Heavy. That would be a sight to behold, I guess you could say. That'd be a monstrosity getting what, like, I think at that point you'd be getting like over 400 tons to orbit, maybe like 350. But still, that is ridiculous. And I don't know who would ever need that, but anyway, we appreciate
The
it.
launch infrastructure for that. Imagine a tank farm for that.
Oh,
Or just the launch mounts. How
Also,
they would
if-
look like.
if I may add, if they ever make a triple core Starship Super Heavy, could they please call it Starship Super Duper Heavy? I rest
Oh
my
my God.
case.
Also, I want to point out that we can again see the structure that is so funny aligned at the top of the booster to the right that looks like just a chair. I know it's bigger, but it's just, for me, it's just a chair.
That does look like a chair.
Yes,
That'd be
I love
fun to sit on the chopsticks during a lift. Also very dangerous. I would not recommend doing that, but that'd be neat, I guess.
Yeah, we talked in the previous stream. That's the spot for the launch director.
Oh, yep. During a launch, that'd be a fun like 10 seconds. But oh, brother. Anyway, thanks, Daniel. We appreciate that. And Lewis with the a new currency that I'm not quite sure on. UYU, 150. But they're saying, how do you think SpaceX?
I think this is from Uruguay or something. I
Yeah,
think.
Uruguayan peso, I think.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yay, I got one right.
Nice. Uruguayan peso. So thank you, Lewis. And they're saying, how do you think SpaceX will test Booster 7? One engine at a time, cross pattern, outer ring, in the middle and center, or vice versa, or random ones? That's an interesting question. Let's start off. Adrian, what do you think they're going to do for static fire testing? As kind of, at this point, it's pretty much a guess.
I think they will go ring by ring, maybe. Like maybe at the first, like go ring by ring, and then do an all-out every engine test.
That's what I think too. Yeah, because that makes sense. Because you test individually and you work your way back up, and then do all 33. Yeah, sounds about right to me. But again, everyone, we're figuring that out alongside you. So stay tuned to the channel in the coming days, coming weeks, as they go through the static fire campaign. And I am very excited to see that. But thank you, Lewis.
Thanks for jinxing the static fire campaign now as well.
Oh, brother.
Just keep-
I'll stop
Just
talking
keep
here.
track.
Let's do a live stream where I don't talk at all. That'll work.
It's your host, Ian, who doesn't talk. That doesn't work, but he's the host anyway.
I'll just say, I'm your host, Ian, and then that's it. Just silent live stream from there. Oh, brother. But thank you, Lewis. And Kevin Von Brecht. Adrian, do you know how to pronounce this? Kevin Von Brecht? Von Brecht?
I don't see the name yet on the...
they upgraded their membership to
Brecht.
Red Team. What was that?
Kevin Van Brecht.
Ah, interesting. Thank you for pronouncing that. And upgraded to Red Team, so thank you, Kevin. We appreciate that. And Nico here with the 20 euros saying, any guesstimates for how much weight the chopsticks can take? Could they, that's an interesting question. Could they lift a ship and booster stacked? How horrible of an idea would it be to launch the stack while they rest on the on the chopsticks, eliminating the launch mount? Well, that's a pretty horrible idea. You're right, because the booster and ship combination dry mass probably weighs around 400 tons or so, maybe 350. So that's already a horrible idea. But then if you fuel it up, it will definitely snap the chopsticks. So that'd be pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, that's about 5,000 tons of mass. Just It's no, that's not gonna be a thing, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Ugh, hopefully not, at least. But thank you, Nico. Interesting question. And Jerwa here with $10 saying hashtag team like button must feed the YouTube overlord. And yeah, if everyone's liking the stream so far, feel free to hit the like button. It's a great way to support us without doing a super chat. That really helps us make our channel more visible. We really appreciate all the support with that as well. So thank you, Jerwa, and thanks for the super chat as well. And Captain of Outer Space, I agree with this. Team super duper heavy. See, I've been thinking this for like 2 or 3 years now. We need triple core Starship super duper heavy. Right? That's not just me, right?
Well, I mean, it will be a sight to behold, but I'm not sure what would you want that.
You guys gotta
said
back me
before.
up here. That's a great idea. Come on. Ugh,
Okay, well, it's a good idea. It's great, Ian. You're right. You're right.
I'm ahead of my time here. But thanks, Captain of Outer Space. And Aaron Hill as well with the $10 super chat saying, once the Mega Bay is completed and 100% operational, do we have any insight onto how they will spread work between the two? Like, will the high bay start serving as the finishing work / final stacking? That's interesting. I would assume they'll kind of work in parallel, maybe. Or yeah, maybe what Aaron is saying is right. Maybe they'll stack it inside the Mega Bay and then bring it over to the high bay for say engine installation and pipe installation, things like that. That'll be interesting to see once it starts working. Any theories? Anybody on what they'll do? Working the high and Mega Bay together?
Do you want to go that, Adrian? Or should I go with that?
If you don't have any theory, you just say no theory.
I think what they might do is that the Mega Bay will focus on super heavy, and yeah, be like the super heavy construction and operation area, and the high bay will be as it is right now for Starship.
I could see that. And also, while we're talking right now, there is a lift going up, a very high lift on the right side of your screen. I'm wondering where that's going to. Maybe they're, because they do have some very high lifts down at Boca Chica. Maybe they're doing a little bit of servicing on the Chopsticks here. Again, if anyone's joining us here, this is the lift of Booster 7. It rolled to the pad earlier today, and it hooked up to the Chopsticks, and now they are doing some last-minute preparations in order for a lift, which should hopefully happen soon. Now, this is the first ever lift that's being attempted with a booster, so there are, of course, things they're going to need to work out. It's a brand new test here, lifting a booster with the Chopsticks, so it seems like they have lifts up at the bottom of the base as well as one going up to the top to maybe do some servicing, to check some things out, maybe get some pictures, if just how things are, how things are operating right now.
No, it's just going to start the key. It's just for that. they forgot.
You got to start the booster.
Yeah.
Oh, the poor soul who has to run out to the pad during launch to start the booster up. Right?
Now I have this image in my mind of like a person next to the booster turning a key, and it makes like these engine startup sounds of an old car. Like,
it doesn't turn over. It's like, and they have to keep trying to get it to turn over.
Today at NSF, car sounds and noises.
Oh, brother.
Yeah. You can clip this, and you have your personal NSF car sound noises.
Yep.
Oh, what are we even doing here?
Commentating on a rocket.
Thanks, Adrian. I didn't realize. But and thanks, Aaron, for the question that led to a long conversation about car noises. So thank you, or curse you, I don't know. But the Captain Fuzzy here with the $10 super chat saying, have they begun construction on a lightning arrestor system yet? So, and there's our team right there on the lift on the left-hand side. And that's a nice sense of scale. There are some people next to the Chopsticks and the booster just showing how massive this system truly is. Now, again, we don't know exactly what they're doing. Maybe they're just doing a little bit of just a little bit of maintenance, checking in on something. We don't know exactly what's happening. Again, this is not a bad sign that things are going wrong. It could be a sign that, hey, they're just checking in on something, making sure everything's all right, doing a little repair here or there. But yeah, interesting to see that. But back to the question from Captain Fuzzy, it seems like they might be starting work on a lightning mast on top of the orbital tower. We saw some scaffolding up there earlier this afternoon when we were doing our the rollout stream, and Chris G pointed it out. Actually, that could be the base of a lightning tower. Again, we don't know exactly if it is or not. We'll have to find out probably in the coming days, coming weeks. So stay tuned for that, Captain Fuzzy. But good question. We appreciate that.
I cannot wait for you all to ask for what that tower is for.
Adrian, what
Yeah,
is the
we
one
cannot
tower
wait
for?
about that.
Lightning protection.
Nice.
I'm just
And
gonna say I'm getting a little bit nervous with all those people so high up.
I could never do
70
that.
meters high.
Ugh. I mean, it looks fine on the left-hand side camera, but when we look on the right-hand
Yeah.
side camera, ugh, that I could never do that. Yeesh. But yeah, it looks like they're doing some work on the top of the booster. They're being blocked by the right chopstick arm there. I don't know if there's anyone climbing out. Oh, no, it looks like they're moving away from the booster. So not quite sure what's happening here. Maybe they're doing some photographing, checking that all the pins are in place. Interesting. Very cool to see. But while we're here, let's go through another question here. So a question from Mist Solar saying, did SpaceX change their welding method because things come out of the bays looking smoother over time? So Adrian, how... It seems that everything they bring out is looking better and better. Like Booster 7 looks better than Booster 4. How does it look better? Are they just perfecting their craft? What's happening here?
I mean, we know they're also using welding robots as well. So they are basically, the whole process gets more streamlined. They are using more enclosed facilities like the base. They're just getting better at everything of this, and they're ironing out the whole process. And also, what should be said as well, and this is gonna take that also will not be super, but some of these vehicles always look really nice when they go out to the pad or like be there only for a short period of time, and the longer they stay there, the more like rusty they get. So sometimes, sometimes time is also a part of this perception. But overall, they're just getting better at the process.
Yeah.
Very cool. Interesting to see, and good question there. And it looks like the workers are still working at the top of the booster. Judging by our right camera view, it looks like they are kind of hanging over the top of the booster. So maybe they're just doing some checkouts. We don't know exactly what they're doing, why they're there. But again, this is the first lift of a booster using the chopsticks. So a lot of new things to figure out here. And yeah, we're not exactly sure what they're doing, but we'll keep track and keep watching here. On a question here, Adrian or Alex, one of you may take this. How different are the Raptors on the boosters and the sea level Raptors on the ships? Are there any differences between those two Raptors, or are they kind of the same thing, Alex?
Well, the booster engines, they have two different types of engines. They are the same basic engine in essence. The difference is what's attached to them. So the Center 13 engines on the booster have TVC systems and gimbal mounts, whereas the outer 20 don't have any of that and just have a simple mount to be able to be attached to the booster. And that is because they don't gimbal and they don't move, whereas the 13 Center engines do gimbal and they do move. And those have the same kind of mounting systems and TVC systems, thrust vectoring control of the engine than on the ships, on the sea level engines on the ships. So those are the same. So with Raptor 1, actually, we saw different kinds of engines. With this one, with Raptor 2, we're seeing the same baseline engine, and they arrive all of them pretty much the same. And once they are there at Boca Chica, they actually put all the bits that they need to put outside to be able to configure them either as gimbaling Raptors or non-gimbaling, which are the outer 20s on the booster. But the gimbaling, they are all the same whether they are on the booster or the ship. We haven't seen, at least I haven't seen any sort of difference. And I don't expect any sort of difference in that sense.
Very cool. And We're going to run through some super chats. We had the queue building up again. Again, we really
Yeah.
appreciate everyone's support throughout this live stream and throughout the whole day here today. Ronnie Bestner is a Capcom member, brand new membership. We appreciate that, Ronnie. And we hope you enjoy the Discord access that you now have access to. And PC Noob, $1 super chat with no message, but we appreciate your support. Thank you very much. And Anthony here, $5, saying, booster requires the 20 engine turbopump primers on the launch mount. And it must launch from the orbital launch mount, but they might get better in time. So yeah, that's a good thing to point out, that the outer engines on the booster will be spun up using the launch mount. They don't have any internal starters, so you can't really start them again in flight, which is neat to point out. But thank you, Anthony. That's interesting tidbit there. And from Fritz here, $5 saying super duper heavy will be used to adjust Earth's orbit when the sun starts expanding. That sounds about right to me, honestly. But thank you, Fritz. We appreciate the support and the pun there. And Z-Man Overstreet saying here, with the expanded debris radius for the first launch, how would they clear out Padre Island since it seems to go over it? Well, as far as I know, they don't need to do any clearing of South Padre Island. They do need to evacuate Boca Chica Village, as well as some of the surrounding area, too. Is that correct, Adrian, Alex? I remember you guys were on the FAA stream, so I'm sure this came up at some point.
I am...
Oops, talking well muted.
Yeah, go
Are
ahead,
you gonna
Alex.
go first, Adrian? Okay.
No, go ahead.
With the what was the question? With expanded debris radius for the first launch, how will they clear out Padre Island since it seems to go over it? Well, actually, that's sort of one of the things that people are usually asking us, especially for example, when the hops last year, that was sort of the usual question of what things need to be cleared, and the answer is that it depends. It depends on where you are and what part of the 3D space you're concerned about. And I'm talking about 3D space because you have airspace restrictions when there's a launch. You have ground restrictions, whether you can access the road or the land around the launch site. And you also have sea restrictions. So you have restrictions pretty much in every dimension of space and also time. And it depends. The airspace restrictions, they are usually a circular area, and they cover South Padre Island very, very easily. But for ground closures, clearing the land around the launch site, it depends usually on the direction of the launch trajectory. So, for example, at the Cape, you will see the land about 5 to 6, even 7 miles south or north of the launch pad being closed. But then to the west, the launch, like people can stand even as close as 3 miles from the launch pad. Why? Because, well, the rocket is just going to the east. It's not going to the west. So you will expect the debris of a launch to go mostly to the east. So the ground clearances, especially, with experience at the Cape, and also we've seen it when we've seen the hops, the radius was 5 miles, but it wasn't really a perfect circle, because there are parts of South Padre Island that are within 5 miles, and so the shape of the actual ground closures are not a perfect circle. So it's still a bit up in the air whether they're gonna be evacuating people from South Padre Island. I don't think they're gonna need that. I think they're probably gonna come up with some kind of way to actually not need that kind of closure, but we'll see. That's something that we'll have to keep an eye on.
Gotcha, very cool. And while you're discussing that, Desmo mentioned in the chat, I'm noticing it seems that there's people out walking on the booster right now. Because if you look at the lift on the left-hand camera, doesn't seem there's many people in there. Maybe 1 or 2 people in that lift. So the other 2 people must be on the booster or in the booster right now, which is interesting. I'm wondering what they're looking at. Maybe some just checking of the pins, maybe the avionics. I'm not sure exactly what's happening, but neat to point out there. They came people, and now it looks like there's only one person in there right now. So people are on top of the booster right now, which is strange to think about.
Maybe they just wanna join the ride before it lifts off. Like,
Hope they brought a spacesuit. Ugh. But anyway, it's back to super chats. Anthony Lasego at $5 super chat saying, "What is the High Bay 2, the official name, the top section for? It's very tall, and is it a play space again? They're curious." So, Alex, do we know what they're using the top of the Mega Bay / High Bay 2 for?
I think it's anyone's guess, right? Well, it seems to be for 2 floors kind of thing that they're gonna have up there, probably for offices, viewing space. I think we actually answered this on the previous live stream that we had for the rollout, and we came to the conclusion that basically, obviously, we don't know because we're not that. It's nothing that is public or anything, and I don't think Elon has commented about that. But anyone's guess, right? And some of the guesses that we were throwing around were probably viewing area or office space. There's so many paperwork that they have to run through, right? That you will think they will need a 2-floor space of office space. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
I'm not
you're
sure.
right.
Anyone's guess. That's the answer.
Yeah, I'm with you. Anyone's guess. It's could be office space, maybe another. Like we said, I think we said in the live stream earlier, maybe a high ballroom or something.
Yeah.
'Cause, yeah, it's very tall. Looks like it might be 2 floors even. But yeah, will be neat to watch what happens up there. But thank you, Anthony. And from Secret Ion Orb saying, "Super duper heavy for triple core. What is the name for? Oh boy, a 3-stage Starship. That sounds like a monster. A 3-stage Starship. I think the name for that is non-existent, to be honest. But that would be very tall, very powerful. That'd be neat to see, I guess.
I mean, I think it will be even like a reality in the future where you just have like giant kick stages and therefore like very deep space missions. You could include like big satellites even in the like 10-ton segment in Starship and could put still a giant kick stage in there and just use that to yeet something out of the solar system and just do something with it. So that would be fun as well, maybe to use.
Yeah, true. Gotcha. And if anyone's just joining in here, we are here with the Booster Lift live stream. Now, this is, we are seeing on your screen is Booster 7 hooked up to the Chopsticks after it previously rolled out to the launch pad about 6.5 hours ago. And this vehicle will be stacked onto the orbital launch pad using the 2 chopsticks. Now, this is the first time that a booster will be lifted onto the pad using the chopsticks, so it should be a very exciting event. Now, if you see on the left-hand screen as well as the right-hand screen, there is a white lift that's gone up to the top of the booster. That is for crew access. A few people have gone up there and stepped off of the lift. They're now likely on the forward dome or so of the booster, checking things out. We don't know exactly what they're doing, but it seems that they're doing some sort of checkouts as well. And also on the bottom of the booster, there's some lifts up. So it looks like a lift should be happening sometime soon, hopefully, but they're doing some last-minute checkouts here.
The more we say it, the more they delay it, right?
I guess so. I should stop saying it.
Yeah.
Oh boy, but and also before we hop back into super chats, I'd like to welcome Thomas Berghart to the live stream. He'll be stepping in for me as I have to step off. I have an out for dinner right now, and also I'm getting a sore throat. Hosting a live stream for about 5 hours today, or 4 hours or so. But Thomas, how are you doing?
Good, Ian. Thanks for holding down the fort for a bunch of today. You've done a lot of hosting, and I know all the viewers appreciate that, so thanks for handling, but happy to give you a break.
Absolutely. Thanks for hopping in, Thomas. See everyone. Have a good night, and I hope you see a beautiful lift very soon. But have a good one.
Thanks, Ian. Again, that's Ian Atkinson, one of the writers here for NASA Spaceflight. Thank you, Ian, so much. All right, well, yes, my name is Thomas Burkhart. You may have heard of me before. I've been on the stream earlier today as well, and joined some familiar voices. I know I got our friends Adrian and Alex both on comms. How you doing, guys?
Long time no here, Thomas. Almost 2 hours.
It's almost 2 hours.
Well,
Oh,
I
yeah?
wasn't here when you were hosting before, But you know what? I think I'm seeing already some Thomas Fan Club comments on the chat. So we had before a little bit of a clash between different fan clubs.
You know, I heard as such. I heard there was some of that going on.
Yeah. Oh boy.
But no, appreciate it as always. And I'm gonna pick up right where Ian left off. Looks like we got some more questions and some super chats coming in, so guess we'll just hop right back into it. I've also seen that there's been a trend with the questions and things about base Starship heavy, and then there was a super duper heavy or something.
Yeah, Super Duper Heavy is now the free and the free core variant. That's canon now, and people should just remember that. That's just a fact.
Okay, so we're just gonna hold up for just 1 second here because as I joined, our good friend Multi Space Industries, who I saw also donated some memberships earlier today, so that's already appreciated. But with a massive super chat, and he says, "I feel like fun super chats have slowed down, so hashtag Thomas Fan Club," to the
Told
tune of
you, it'll happen.
$100. So thank you, Multi Space Industries, very much a regular here on NASA Spaceflight, but that's an extremely generous amount of support, and we all greatly appreciate it, especially me. Thank you so much. I saw there was a lot of generous support so far on the stream, and we really do appreciate everyone who sent support our way. Oh man, I can't even. Thank you so much. All right, let's see what other super chats and messages have we got here. Oh, all right. So, all right, you guys are gonna have to bring me into the super duper heavy conversations here. PC News says
Okay.
Starship quintuple mega heavy to the 100th power. What does that even mean at this point?
To be fair, at this point, I'm also out of the loop. So, yeah, I think we are at this point inventing bigger versions of Super Heavy because I don't know. And thinking about what the name should be, like, for example, a 3-stage Starship.
A three? Oh, so like, well, wait, what's the third stage though?
More thrust with, I guess, more Raptors, because that so far is the...
Like, is it an extra super heavy or an extra Starship? All right, anyway.
Would Starship be able to put a Falcon 9 upper stage into orbit with a payload?
Probably.
Yeah, it can. It can.
Definitely can, actually.
From a
Well,
size,
yeah.
at least from a size perspective and mass perspective, it can. Obviously, all the logistics. This is a little bit of Kerbal time in that sense. We're not
so.
worrying about the logistics of doing that.
There is actually a question in this chat too, though. Something says the horizontal tanks are there because the tall ones violated some Texas law. Is that correct? Do we know anything about the details behind them changing the tank farm?
Where is it? Oh, okay. It's the same. See, it says all the quintuple mega heavy thing.
Yeah, same chat, same chat.
Yeah, it's the same chat. Yeah, the tall ones we actually looked through some of the regulations. Actually, it was with the help of some of our Discord members, which really appreciate that help to be able to understand all the nitty-gritty into all of this. And yeah, it appears just by some of the description of these regulations that they had some very visible non-conformances, let's say. Like they didn't conform to regulations, and it was clear the moment they brought the smaller ones that they obviously had to sort of bring the new ones so they can actually load some methane on them and be able to load methane on vehicles on the launch mount. So yeah, giving even a quick read of the regulations, you can see some of the violations of that. I don't remember them off the top of my head. I'm really sorry about that. There's a ton of things I have in my head, and the regulations of LNG tanks at Texas is certainly not some of the things that I remember.
There's a lot of details that with a bunch of different parts of the Starship program, and there's so much to know.
It's like if you ask me now, what are the 70 something fancy restrictions or modifications that they have to do? I don't know. We read that on a 5 hour long live stream, but I don't remember because it's too long, obviously, and I cannot remember everything.
All right. Thank you for the support there, PC Noob. Also, a bit of super chat support here from KR, who just says thanks, appreciated. Farmer 82C Shuttle with some support as well, appreciate you as well. Some questions that have come in here. Aaron Hill asks, is Starship planned to be able to dock with the ISS in the future? I believe the answer is that's a capability that they are planning to support, right?
Um,
Like, at least it's a capability that they have like proposed. Like, yes, Starship could help with ISS logistics.
I mean, I'm sure that SpaceX would totally be open to help. The question is more like, does NASA want to have Starship near the ISS?
Right. Like, it would have to be requested by NASA, but
yeah,
it's a capability.
for sure. I mean, basically, if you would only need a docking adapter that it can dock to the ISS, right? And of course, the capabilities to maneuver in that kind of orbital scenario. But I bet if NASA would have to choose between losing some sort of capabilities and access or choosing Starship, I bet they would go with the later. That's just my personal guess.
Yeah, I could see that. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Aaron, thank you for the support there. Oh, geez. All right, here's a message. All right, I'm gonna try and read this. Looking at links likely leading to later lively lifting latest lovely large launcher. Nailed it. Can't even say I didn't.
They left out livery. From
Perpetual Punster with the super chat support there. We appreciate that. Let's see who. Let's see. Let's see. All right, this is a question about the high bays. What if they use the service elevator to lift stainless coils into high bay 2 upper section, build ring segments there, then drop them down into high bay 2? I'm not sure exactly what that's alluding to, but maybe either of you do.
I was fully on board and interested until I heard then drop them into high bay 2. I was like, dropping as in dropping or?
Well, okay, they probably didn't mean like just let it fall. I would imagine with some sort of crane or something, but
yeah.
Huh.
What do they mean by high bay 2 upper section? I'm not sure I know what they mean by that.
They mean the roof of the mega bay, the section on top. I don't think that part is high enough or tall enough actually, to fit sort of the barrel sections that they actually make, because one ring is 6 feet tall, so about 1.82 meters. And yeah, I know that off the top of my head because that's some of the things that I do actually work on sometimes. And yeah, so even a 3 ring section that will be way like even close to 6 meters tall. So we're talking a very high tall, and this is a 2-floor, it seems, two floor kind of section. So if one section, if one floor is what, maybe 8-9 feet or something, I don't know, in metric it will be about 2.5 meters. I don't know about feet in imperial, but I don't think that could fit even 2 rings, one on top of each other. So yeah, not sure that's the great space to do that kind of operation.
Yeah, I gotcha. Orb with the super chat saying 2 and 3 launch separately, orbital refueling. Is that part of an earlier conversation that I wasn't here yet for?
Well, I think that refers to the super duper heavy.
Ah, yes, that variant. Sorry, I'm not
Yeah.
caught up on
Yeah,
the heavy
the
variants yet.
treble core. You launch 3 and then 2 separate and go into orbit or something. That wouldn't happen.
I love
No-
how
not-
Chris just said in the chat that Thomas and Alex on right now. Because hello.
Adrian's
Yeah,
also here.
I tried to hand over the questions, but poor Adrian, he's like, I don't know, and it's like, you should do it.
No, all good. I love to listen to knowledge, and you certainly have knowledge.
Nah, come on.
Okay.
Rough Riders Show says Thomas Fan Club. Appreciated Rough Riders as always.
Can you be a
okay.
bit more energetic when people join your fan club?
I'm very appreciative. It's just sometimes I just don't understand it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally understand that.
Yes, Thomas Fan Club.
Alright, this is another Thomas
I can
Fan
be
Club, and this is an
energetic for you.
inside joke that I now get to explain on stream, but it is relevant, if you bear with me. Walrus with the super chat, appreciate the support, says,
Oh,
can you
boy.
preheat an oven? Here's where this conversation started. What is a pre-burner in a rocket engine? It's something that burns before you burn again, right? Like it's before the main combustion chamber, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Alright, when you preheat an oven, you're not heating it before you heat something else. So why is it preheating? Why isn't it just heating an oven?
I knew where this was going to.
Yeah, I totally joined that movement. Now that I think about
There's
it,
no
yeah.
such thing as preheating an oven. It's either heated or unheated. By the way, that's also a George Carlin skit, full disclosure. But
that's the same thing we had with the mass simulator, because there is no mass simulating.
Look at
so
look
that's
at that
true.
thing.
Also, why is
Look-
there a crane?
Look at that crane.
I just saw that.
That crane was kind of vibing going on there.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the laugh, but it's hilarious. Look at that.
Listen,
Oh,
it's just
boy.
on its way to launch site, no big deal. Appreciate
Someone
the
needs to
support
make
there,
a gif
Walrus.
of that. I'm gonna tag the boys and see if we can pull that.
Vibing crane.
Oh
Yeah.
man. This is next question here. Bolo Hawaii says, could Falcon assist boosters get Starship to direct injection velocity? Alright, so talking about comparing it to SLS, basically we're back to the can we strap Falcon Heavy boosters to the side of Starship Super Heavy?
Did you expect to join this and get like serious questions? I mean,
No,
we
of course
are...
not. I would never be. I would never even imagine that. I am very appreciative of the questions we get from our audience. Sure, it could. They could. They wouldn't, but they could.
Isn't that the proposal from the other live stream?
Yeah. So we were
Oh,
talking about this on the
yeah.
last live stream too.
But listen. I think an SLS with like 2 reusable side cores would be cool.
It would. That's true.
Like imagine if like an SLS with 2 Falcon Heavy side cores. I think that could fly, right?
I think you would need like 4 Falcon Heavy side boosters to have the same amount of thrust. But you'd also have like way more like the burn time is way longer. So it'd be way more delta V, but if you only had 2, you wouldn't have the thrust to wait to lift off.
But you can have 4.
That's true. I'm pretty sure someone did
2
that
on
in
each
Kerbal. It's like
side.
one of the most viewed Kerbal videos on YouTube.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah.
let's see. $20 super chat, appreciated from Donkey Hunter, who says, since the FAA report and findings are now out, it sounds like they are worried about damage one rocket can do to the area. Do you think the ocean launch platforms would be expedited? I don't think the conclusion from the FAA findings was that they should expedite launch sites that aren't Boca.
No.
I mean, the FAA report was a positive note. There's work to do to get to final launch licenses, but what a FONSI stands for is a finding of no significant impact. And even though there's mitigations to finish up, the general message is that the FAA is approving orbital launches from Starbase, and that there is a clear path towards doing it without damaging the surrounding area.
Yeah, basically they said, okay, this is doable. Just please, could you also do this to make it a bit less harmful? But overall, they're like, yeah, I mean, it is a very it was more positive than I think most of us expected. When we read it here, we were like, okay, this actually reads quite good.
Right.
Yeah.
Kyler with a super chat. Appreciate the support as always. Big Dog says 9-meter Starship to 18-meter Starship to 36-meter Starship.
Oh boy. That's overkill, I think.
What is happening?
Really quick, we want to acknowledge the fact that it looks like those workers are on their way down.
Oh.
Which is a good sign. Still wouldn't, you still couldn't pay me enough to get up on that lift, I don't think. But good for them. Glad that they are willing to.
Same here.
I mean, would you really, like, if somebody from SpaceX asked you, we are going up there, but you will see a super heavy booster at the top.
Alright, well, when you say it that way, that's actually a very good point.
Like, I would fear it as well, but on the other hand, they would tell me, hey, by the way, we will stand on super heavy.
Yeah, okay, you could that. Forget paying me. If you just told me that, I'd probably be willing. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Dan says, no question, just wanted to support, love the channel. Appreciate that, Dan, and your support. We really do appreciate you. Oh my goodness. All right, eventually I'm going to get through all of these questions here. There are so many. Thank you, chat, for sending in your questions, and I'm going to get through as many of them as I can. I absolutely promise. Kyler asked, which will they attempt to land on the Chopsticks first, a Super Heavy or a Starship? Oh, so there's two questions. That's the first question. Probably Super Heavy, right?
I think yes, because it is kind of like the whole profile, how to land a Super Heavy is kind of similar to Falcon 9. Compared to Starship, which has this whole belly flop before, and I'm not sure if they have the accuracy right away to do it with Starship, because it's a bit different in terms of how to land.
I mean, also, Starship is going to need some variant that has landing legs on it to land places that don't have catch towers. And so, Super Heavy, they should prove out that catching capability first, whereas Starship can land on a landing pad for a while if needed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's a. We said it before, and it's a really plain saying, but there are no landing pads on Mars, right? And not on the moon.
But it's closer to a landing pad than there's definitely no catch towers on the moon and Mars.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yes.
But to answer the question, I think we're expecting Super Heavy catch attempts first.
One thing I will add to that is also, one thing I will add to that is also the number of engines. You have more room for failure on a booster landing, where you have at least up to 13 engines that can light up and move and gimbal, whereas the Starship, you only have 3 on the middle that can move and can relight and everything, and so it's a little bit, let's say, less redundant in that sense.
The second part of this question, what is our prediction for the number of soft ocean landings attempted before landing on the sticks? I'm assuming this is about Super Heavy. At least 1, but once they have a successful, simulated soft splashdown, basically, I could see them trying the catch next.
I'm gonna say 3. I think 1 will go something really wrong, but with the second they will kind of iron it out, and with the third they are then getting brave. That's my prediction here.
Yeah, I could see you there. Let's see.
If I'm gonna also say something about that, I will say 2 or 3. I don't see more than a handful.
Yeah, okay. Alex, not to be confused with Alex who just spoke, Alex Stashik in chat says one of the well-known jokes on these streams is about the lightning diverters. Is there one here? Great job, guys. Only 3 hours to lift. Oh, don't say that. I believe we know that they are adding a lightning tower on the top of the light orbital launch tower, right?
Yes, that's the case.
So there will actually be a singular lightning tower on top of the orbital launch tower, but not 4 towers like there are in Florida.
I mean, if it's high enough, it should attract basically every lightning strike in a vicinity, right?
Right. I mean, also look at Pad 39A. Very similar. It only needs
Yeah.
1 tower there.
Mm,
So why does 40 need 4?
I believe it comes down to you can make 1 really tall tower or 4 slightly less tall towers to get equivalent protection.
Yeah, I mean-
And 39A
Sorry,
has
go
the
ahead.
huge Caraxes tower already, so
Yeah. I mean, with 1 big, you will always attract every lightning strike in a feature because it search for the nearest object, right? And with 4, you build kind of this protection cage around the pad, where basically no lightning can ever be the closest to the rocket.
right.
Yeah.
Next question from Kyler says, what are the chances that HLS is named a Moonraker? There's a throwback. Shout out to people. Do you guys know about the Star Raker, the space plane?
No.
If you
Well, I
Google
do
Star
know.
Raker, it's like a ridiculously huge and
Yeah.
ridiculously designed space plane, like SSTO. But thank you for the support there, Kyler.
You know, I hear SSTO and I instantly be like, oh, it's fiction.
Well, yes, exactly. Travis says, hashtag Texas Thomas Watchers. Appreciate that, Travis. As always.
That's a twist.
The creative hashtags, I'm
sure.
here for it. Michael has upgraded their membership to the Capcom membership. Welcome to the Discord. Michael, we'll see you there. Appreciate the support. Here's a question from Musical Wolves. What keeps the tower from overheating when they're trying to lift super heavy? Doesn't all that weight cause a lot of heat on the lifting mechanism? I'm sure it would, but I don't know. Have we seen any equipment like dedicated to heat management, or are we just kind of assume they've built it into the design somewhere?
I mean, it's probably like when they designed it, they probably picked machines that are capable of lifting that kind of things for a certain period of time, right? Because it would be very bad if they didn't.
Right. I mean, I just don't know if we have any details about the thermal management system with regards to all that machinery, unfortunately.
It's like
I
another
don't-
lift is going up.
Is that a lift, or is that the
or
crane
a
that literally
crane?
just drove out there?
I have no idea. I think that's a crane actually.
The wobbly crane.
Was that crane here the whole time?
I think that's the one that we saw before.
I think it was not there. Yeah, it appeared. Yes, I think that was the crane we just saw going
drunk
down to the
one.
pad. Yeah, drunk
Yeah.
crane.
Well, the next super chat says hashtag drunk crane fan club. So consider it
Very
official
timely.
at this point. Rough Rider
It
says, will
was-
the chopsticks catch the booster with grid fins or somehow line up with the lifting pins during landing? The pins used for lifting are the same ones going to be used for the catch, right?
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
people are a little bit confused both in chat and when sometimes we also get questions off stream too on social media, and people get sort of confused about that because initially way back then Elon mentioned catching the booster by the grid fins, but actually that sort of changed probably because they consider that infeasible or perhaps too complex. And it's actually by a pair of lifting points that right now we cannot see that because the chopsticks are obviously holding it from those points, but they are also the same points that are used for lifting with a crane. So yeah, they serve both uses, lifting either with a crane or the chopsticks, or landing also on the chopsticks. Yep.
There you go.
I don't think they're gonna be using the grid fins for that kind of thing.
No.
Small little update on the NSF Discord KSP channel. Moldy Space Industries built
Oh, boy.
super duper heavy with 99 Raptor engines.
Spoiler, it didn't go well.
It didn't go well. The middle booster up at some point evaporated, and yeah.
So I don't know. With 99 engines, I will add just one, just for fun. 40.
So it's 100.
Yeah.
It feels weird to have 99. Yeah.
Yeah, just add another one. 34, 33, and 33. That's 100.
It has to be the middle one though, because otherwise it would not be like symmetry, and that would
That's
trigger
true.
me a lot.
You need a 34 engine thrust plug. Someone get to work on that.
Yeah, we need that now.
Really quick, for those who may just be joining us, a quick recap of where we are right now. So this is obviously live coverage of the Booster 7 lift. We're expecting SpaceX to install Booster 7 onto the orbital launch mount, and for the first time, do so using the chopstick arms. The chopsticks are actually currently holding the booster, which is why we have brought back our live coverage. And it looks like they're still working on getting it unhooked from the mount that it was transported on. The road is still closed, which points to the fact that this lift is likely still planned. They have not called off the lift for any reason, because otherwise they would have opened the road. So they might just be working on some troubleshooting or some other work. Remember, this is the first time that they are lifting with the chopstick. Also, as you can see, closure is still scheduled for today. There's also some closures next week. Hopefully that is for testing rather than lifting. But yeah, so that gives you an idea of where we're at right now. So right now, we're expecting those bottom lifts near the bottom. Once they kind of clear out, that would probably be our indicator that they have finished detaching the booster from the transport stand and are getting ready to lift it. So we'll keep an eye on that. But we're getting close for sure. All right, some of these super chats, I'm a big fan. If you shipped cows into orbit, it would be the herd shot round the world.
Oh
Boy.
God.
Oh, jeez.
So good, so good. Nerdly Knight, we appreciate you so
They're going
much.
on with the puns. They were probably
Listen,
here all
there
the
were
way
so
from the
many good
beginning.
puns being made earlier. I'm glad the puns are still coming.
Yeah, right? Now it's your turn to make any puns, so...
I'm not
Fire
good at
away.
making puns. I feel like I try to force it too much, and I do not have a natural pun talent. Every once in a while I get one, but it's not my specialty. Chat's gonna be way better at puns than me. Let's see here. Tony Collins with a new Red Team membership, excuse me. Tony, thank you so much for your support there. Here's a question. Ron Smith, do you think that SpaceX would add a robotic arm to Starship, or could they use a Canadarm or make their own? I've liked the concept art that people have made of like a payload bay and a robotic arm with Starship. It's pretty much like Shuttle, and I think that's pretty cool. And I thought it would be cool in real life as well. What do you guys think?
I think it would be really cool to see a robotic arm for some sort of, I don't know, capturing any satellite or deploying satellites or something. But what do you think, Adrian?
Yeah, I really think for like bigger and really sensitive satellites, it might make sense to have like an arm that just grabs them out and releases them into space. So it's for sure that they are not like hitting Starship on the way out. Or chomper design. I will forever be a fan of a chomper design.
Yeah.
Starship, like open a mouth and just deploy the satellite out. That's my favorite design.
All right, Travis in chat says, "Why is SpaceX putting a cow on a gimbal? It's how you steer."
That was bad.
Oh God. See, chat is really good at puns.
Mike Smith says that was so moving.
Oh my
Oh
God.
boy.
Moving right along.
Moving.
I see. I didn't even do that on purpose.
See, that was great. That was great.
Let's see. When the first landing at Mars or the Moon with Starship? Well, Artemis 3 will be in like 2026 or so, maybe.
I love how basically you double covered there. Be like, it will be 2026, maybe.
I mean,
Also,
the current target's officially 25 now, isn't it? They've admitted that 2024 won't happen.
yeah, I think I don't I really am a I think I'm the pessimist today, but I think when I think about that, so the target is still like 4 years off. I think another delay is likely, because
Probably.
how often do you see things in space flight being 4 years away and stick that date?
Yeah, that's a good point. Unless, I mean, yeah. Interplanetary launch windows are like the one thing that sometimes holds, but even then, I mean, psyche. So,
Yeah.
all right, so let's see some more questions here. Clinton says, any chance we can get a shout out from Michael Baylor? I miss hearing him on the streams as well, and we need a hashtag Team Michael. Where's the Michael fan club in chat? Michael Baylor's been operating both streams all day today. So Michael, thank you so much for everything that you do, and I appreciate that chat is recognizing that and wants to give you the shout out that you very much deserve. So thank you, Michael.
I should say team every live stream operator that we have, because we have Daz out in Spaceport America doing all the rocketry things, and also Patrick has been sort of coming in and going out, you know, whenever Michael has had to have a break, just as any other human, obviously, and you know, all the help is very appreciated. They are super great team.
The way you made it sound like you want to really convince somebody that Michael and the other operators are human. They're like every
that's
other
right.
human,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Now that I think about it.
Let's see, another question here. Raker says he's down for moon-based Moonraker. I can see how that would work. Hashtag Thomas Texas Tank Watchers. Goodness. The hashtags are evolving. We appreciate it. Here's a question. Ooh, I don't know the answer to this one. This is a very good question.
Uh-oh.
Why is your response uh-oh?
I mean, I'm worried if you say you don't have an answer to a question.
Oh, there's a lot of things I don't know about. That's why you guys are here. You guys know more about the Starship stuff than I do, to be honest. As far as I know, here's the question. SpaceX has not super chilled their methalogs with Starship prototypes thus far. Do they have that capability now with the tank farm, or do they even want to do that? Anybody?
Good question, Alex.
I knew it thrown out at me. I actually think they actually super chill the methane in the liquid oxygen. At least out there at the launch site, we've seen supercoolers or subchillers. I don't know what's the actual name. Subcoolers. Yeah, that's the name. They actually have a more technical name, but we're gonna call them subcoolers, and they are actually there for that. They are to be able to lower the temperature of the methane and the liquid oxygen, and they have, I think, if I remember correctly, 4 on the liquid oxygen side of the tank farm, and don't want to mess that up on the other side, but I think the methane side has 3, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure. I could look it up on the other cameras, to be honest, but it will take me a little bit of time. So yeah, we've seen those subcoolers out there. So I don't know where they come from with that kind of information, but hey, you know, it could be whatever thing they might have heard about. Oh yeah, there we have a view. We can see 2 subcoolers on the methane side, which is the right, the one closer to the booster, and all the way to the left we can see 4 of them. They look like hippos. Some members call them happy hippos or something like that, because they kind of have the shape of a hippo, and that's on the orbital
I can see
launch
it.
side. Yeah, right. That's on the orbital launch side, but smaller, similar functioning kind of subcoolers exist on the suborbital launch site. So yeah, I'm not sure. That's probably got a confusion. I do know that way back then, like way at the beginning of the Raptor testing, for example, at McGregor, Elon said that they weren't using subcooled methane and liquid oxygen, so they were using warm propellants for that. So yeah, probably from back then, but nowadays they use subcooled propellants.
Also, I want to say I'm not sure if they are happy hippos, because every time I tell them joke, they show me their cold side. That's it.
The puns are strong with this one. Oh my goodness.
I'm already expecting boos in chat, and I also saw some no super chats that are just great.
A cow sent to orbit would be an utter disaster.
Are we today's cow pun day?
Why is it cow pun? Like, how did we get to cow pun? Oh yeah, it was the herd shot around the world. That's where it started. Did Elon send horses to orbit to satisfy the naysayers? Chat, you're on one right now. I gotta give it to you. You're doing well. I appreciate all of you.
Question: do they fart methane?
No.
Oh boy.
Oh no. Here's an actual question that we'll try and answer. Jason,
What do you mean?
Why does the road need to be closed for the lift? I think it's just about controlling the personnel that are around the launch pad. Like, you only want SpaceX personnel near an operation like that for safety reasons.
Yeah, since this is the first time they are lifting a booster, and in general, because it's a very big lift, it's not unusual that in public spaces you would close something if a heavy object gets moved. Because there is always the potential that something goes wrong, and you don't want to have like people standing next to the road when a booster goes there. And yeah, I think it's just a safety measure. It makes sense.
Yeah. Another question here from David. Will the Chopsticks catch the booster on the first flight? So remind me, guys, what is the latest we've heard about whether or not they're going to try and recover Super Heavy on the first orbital flight test?
Well, I think with at least the pest dispenser installed and everything, I think it is at this point a very like it could be a normal Starlink mission, but I really doubt a catch attempt. Like as we talked about before, I really would expect them to do like a water landing and really just iron out the whole landing profile, because so far they never flight tested a Super Heavy.
Right.
And the first flight test of a Super Heavy will probably be the orbital launch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Adrian.
Yeah. The booster is gonna be what I need right now, which is going for a swim. It's too hot in here right now.
Another question, or super chat here from Ace of Spades. Greetings from Music City, USA. Just throwing some support for all the coverage you guys offer. A landlocked space nerd. Ace of Spades, we appreciate your support and we're glad you're enjoying the coverage. Here is another super chat. Oswin says might need a robotic arm when they are building androids they can send up. Yeah, we'll combine the Tesla AI with the Starship launches. Oliver with a $20 super chat. Appreciate that so much. The question: who would win in a fight? A Falcon 9 sized Falcon 1 or 100 Falcon 1 sized Falcon 9s?
Okay, I need to really, so a Falcon 9 sized Falcon 1, okay, or 100, okay. Imagine the tiny Merlins on the F1-sized Falcon 1s.
Yeah, it'd be like Super Dracos.
Yeah. That sounds like a rocket I built in Kerbal to really get cheap to orbit. And I would bet on the 100 Falcon 1 sized Falcon 9s.
I mean, what's the mass to orbit of Falcon 1, and is it 100 times less than Falcon 9, you know? I think that's the question. Oh no, but it's a Falcon 9 sized Falcon 1. So it just has
Falcon
a
9
giant
size.
Merlin.
Yeah, I guess.
These are great questions there, Oliver. I appreciate the support. I have no idea how to answer.
I love how we didn't even have a goal for this question. Like, what are they fighting? What is a
It was just
is
who
a
would win in
Leo
a
fight?
I don't know the purpose of the question.
What is a Leo fight? Can we define Leo fight?
Well, it's a fight that occurs in space in an orbit around the Earth, but it's below like 1,000 kilometers. Can't be higher than that.
Oh yeah, and where does Leo start exactly? Let's start there.
Good question.
We're
Where
not going into the Carmen line discussion again. We're not doing it.
I was
The
trying to
McDowell
bait you
line.
into that discussion.
I
Yeah,
was trying to come up with a good answer, but I'm not going into it.
I just accept the superiority of the McDowell line. He expert. I'm not.
Jonathan Douglas says, "What do cow farts smell like? Derriere." The cow puns just keep coming. They just keep coming. Jonathan, thank you for the support. Thank you everyone for your support. We really appreciate it. Some more questions here. Not Slime, could the KSC tower have the sleek black design like the tower for Falcon 9 Falcon Heavy? I'm willing to bet that it will at some point. Honestly, the one at Starbase might also.
Yeah, I'm right now wondering. Wait, let me play a bit of time while I look at the pictures in the environmental
Okay,
assessment.
AJ's gonna go
answer
look
that
up to see if we actually
myself
know the
then.
answer.
But I'll just say give them time, and they'll make something fancy.
I mean, how long? I mean, they were at 39A for a while before they actually put that stuff up.
Yep.
And I would imagine they want to like make sure they don't need any big design changes for the catch arms and things like that. But I would be surprised if the tower doesn't look a bit more like the SpaceX aesthetic in a couple years, you know?
Well, I think we know the answer. I will put this in our communication back channel. This looks to me like there's like shielding and on them. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
So the environmentalist, that's from the environmental assessment, right?
Yes.
That certainly looks like, at least in that render. I mean, I don't know how true to life that render has to be, but it does look like the towers are going to get some protection on it, similar to the A39A.
Yes.
Can we get maybe can we either show this or maybe, is there a link to that in chat that we can throw in?
I think so.
There it is.
There
Thank
we
you,
go.
Michael. That's the render we're talking about. This is from the environmental assessment for Starbase, and you can see the towers do look like they have some protection on it. That looks very similar to 39A, so I'd be surprised if they don't go that route.
I still love that they
Close
still
to
include
the-
the Starhopper. I still love that they include Starhopper in every
Yeah,
render.
it's important enough to label. There's also a Cybertruck in that render for the record, but
Yeah.
That's how you know
they
it's
also have a
very
crane
far in the future.
lifting the one Starship, even though there's the lift arms and two towers. Like, that's very weird.
Oh yeah, that's true. Are we now playing spot the arrows in the FAA environmental assessment rendering?
Or maybe that's how they're gonna load the crew. Who knows?
Also, Starhopper was kind of standing on the road in that render.
That's, yeah. Let's see here.
Anyway, there's still a booster, and it's not lifting so far.
Yeah, we are still waiting for the booster lift. Again, we've got some personnel working near the base of the booster right now. That's probably the last step before the lift, though. And, of course, like we mentioned earlier, the more we mention it, the more it'll be delayed. So maybe if we just ignore it, it'll lift? Is that the strategy now?
I love, by the way, how as soon as we went offline with the first stream, the chopsticks started moving, and as soon
Right.
as we went online with the second stream, every movement basically stopped.
That's the thing. If we just like stopped the stream right now, they'd be lifting in 5 minutes.
Yeah, for sure.
People now hating us be like, stop the stream.
Anyway, continue with some questions. Again, chat, if you've got questions, please tag us at NASASpaceflight. Luke just realized that clearing a pad will no longer be necessary once Tesla bots can substitute pad workers. I think that's a way away, but we appreciate that, Luke.
People notice my pun about the Cybertruck on the render.
It's important, you know. The puns are a crucial part of this live stream at this point.
Yeah, because
I don't know what we did to
said-
make that a thing for today, but we did.
I said that's how you know it's a render and very far in the future. There's the Cybertruck there. Same thing with the Tesla bot, I think. But yeah.
This is a surprisingly pun-heavy stream, and Jack is not even here.
And yeah, if Jack was, I feel like Jack is
He will
the
enjoy it
resident
today.
pun maker at NSF. But we're holding. I like to think we're holding. Well, I mean, mostly I'm just reading chat at this point. I'm not even making the puns, but keeping y'all updated and also taking as many questions as we can here. So let's keep it going. Raker says, technically Leo starts as soon as you leave the ground. Maintaining that orbit gets easier the higher you go. That's a fair point. Appreciate the support there, Raker. I like that. Alright, here comes the famous question. We asked this on the first stream, and we're going to ask it again. I remember the answer I gave last time, and I'm going to stick to it. Donkey Hunter is trying to plan their trip to Texas and for the first orbital launch. When do you think that could happen? This would be the most epic human event since the I'm assuming that's supposed to mean the Transcontinental Railroad, but I see the spirit of the message there. All right, so what? All right, we got to go around the horn. I don't think I guess we didn't get Alex's
No.
prediction. All right, so Alex, you get Agent. You and I should give ours first because we already talked about ours.
Yeah.
Mine was I said February 2023. What was yours again?
Before I give mine, I was just gonna say you will now see, Donkey Hunter, how it will not help to have us ask that
Yeah.
question
This is going to be the
plan
most
your trip.
useless prediction, by the way. These are all useless, and you shouldn't listen to any of them. But
Yeah,
Adrian,
mine was December 2022, and
Okay.
Alex.
I'm gonna say no earlier than the fourth quarter of this year.
no, fourth quarter. You got to say a month.
Yeah.
I was told that
it's-
winter isn't specific enough, so you have to name a month.
I said that on the PA stream, but okay. October, November, no earlier than that.
All right.
October or November? No.
Well, I said no earlier
October
then, so I guess October.
/ November.
No earlier than October 31st.
But I'm gonna say something. They talk about planning a trip to Texas. Do not plan way ahead of time. Just
Yeah,
gonna say
no.
that.
To answer the
This is
question,
not for them.
you should not be planning your travel for the first orbital launch yet. There's so much work that has to happen beforehand. We need this booster. First of all, we need this booster installed on the launch pad. So SpaceX, if you're listening, would love to see that happen tonight. I could see.
Yeah,
You
please.
see on that right-hand side views the lifts that are working near the bottom of the vehicle. That's what we're waiting for them to finish up. But
Disclaimer: NASASpaceflight is not responsible if you have to cancel your vacation.
we are absolutely not. But
Psyche
once that
moment.
happens, this booster has to complete static fire testing. The ship has to complete static fire testing. They have to stack the vehicle. They have to get a launch license. They have to, and that comes after they do all the mitigations from the environmental assessment. So it's way too early to predict when all of that's going to be done, and there's so much work left that you do not have to be planning that right now.
And all the people, like, I just want to say about all these timelines, and I hate to bring that up again, but for all the people that right now say that we are too pessimistic, remember we had predictions and we had timelines like orbit in summer 2020,
You're
and
right.
orbit not later than summer 2021, and
Icheng, I
orbit.
remember a certain prediction too. 5 orbital launches in 2022.
Yeah, for example, like to bring up I'm burned. So I'm a burned child in the Starship prediction game, because in the beginning of this year I was on NSF Live, and I predicted that Starship will launch 5 times this year. And Mr.
And
Michael
how's
Baylor,
that going, Adrian?
yeah, Mr. Michael Baylor made sure that I will never forget that prediction.
It was a bold one, I'll give you that. Then again, I can't speak about records of like predicting spaceflight events, so I really can't give Adrian anything for this.
Yeah, it's hard because when you go on record in front of thousands of people, you sometimes just kind of lose.
Yeah, I think it's way easier to guess wrong in this industry. Things always
Yeah.
delay way more than you think. Like, I feel like we all assume things are going to be late, and we're still
Yeah.
wrong because they were later.
Yeah. So one thing I'm looking now at the screen, very, a little bit more focused on the things there. And we're waiting for the lift, and speaking of lift, there are 3 lifts there with a crane. They're doing some work, and it's a little bit sad that we cannot have a more close-up view. I would love to be a fly out there, and be able to see and hear what they're doing. But they seem to be working hard on whatever it's going on there, and I don't even know what they could bring a crane, but it's interesting to see that they're probably having some hard time there. And this is to be expected. This is the first time they do it with a booster. The booster has like 20 hold down clamps on the stand.
Mhm.
It's not an easy thing, right? And like compared to the ship has only 6, for example, so that's at least 3 times simpler than the booster. So it's obviously easier with the ship. But even with the ship, we saw them taking a long time the first time that they lifted. There were many people down there, and there could always be something going on. So yeah, but worth keeping an eye on. I think probably once they all get out of there, maybe this time finally they will lift the booster.
We're hoping so.
I didn't want to say it because it's like every time you say it, it's jinxing it, but yeah.
Another question here. Blaine, asking for more predictions. Here we go. Take a guess at how long it'll take for Starship to overtake Falcon 9 in flight count.
How many flights, Alex? How many flights does Falcon 9 have so far?
I can tell you right now.
I think it's 159.
What was the last launch? Global Star, right?
Yes.
Yeah, give me time to do math in my head. Then thanks.
Yeah. Here.
My guess is 159 off the top of my head.
You're right. 159.
Oh, I got it right. That's
Birds.
see. All right, chat.
You're right.
You got to give me some credit for that.
Okay, so meanwhile, Michael on the back channel is like, use my app. Okay,
Michael.
but using your app, you have to do a little bit more of searching. I have all my spreadsheets right here. But yeah, definitely for those people that are watching, do use his app, NASASpaceflight. So it's a great,
Yes.
and I also contribute, by the way. So a little bit of self-promotion there.
Next spaceflight, highly recommended by the entire NSF team for sure.
Indeed.
Hey, we still have to embarrass ourselves.
But yeah,
in the
we still
prediction.
haven't done the actual question. So
Hmm.
all right, well, let's say hypothetically, so the average of our guesses is somewhere around Adrian's guess. So let's just go. Starship makes an first orbital launch, end of this year. By then,
Yeah.
Falcon 9's gonna be up to like 190 launches or something. It's gonna hit 200 next year, right?
Well, I think what
Yeah.
will happen is they will stop doing Starlinks very soon after Starship hits orbit, of course, because they want to move them to Starship. I would just guess. And with that, I come to a conclusion of 2028 to 2029 in my head for Starship to overtake Falcon 9, because I assume like if Falcon 9 will still fly like 20, 30 times a year, even without stalling, like 20 times a year. So yeah,
I could see that.
Yeah, 2029. I say 2029.
Alex, care to
I'm
offer
saying
a
no earlier.
contrary
I'm
opinion?
gonna give another no earlier. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
I'm just gonna give like, if I were to give obviously some kind of period of time frames that I see that happening, the end point will be the heat death of the universe. But the earliest that I will see that happening, could be probably 2030. I don't see that happening this decade. Mainly because, if you think about it, Falcon 9 has launches all the way to 2030, especially with Crew Dragon recently, and it's probably gonna go all the way to 300, 350, I will guess, total number of launches. I do think that probably by the 2030s, Falcon 9 is probably gonna be launching just less than a handful times a year, even like if any launch at all. I think that by that time, Starship will have launched enough times for customers to go over, but I don't think they're gonna reach a high cadence right away. Still, if you think about it, it's 8 years from now at 300 launches or thereabouts. That's a lot of launches per year. So yeah, but I don't think it's gonna be sort of Elon cadence. If there's Elon time, there's also Elon cadence, and you could probably have Elon reusability. I don't think it's gonna get to Elon cadence this decade. In any case, I think something like Falcon 9 for something the size of a Starship will be way better than we are right now. Just gonna throw that out. Even though I don't think we're gonna get to Elon cadence, I think something like Falcon 9 cadence, we can probably achieve that in this decade, and it will be amazing to see one Starship launching every week.
Right. All right. Well, there's some predictions, and again, I never feel like these predictions have any merit. Chad, I'm always down to like ask and talk about them, but Chad, please don't make any like travel arrangements based on any of this.
Yeah. Please
If you
don't.
say that, they're gonna keep doing it, right? It's always the same.
So here's a question. Donnie, why doesn't SpaceX build a dedicated road on their property between the build site and the launch site so they don't have to mess with road closures? Yeah, go ahead.
There's water.
Right, yeah, like you can't actually do that.
Like there's a wild, like how is it called, a national protection area, like when you don't want to hurt the environment, how it's called, that area, environmental protection area, and also water, and there's a highway. So and also they will still have to mess with road closures, because the problem is not only that if they want to transport something, but also if they want to static fire, or if they want to cryo test, they still have to close that road. They cannot just build another road and leave that one open.
Right. So, hope that answers your question there, Donnie. Appreciate the support as well. Here's Dr. Fork says, as they say, a watched pot never boils. Love all you guys' work. Wishing for a good orbital launch. Us too. Also hoping for a good lift here soon. Teams continuing to work near the bottom of the booster, hopefully making those final preps for lift ops. Here we go. 13th Andy, what is the lowest altitude that something could orbit the Earth without burning up, assuming a perfect round Earth with no obstacles? Oh, well, before we answer that, I should point out that there's someone walking on the orbital launch mount. Not sure if that's a sign of something. Shout out to
Humans,
orbital launch mount
humans
guy.
for scale.
Humans for scale. But so what's the lowest orbit that we've like used, us being humanity, obviously in the broader sense, but like a lowest operational orbit that's been used?
Ooh,
Well-
I feel like that's sort of Jonathan McDowell kind of question.
Jonathan, that would probably know the answer to this. Yes.
This is the kind of question I would usually ask you, Thomas. Like,
All right.
That's
Well,
for
I
sure.
would just Google it. So let's see, lowest.
You're the
Earth
aerospace engineer
orbit.
here, Thomas.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean, we are
almost
back
like.
to the, we are good times back to the question: what is an orbit?
Let's
like-
see. Alright, I've got one web source suggesting that the ISS's altitude is probably about the lowest you could do without needing excessive like reboost or whatever.
What's
I think
the,
it depends on the spacecraft. Like spacecraft that are shaped differently are going to behave differently at those orbits and things like that.
What's the average
Altitude?
height of the altitude of the ISS again?
About 400 kilometers.
Well, then it's not even the ISS, because I think Tiangong is lower on average.
Oh,
It is
it?
389.
Okay. Well, alright, so in that range though, like high
Yeah.
300s maybe. And I'm sure if you got creative with the spacecraft design, you could get lower. I'd have to do some research on that. Chat, I'm going to get back to you on that in the future about orbital dynamics in that sense. Because now I'm curious how low we've actually put something into orbit. Here's a question from DD Matt. What's going to happen first, landing on Mars or at the moon with Starship? I don't think they're going to go to Mars first, right?
Well,
Hmm.
I feel like at this point with Artemis, they are kind of locked into the delivering first, going to the moon.
Right.
I before the whole Artemis situation with Starship, I kind of thought that SpaceX didn't really care about the moon, besides like doing a flyby for the moon.
Right.
But yeah, now it's moon then Mars.
Yeah, I believe I agree with you there. Here's a question. Crafter says, why don't you guys make a Discord? Funny you should ask. If you join the YouTube member program for NASA Spaceflight at the Capcom level or higher, you do get access to the NASA Spaceflight Discord, which does actually exist. Can hang out with the team, can hang out with other YouTube members, discuss all sorts of spaceflight things. So yeah, Capcom level or higher for the YouTube like channel memberships. And that is how you can access the NSF Discord. So it exists. It's real. Highly recommend.
I feel like
Next
that should be a
question.
banner, like a commercial banner. It exists. It's real. Highly
I
recommend.
recommend. That's the tagline.
Yes.
Brad asking, how are SpaceX doing with Raptor 2 development? What's the latest we've heard about that engine development?
Well, we had today kind of a interesting development.
Right, that's true.
At McGregor, right? We saw earlier a rod, but also I'm seeing Michael typing. He's probably gonna say, but they also had a lot of tests. See, he said that. They had a lot of tests,
Wow.
hundreds of tests in between. See, I know about what Michael is gonna post already. They had many tests in between. I think the last rod that we saw, at least, noticeable rods. I'm sure they probably have some issues with engines, but they have a very robust kind of software, at least in some engines, I guess, that they can shut down before an actual failure occurs.
Right.
And so probably there's some that failed and it was just like an early shutdown of sorts. But an explosive or flamey rod the last one that we saw was in early May, so it's been almost a month. And they test a lot. We actually had one day, I think, a week or two ago. I think it's probably 1 week ago. They had 10 tests between Raptor, Merlin, and like second stages. It was crazy. They test a lot of engines down there, and especially Raptor is the most tested one there. And I mean, you just gotta go to the McGregor live stream, and put it on a tab on your computer.
Just have it in the
And
background. You'll hear when the test happens.
Just leave it there. You'll hear the engines roaring. It's crazy. I'm sometimes here in my desk, paying attention to some other things, also NSF stuff, and then sometimes it's like in a Raptor fires or a Merlin or something. So yeah, you just gotta tune in, and you'll see that what we are saying is not really any sort of they're covering failures or things like that. No, it's really true. There's many tests, and this is the first one we've seen that is this kind of flamey or explodey since early May. So yeah, and another thing that probably Michael wanted me to point out, although he didn't type that, but they had a test, I think even 5 minutes later. So it was like, hey, no biggie, we're just gonna do another test. Not on the same test stand, obviously, but with another engine and another test stand. But they didn't seem in a hurry to say, oh, we're gonna shut down all the tests here at McGregor. They didn't go that way.
Yep, exactly. Of course, every once in a while we get those updates from Elon on Twitter talking about the pressures that they've reached and things like that. So that's another good indicator of how that development goes. And so we'll see what the next thing we hear is. But if the McGregor videos has been any indication, it's that they've been doing a lot of tests, and a lot of them are going very well, it appears. So let's see. George Chambers says the crane is for removing the transport stand's GSE side booster QD plate from the booster QD interface. Do we know anything about that?
It could be. Like, it's not off the world that could be correct.
Yeah, we saw them at least when they were rolling them back. I think the ship also has some kind of similar plate. The only problem here, obviously, we don't have that kind of close-ups. But for example, when they removed ship 24 from the suborbital pad A, they had a plate on ship 24, so it could be the same here. I didn't see it on the booster, probably missed it, but I'm definitely sure that's still the case here too.
Yeah, I gotcha. Well, hopefully, I mean, my guess is, well, the crane's been moving around. Like, the crane was at one point a little bit closer to where that lift currently is, and they've been moving it around a bit, I think. Hard to tell exactly what they're using for, but I think I understand what you're saying, George. So it's on the transport stand, there's something that goes where the booster QD will connect, and they're just got to take that off before they actually do the lift, is how I understand it. Do I get that right?
Yes. You got that right.
Would make sense.
I think the hook even for the crane is still up top, right?
Yeah.
So it's not attached to anything.
I mean, hard to tell. I don't think anything's hanging from that either, right?
Yeah.
Here is a very generous from Charles super chat, $100 super chat from Charles.
Wow.
No message or anything. Charles, we just want to say
Yes.
thank you for that support. We
chat,
really
that's amazing.
appreciate that. Beyond generous, above and beyond. So we just want to say thank you so much for that. Putting together this live coverage is not expensive. All of these cameras are expensive to operate, and so we appreciate that everyone appreciates the coverage. We're glad that you all enjoy the coverage. We're glad that you all tune in, engage in the discussion. Even if you don't engage in the discussion, if you tune in and hit mute and just watch the views, we appreciate you too. But for those of you that stick around for the commentary as well, I'm glad you enjoy, and we appreciate you.
I mean, you can
Also,
also
the
boo at
people-
us.
Also, the people who were just muting the stream and never heard that, they will also never heard that Thomas is appreciating them. So, your loss.
Another question here. Laurie asks if it's going to lift before it is too dark to see. Well, we've seen them lift at night too, and there are plenty of lights in the area that you can still see. Obviously, it would be unsafe to lift where there's no visibility. But we are
Yeah,
hoping that
we
the lift
would do
doesn't take
that.
that long.
I love. I now remember the evening when we thought, yeah, they would never lift while it's dark outside.
Right.
Like them like 5 minutes to start the lift.
Yeah, actually, one point that I wanted to make here is that, for example, for crane lifts, they don't do that, but with the chopsticks, they actually do that.
Right.
The one of the lifts was with the chopsticks during the night. I don't think we have seen any sort of lift with the cranes during the night, and I think that
Right,
has
only
to
with
do,
the chopstick. Only the one
Yeah.
time they used the chopsticks to lift a ship.
I think it has to do with the visibility, especially, safety is paramount for these operations. And the thing is, for the chopstick lift, no one is close to the chopsticks. So, and they have many cameras, and they are remotely operated. So if there's any sort of failure of any kind, knock on wood, nothing like that happens, right? But if it were to happen, they are safe enough, so they don't really need daylight for that kind of operation.
I think it also has to do with the fact that I think there's like a company that does the crane operation, and they probably have operating hours. So
Sure, whereas the
that-
chopsticks are just SpaceX.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
just
but
SpaceX
the-
infrastructure, but the cranes are, I think, handled by not SpaceX, but a different company.
But the crane, for example,
I-
that they have is owned by SpaceX. I'm not sure if it's also operated by SpaceX, but it is owned by them, and they don't
yeah,
seem to be using that during the night.
Yeah, but I think they're just using like contractors to operate them. I would not be surprised to do it because it takes time and effort to train a person for a crane, and you just usually you don't need one all the time. So you just hire people to do it.
Right. Another question here. LB says that they heard about China's recently announced Mars sample return plans, and that schedule actually puts the sample return before NASA's current plans. Basically asking if we have any thoughts on that, or if China could also do something similar with their moon program.
Here we go.
Adrian, you are the local Chinese spaceflight expert. How does the Chinese
Indeed.
space exploration timeline kind of compare with some of the things with Starship and the Artemis program and here in the United States?
Okay, this might take a bit longer, so I'm doing my best to keep it short. But the Mars sample returns are not really 100% comparable because they, like NASA right now and ESA, they're really drilling in specific spots and comparing like very specific probes were together. The China Mars sample return mission is more about just get a rock back because they don't have the landing accuracy that, for example, Perseverance had, so they can nail it down a bit worse. I think the timeline right now, at least as long as everybody sticks to that timeline, and that's another point that also comes into this. Yeah, right now the Chinese would be the first to bring Mars back to Earth, and usually they are not that bad in sticking with timelines. So it wouldn't surprise me at this point because I lack the belief that ESA and NASA are able to speed up a timeline. That is something that I would bet against. In terms of Moon first, they would need, like, they are still developing a bigger rockets that they would need to achieve that. One of them is the Long March, or the Zhangzheng 5 the Epsilon, or Dengyu, which is basically their moon rocket, and that is still a good 4 or 5 years ish out. So Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
on moon landing terms, they're having time, and even then, that doesn't mean they will land on the moon like 2027.
That's the
Uh,
Chinese Falcon Heavy, right?
Yeah, that's basically capabilities of Falcon Heavy.
That
It's in
somehow,
that
yeah,
ballpark.
somehow has the name of the Chang'e 5, but it has nothing to do with the Chang'e 5. Doesn't use
To be
the
f-
same engines nor
Yeah, I was gonna
the
say
same
I know
fan
about the
gauge.
Chang'e 5, but there's a new that Adrian knows about
Yes.
rockets that I don't even know exist apparently.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
that. Basically, that's the next step, and the step after that would be the Shangzheng 9. That's the current path they are going. And also, sometimes names in Chinese rocketry doesn't mean that the rockets are related to each other. There are rockets in the Long March 2 family, saying Long March, I should say Shangsheng, family, that are more related to the 4 than the 2, but they are apparently called 2. So, not always the name is indication of what is related.
Fun times in the rocket naming world.
Yes.
But appreciate the support and the question there, Albie. Here's a question from Flying Ryan. Can SpaceX request their launch license for Boca while still working on the mitigations, or do they have to finish all the mitigations first? Do we know?
I would say they. I would say they, at the point where the launch license is given, basically by the point where where the final okay is issued, they have to be done with all the mitigations, as far as I understand it.
yeah.
They don't need to
So,
fulfill everything until they request.
so
Yeah.
could it be like we're about to finish the last couple mitigations? We can prove that they'll be done.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if there's a process where you're like, hey, this is very likely, and we will have this done in time, and that is sufficient to issue the license. That would not be an unusual process in a license process that you can just show regulators that you will be done in time, and then they will do like a final check once they issue it, and then
Right.
you're done.
That is kind of how it works for like certifying launch vehicles for certain payloads. Like, yeah, you will have completed the amount of flights needed to certify your rocket by the time this mission is ready to launch. Therefore, we can award you this launch contract.
Yes, basically the same thing. Because it would be kind of impractical to always wait for everything to be done to then start a permission process. You're basically wasting time at that point.
Right. Mr. Oh man, Mr. T's
Uh-oh.
Creations. Would anyone object to sending a cow to the moon?
Oh my god.
The cow puns are still coming. Chad is keeping
Yeah.
them coming strong. Appreciate it as always.
Yeah, I'm amazed how many there are. Like it's Chad is really creative with puns.
Let's see here. Wait. Alright, so we're talking about we're keeping an eye on that crane. And I think George Chambers here has a good point. The crane has
Yeah.
2 cables for 2 separate hooks. The smaller hook is visible just above the booster's QD interface cover. Near the
that's
bottom, like
something
right
that I
above
wanted
where that
to-
lift is there another hook there?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
something that I wanted to bring up because I think I saw it before, and then on the other view I saw the hook up and it was like, hold on, maybe it has 2 hooks, and it actually has. You can see a little bit above the QD. It's sort of right in front of the raceway, so you can be confused by a piece on the raceway, but you can actually see it swinging right now a little bit to the
Right.
left and right. It's sort of like a darker blob there. Yeah, and you can see even some of the reflections on the cables. So yeah,
People
Right.
they
telling
seem
us
to be
stop
working
with
hard
the,
on it.
people telling us to stop with the cow puns because they are cheesy. Just wanted to bring that up.
Chat.
We're gonna make a poll to kick Adrian out.
It's not Adrian's fault, he's just reading chat.
Yeah, I'm just the voice of the people here.
The voice of the people. We appreciate
Yes.
that, Adrian. Thank you. Folks, if you are just joining us, in addition to the cow puns, we are also talking about your questions. So if you've got questions, tag us at NASASpaceflight. We are also keeping an eye on the final preparations for the first ever Chopsticks lift of a booster. SpaceX has lifted a Starship once before, but for the first time they're going to be lifting a booster, specifically this one, a Booster 7, onto the orbital launch mount, hopefully here shortly, so that they can enter the Booster 7 pre-launch test campaign, including static fires and things. Are we expecting any more tests that are not static fires? Like, is there more cryoproofing to be done? Or some sort of wet dress rehearsal, maybe, without an engine firing? What are we expecting for this test campaign?
It wouldn't be unusual to at least see some sort of fueling or like pressure test with a vehicle after it was basically rolled back and then rolled out again. So I could see them performing like an ambient or like a general pressure test with this booster before static firing it.
Yeah, and one of the things that probably we actually saw recently, I'm remembering right now, from the recent Vandenberg launch, the Sarah launch, Jay the Shelter, one of the NSF folks, captured a view of them testing the transporter rector like the day before of the launch, and they were sort of retracting the T and putting back on the rocket, and
Train
then
is
again
moving.
retracting it. Train is moving?
Sorry,
Oh!
the crane has
yeah.
Yeah,
the
you can
QD.
see the cutie plate.
Alright, well there's another step of progress there. They have removed that plate we were just talking about.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Alright,
Woo!
so now here's the question. Is there more work to be done, or are all the lifts going to go away now?
We'll see.
Yeah, basically,
We'll see what
they are freeing this booster right now from the stand, right? This is part of
Yeah.
basically freeing this booster from the stand.
Well, I think
so.
it's possible that that plate isn't necessarily in the way of them lifting it, but then it wouldn't be able to connect to the QD once they get it there. And it's probably easier to remove from while it's sitting lower than when it's like on the orbital launch mount already, you know?
Then I think they will lift today, still, because at this point they are removing how it is fixed at the stand. So
Right.
at some point they kind of have to commit or have a loose booster. And
We
the
also
loose
had some
booster,
discussion.
yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. Loose booster is just a weird word because it sounds like the booster is on the run.
We also had some discussions about, do we think weather could be a factor? Like, obviously, there could be some wind limits for when they can do lifts. There's zero wind right now, which doesn't always happen.
Yeah.
So I would like to think they'd like to take advantage of that and get this lift done today. So, but that's a very encouraging sign there that they have gotten that QD plate out of the way. Now we're going to keep an eye on the rest of those lifts that are around the vehicle as they continue to free the booster from the transport mount that they rolled it out on. Again, they rolled the booster out literally today, hoping that they'll get to lift it up onto the launch mount here shortly. I will keep some questions and chat messages coming here. Constantine says, it's 2:30 in the morning and I can't sleep. Well, thank you for bringing coverage to us. Cotton, I'm glad you're enjoying it. And if you do fall asleep, which I hope you do, you can always watch the replay later. Don't, hope you can get to sleep soon. But as long as you're awake, we're glad that you're spending your time with us. We appreciate that.
I must say, I feel, given the currency and the time that they're saying,
Yeah.
they're from Europe. Adrian and I are also from Europe. It's 3 a.m. almost here.
Adrian and Alex,
So-
we appreciate both of you as well, despite
Yeah.
what time it is where you are right now.
Yeah,
And I
was
slept
like-
very
I was
little
like-
yesterday, to be honest.
I was like 2:30. That's 20 minutes ago from the super chat, so that's my time zone.
Yep.
Oh man. Christopher, thank you for becoming a launch director member. That's a very generous visa support there, Christopher. We appreciate that.
And he also super chatted $40. So yeah, that's
Oh my goodness, he
great
did.
support.
Christopher, with a $40
Yeah.
super chat as well. Appreciate that. Just thanks for all you guys do. Well, thank you for your support. We're glad you enjoy. Folks, I do try to, obviously, we want to thank everyone who sends support our way. We're also trying to answer a bunch of questions that, you don't have to pay to ask a question, of course. So I'm pulling questions out of chat too. We've been answering a bunch of those. don't want to, distract from that. But I do want to just make a point to thank everyone who sends that extra support our way, because we really appreciate it, and it allows us to do cool things and enhance our coverage. So, thank you. Let's see some other questions that have come through here.
I'm glad SpaceX right now is waiting for us to look away and then like in an instant
Right, of
press the
course.
lift button. Yeah, they're waiting again.
Question here: how far along in development is Booster 8, and how fast is it coming together compared to how long it took to build Booster 7? All right, who's got the latest on Booster 8? Because again, these two are more in depth with or in touch with the latest Starbase happenings than me, so I'm going to yield this one to them.
Adrian?
Give me time. Just talk about
What are
it.
you looking it up?
Okay.
I'm not
He's
even
looking
sure.
through our dailies.
Yeah.
No, I can probably have a small rundown of what's going on. Booster 8 is right now partially in the Mega Bay and partially in the Mid Bay. The methane tank, the top section of the booster, is currently sitting on the Mid Bay, and the LOX tank, or lower section, including the engine section, is out there at the Mega Bay. I don't think we've seen any sort of movement for joining both points, both parts actually. But we'll see. We'll see. It's almost complete already. I think they're probably taking some time just with the little details, or probably they were petting a little bit Booster 7 once it was out at the Mega Bay. Now it's back at the launch site, so perhaps we'll see a stacking soon of Booster 8.
There we go. Keeping the questions coming, Space Cat from Jupiter, who says, what are your thoughts on future Raptor engines like Raptor 3? Didn't Elon say at some point there's going to be a future engine, but it won't be called Raptor?
Yep. He said that, but yeah, I mean, I guess it's no secret that SpaceX will develop an engine more and more, and will probably develop at some point more engines, and different engines as well. So yeah, they will keep on improving and developing, and I feel like with Raptor they are still, since they have no real flight, like orbital flight data so far, I feel like they're still in the phase where they learn a lot and just develop a lot.
Yeah, and even Raptor 2, we know from Elon that they want to upgrade it and remove the flanges and all of that. Like they want to improve even just this version of the engine. We also saw improvements on Raptor 1. I believe the ones used on Starship SN15 were improved versions of the original Raptor 1. I think I remember one of the rollouts of those engines to SM15. I remember seeing them, and it was like super different. And now you see them compared to Raptor 2, and it's like, holy! It's like they're even simpler. And Elon is like, yeah, we're gonna make it even simpler and more powerful and all of that. So they're not gonna sit on just this engine. They're gonna be upgrading this way more.
There we go. Frank asking, what are the dry weights of both the booster and the Starship? Do we have those kind of numbers on hand, or can we get them?
Booster is 250 tons.
Oh, right, that's from the latest interview. Yep. So
Yep,
that's dry of the
Yeah.
booster.
And probably ship. I'm not sure. I think
the
they said
ship
somewhere.
was somewhere around 100 to 120. What
I think that was
what were
the
you
goal. Like,
thinking?
I think that the goal that he said in the
Mm.
presentation, that the goal, the second to last presentation, that the goal was to get the ship below 100 tons dry mass. But I doubt they're there yet. But yeah, above, like probably between 100 and 150, right?
Yeah, the ship, the booster is 250, it seems, from what Elon says. Yeah, the ship is a little bit harder to guess. I think the tankage is actually very lightweight compared to how we see it, but it's probably all the other stuff, the flaps, the nose cone itself. I think it has a little bit of reinforcement here and there. It also has the tanks, the header tanks. So it's obviously, you know, all the other added stuff that gets added to just the tank gauge.
Here is an interesting question from Weber. Says, if you could travel to any planet, what planet would you go to? Also, hope you guys are all okay. Appreciate that.
Earth.
Well, okay, you're already at Earth. You don't have to travel to get to Earth. I think you know
But
the point of the
there's-
question.
But there's air here. No. Good question. Like, we assume that basically every part of just dying there is now not a factor anymore, right?
I guess that's.
Well, you can
that's the
assume
whole
that you
point of
have
the
like a
question, I guess.
spacesuit that will keep you alive.
Okay. Neptune, because I like it. It looks fancy.
Okay, I guess we're also assuming you have the ability to float in a gas giant, I suppose.
Yes. Yeah. But, okay. I feel like I had not enough conditions to answer this question
All right.
right now.
I know that's a completely fair answer to the question. I totally get it. Also, they
by the
lowered
way,
that
the
crane
vibe-
that they just removed that QD plate with, by the way. So hopefully that's another good point of progress. I mean, I guess we kind of assumed they were done with the crane since they removed the plate, but good to see anyway.
Oh my god, we will see it drunk vibing back to the build construction shed.
Yay!
Yes.
All right, if people were not here earlier, that's going to sound very bad. Dude, for context, we saw that they were driving that crane out to the launch site earlier, and the hooks was just like bouncing around. It looked like it was just vibing on its way to the launch site. That's what we're talking about.
Yes. Michael, I hope we get that in big screen as soon as it drives by.
There you go. Really quick, Jimmy says, no questions, just want to say I love y'all's work and love your energy and passion you bring every day. Go NASA Spaceflight. Appreciate that, Jimmy. Thank you for the support there, and we appreciate that. Here's a question. Always wondered, why is the fuel tank farm so close to the launch tower? What goes into
we all
placing that
wondering
tank
that.
farm so close to the launch site?
Good question.
I mean, to be fair, with every area and every distance you add, you have to add more power to the pumps. You have to, at some point, make sure that everything goes correctly in there. You're basically adding complexity with range.
Right. Yeah, the longer those lines have to go, you've got more places where that system can fail.
Yeah.
I think that's the simplest way to answer that question. Let's see. Here's a good one. CSR. They say they asked Chris, Alex, and Ian this earlier, but since Thomas and Adrian are here now, what are your guys' favorite type of coffee? So, I'm a bit of a weirdo. I might be the only engineer on the planet that doesn't drink coffee. So my legitimate answer is that I don't drink coffee. I know that makes me weird, and I'll probably get criticized for that by chat, but it's true. Adrian, want to offer your thoughts?
Black coffee, no sugar, no milk. That's it.
Just pure caffeine for Adrian. That's what he's here for.
Yes. I need the
You're
energy.
also you're also a fan of the energy drinks, though, too.
Yeah, I have powder energy drinks, so yes.
Boy.
Let's see here. Oh, I've just realized I never answered what planet I'd go to. Wait, Alex, did you answer that question?
I didn't. But I can answer that. I was just gonna say I don't like flying at all. Like airplanes scare me. So flying on a rocket will be pretty much the same. So I will go to a planet only if I were able to just pass out and then you wake me up once I arrive. and so I don't I don't get any fears or anything. But I don't know. I think I will choose Titan just because atmosphere is thicker, but the gravity is lower. You could sort of fly. if you
terminal velocity when you're like
linear.
landing on Titan is like 1 meter per second. Like
Yeah, right. You could probably handcraft some kind of wings for your arms of sorts and fly. I mean, it will be hard, right? We're not made for that kind of thing. Birds do, and we'll probably have to learn a way of stabilizing or something. But yeah, just the idea of it being possible, it's kind of exciting.
I think. Where would I go? You don't want to go to Venus because Venus is like just toxic everything everywhere. Like Mars is like the simplest one, if that makes any sense. Like the atmosphere is very thin, but other than that, it's not like poisonous. You know, like you can walk around with a spacesuit. It's like Venus has a lot more technical challenges to getting a person there. Mercury is really hot, not as hot as Venus, but still pretty hot. And then everywhere else isn't even like a. Well, I guess all right. I could pick a moon. I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna. If the question is planet, I'm gonna go with Mars, which goes well with humanity's current space exploration plan. So I'm gonna stick with it.
You can
Going to
just
the moon
do
would be
like
pretty
the
cool, though.
Galileo probe and fade away on Jupiter's atmosphere.
I
Probably
would go to Europa because I would go from Europa to Europa.
Ha ha
Yeah.
ha ha.
Yeah, but it will be quite a way to go, dipping into Jupiter's atmosphere, I guess.
Yeah, take this, Thomas. Try to find a moon that is called America.
All right, all right, next moon that gets discovered in the solar system, we gotta name America, apparently.
Well, next moon is not gonna be a huge thing. It's probably gonna be some tiny capture asteroid around
Yeah,
some
probably.
planet. So it's not gonna be very epic.
NASA be like, how did we miss this moon?
Hiding in plain sight the whole time. Let's see here. Stephanie asks, are the chopsticks stabilizers attached? I'm not even sure I know what that means.
These
Oh.
little triangle things that are below the chopsticks that grab the booster.
Oh, I know. Okay, I
Yeah.
remember. I believe they
are
are,
not
right?
still.
They're
No,
not?
they are not. That's
Oh,
actually
okay.
our call. Once they are against the booster, that's when we know they are about to lift it. I remember for the
Oh,
ship.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, those there, that you can see. I remember for the ship, they. I was talking with people from from you from NSF, and I remember being like, the chopsticks, the stabilizers, they're already in. They're about to lift. And you were like, nah, this thing is gonna take. You went live. You were like, nah, this is not gonna. This is gonna take what? 2 hours to lift, and immediately they lifted it. So yeah, I hope we see them going into the booster soon. That's gonna be our cue.
That lift near the booster was moving around a little bit there, but it's not going down yet. It's just moving. So they're not done yet, I don't think. Well,
At
all right,
least
the
there
one
are
lift kind of is
jets.
moving away, but there's also one behind it that's like not moving away yet.
Hmm.
Someone just like got off a lift and climbed onto the transport mount. So
Adrian, we need a spreadsheet for this.
Adrian,
Count the lifts instead of the cars.
I'm very focused on actually counting the cars right now and looking at how fast they're departing. So
I mean, all
yeah.
right. Yeah. Anyway, keeping an eye on those lifts. Hopefully they're finishing up soon. Again, we saw them remove a QD plate from the booster recently that we believe they need to get out of the way before they could begin lift ops, and so they are still progressing towards the lift. This is the first time we're seeing them lift with the chopsticks, so we don't know, all the milestones that have to happen before all this happens. But the booster is resting on the chopsticks right now, and hopefully we will get to see the lift soon. And that lift that was just by that QD is in fact going down right now. All right, so there it is. That could be the sign that they're finishing up here.
I'm not about complaining or anything, but for a QD, they are very slow in removing these. Ba-dum, psh. That was a joke, because it's a quick disco. No.
Yeah, we got it, Adrian. We the puns are going to keep going. The puns are going to keep us going through this stream, folks. It's what's happening. Oh, no,
I cannot wait for the waves of boosts in the chat.
Oh yeah, those are coming too, I'm sure. Let's see here. Hooker, oh my goodness. I could make a cow pun if I could, but I've been, I don't ruminate. I don't know what that word means. I'm gonna embarrass myself. And nothing's ringing a bell, but just milking the theme now.
Wow.
Why did we choose cow puns? Like, yes, I know the first one was like a space pun about cows, but now we're just stuck with cows now? They're not even space puns?
Yeah, this is a Starbase. You know, you gotta make puns about the animals living there. So turtles, you know, that kind of thing. For cow jokes, that's gonna be a McGregor.
Yeah, that's true.
Adrian appearing this weekend at a comedy club near you. And they thought Germans couldn't be funny, and they were right.
Raker says, not a planet, steer, meet a Titan. Raker's been on it with the cow puns, and he's also answering the planet question, so there we go. Joel says, one of the advantages of having a quick night shift is being able to continue to watch the stream at 3 in the morning. Thanks for the stream, guys. Joel, we appreciate it. Thank you for watching from Adrian and Alex's time zone.
It's a little bit hard because at least, I don't know Adrian, but I'm sure he's also been busy. Yesterday we had the live stream of the tower rollout at KSC, and I was there. I was also this morning for the rollout stream of Booster 7. And in between, obviously, you know, you could think, oh well, there were like 8-9 hours in between. And yes, I could have gone to sleep. The problem is I couldn't sleep because I was too excited to see Booster 7 roll out. There was a chance of that happening today, and it was like, I cannot wait. So I couldn't sleep. And yeah, I'm on 3 hours of sleep actually.
Oh man, Alex.
But hey, I'm here. I couldn't miss this.
Alright, let's see what else here. Question here, why would Starship be receiving a carbon dioxide system? I'm not sure exactly what that's referring to.
Yeah, not sure either.
I mean, we know that's not referring to like carbon capture for methane production, is it? Or like a CO2 scrubber?
Yeah, or like a life support system that just
Right. Not exactly sure what we referred to. Appreciate the support, and if you clarify in chat, I'll look for your message again.
Here they come. Next super chat.
Oh yeah, we got another jokester in chat who says, jokes, puns, those are turtly cool. That's an environmental assessment pun, little do you know. Alright, we still got that one lift that's left, although it's kind of moved away. See, I'm literally at this point, we're just watching the lifts.
Moved. It moved away. Cow.
Yes, we got it, Adrian. We got it.
I'm sometimes I'm not sure if I'm like not getting a reaction or it's just you deemed the joke so bad that you're like, nope.
I don't know how to react to more cow puns, Adrian. They're just all cow puns. Oh man. What? Oh, here's a good question. Bob asks, "What is that cover at the base of the booster with the two googly eyes?" It's that arrow cover near the bottom between the chines. It's kind of where that QD was actually. That might be where the QD connects?
You mean the boxy thing there?
Yeah, because at the top there's those two dots. I think that's what they're calling the googly eyes.
Oh, that's the hydraulic power unit on the booster.
Oh, okay.
They have actually two. One in this side and then another one on the other side. But I think on the other view it was plugged by the OLM. Yeah. Actually, that's one of the things that we were pointing out earlier today on the rollout stream. Because this is the first time that we see a new design booster finished. So we see the two big chines, the smaller ones as well, on the sort of the backside, and then the hydraulic power units, the HPUs, they are also covered by those boxy things, and we think that probably those black, this might be related with the Starlink antennas. It will appear to be that should be the suitable location because they are looking up. So you could think about that in that way. And yeah, we know that both the Starship and Super Heavy are using Starlink antennas, so it could be that, you know, we at least I'm not 100% sure. I'm 99% sure. By the way, it's not that. Oh no, this is not a Starlink. I think there's a good chance those are Starlink antennas. I just don't know how to see that being actually there.
Really quick, we might need to do a quick camera check, but I believe that last lift has just gone down.
Yeah, at least I don't see any lift on this camera angle anymore.
We got any lifts left on any of these angles? I don't think so.
Yeah, and I think I saw there's a van there. You can see it right there on the left cam. It's leaving the stand.
Looks like it. So,
I've seen
folks,
a few folks down there, but
Still cars
yeah.
going to the pad.
Yeah, but cars to the pad is not really a concern. It's actually clearing the area around the stand. That's
right,
sort of
like the
thing
pad
that
doesn't
we're
need to be
waiting now.
completely clear for a lift op, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So, folks,
Sort of-
if you are just joining us or you need a status update here, the crews have been working near the base of the booster for a while to get it disconnected from that transport stand. We saw them remove a QD plate from the booster, and we saw a couple lifts working around there. We know the booster is currently resting on the chopstick arms, and it looks like they may be done working near the base of the vehicle, which suggests that we are getting very, very close to lift operations. Obviously, they need to kind of clear the area right around the booster so they can do the lift. So the area basically between where it's sitting now and the orbital launch mount. But if that's all that's left, so basically right now we're just waiting for that first motion, if you will, of them beginning to lift, and we could be getting very close here, actually.
I think we're waiting on two things right now, right? Clearing the area around the booster. I believe I still saw a few people walking around the stand before. And the next thing we should, indicate an imminent lift should be the stabilizer pins. They're on the triangular things, for those that don't know, that you can see on the chopsticks at the base. Those are used to stabilize both the ship and the booster. And those are the last things that we see moving in for a lift. So once we see those, I believe we have this view, and then the other camera we can actually put it a little bit higher to see the other stabilizer. So we're gonna have a view of both once they clear, and once they do that, it's just a few minutes away. There you go. That's the other view. Thanks, Michael.
Well,
So,
there
yeah.
we go.
Also, a sign we should see again is when the chopstick starts really to look like they carry weight. You can kind of see them bend.
Right.
Which looks a bit worrying, but isn't.
Right, it's
Yeah,
within
people think they
nominal,
snap off.
acceptances.
Yeah.
Yes. They're not snapping.
Right.
Or at least we hope so.
Yeah, that would be bad.
Yeah.
We got a question here from Turtle Boy who wants us to guess about what kind of static fire durations we'll expect with Booster 7 testing.
Seconds.
Yeah.
Like
Seconds.
2-3 seconds. They will even, like, especially with the high engine counts, imagine like 33 engines firing for longer than a few seconds. You would just start to dig a hole.
I mean, best flame trench is no flame trench, or you just dig your own with the rockets.
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
good
and-
thing, no? Right? If you do it a lot, you have a flame trench.
The
in
more
this
launches
view-
you have, the better your flame trench is.
Yeah,
See,
I like that.
Michael is amazing because he's now with this view, which we can see actually both
Oh,
stabilizers.
yeah. So we're talking about those two kind of triangle-shaped things that are hanging from the main chopstick arms, and we're going to expect those to move towards the booster and actually attach to the booster. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. And we're expecting that, again, to clarify, we're expecting that to happen before first motion
The
of
lift.
the lift. Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Gotcha. All right, folks, I think we're getting close here. Really quick, Lucas says, I'm an Augusta engineer and I don't drink coffee. People think I'm crazy. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you for joining the No Coffee Engineer Club. That probably makes two of us. Appreciate the support there.
Thomas just casually opening another fan club.
And actually, are those... Can we get another close... whatever the previous close-up view of the stabilizers was? Someone in chat says they're moving. I want to double check.
I don't see,
I don't see them moving yet.
No, I just a beat after that comment a lot, and I don't see them moving.
Chat, don't make me look silly. Your number one job is to not make me look silly, alright, chat? I rely on you guys to see things that I don't see. Oh man, I'm kidding. Another question here. Texas Tank Watchers, I think you mean Texas Lift Watchers. Love the stream, been keeping up with you guys for 2 years now. Thanks for the streams. We appreciate the support there. Kings, thank you so much. Kyler says we're extremely amusing. I don't know how you guys are remaining amused by this commentary right now, but I'm glad that you are. Alright, and now chat's also adding their own names to the No Coffee Engineer Club. I've got Diogo joining the club there. So I appreciate that. Another question here. Oh, I see what you're saying. So chat's we were talking about the CO2 system earlier. Apparently, instead of purging with nitrogen, they want to purge with CO2. Because, at least in part, it will be much easier to get CO2 on Mars than nitrogen. Sure, that makes sense. I hadn't heard about that. I had missed that somewhere. But I appreciate the input there. That makes sense. You just need some sort of gas that won't be combustible. And I guess CO2 would fill that purpose?
You're the engineer here.
I'm trying to think. See, I don't. Here's the problem. When you talk engineering in front of a bunch of people, and chemistry is not my strong suit. I can give you the areas of engineering that are my strong suit, but chemistry is not one of them. And so I'm going to embarrass myself and Google, is CO2 combustible? No, it's not flammable. Okay, cool. Then that totally makes sense. Checked out. Good job, SpaceX.
That's like one of these Google searches that Google will never forget.
Oh my goodness, the puns. King says, don't be such a coward about the puns. Unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. Oh my goodness. Astrohoff. The great B7 lifts stake out.
We'll just wait for the...
You get it.
I think this will be fun for every NSF commentator, but the orbital launch will be fun.
Oh man, the orbital launch is going to be crazy. We're not going to have... See, here, we're at the perfect size audience that I can at least try to keep up with chat. But when launch streams happen, at some point you got to give up because there's so many people watching.
Yeah.
Also, we will probably kind of reduce on commentators because I expect that some of our commentators will just be in Boca.
I know, I'd love to be.
That's true.
I will be here. You would have to pay me money to watch the orbital launch in Boca. I actually want to watch it at home.
Why? You can't feel the... you know what? I'm not going to make that joke. I'm not going to make that joke. I really hope the Starship orbital flight goes well, and I'm not going to make a joke about Starship test program. It's not happening.
But to answer the question why, because data is my thing, and I
well, you
feel
can't
like...
bring a laptop with your spreadsheets?
Yeah, but usually I use like 4 screens.
Alright, so bring a laptop and 3 monitors.
So I really feel like the best place for me to be at the orbital launch is just here.
Here's what we'll do. We'll set up a bunch of desks for us at South Padre Island. We'll have all the monitors and everything we need, but we could also look at the launch.
I feel like we should really have this, like, for example, like this desk where you just like throw to some people that, I don't know, watch social media the last half hour, or then throw to the people who watch the countdown, and it's like, oh, we could do so much stuff with our commentators. That would be so fun.
Oh man. Let's see here. Connor with a very generous $50 super chat just says, just got my first paycheck after getting my first full-time job. Well, congratulations, Connor. Love all the 24/7 streams and the commentated ones. Keep up the great work. Connor, thank you so much for being so generous. Congratulations on the new job, and appreciate the support for our coverage.
And yes, Chad, I need a surveillance van. Like, I need a... I don't care about defensey things. I need the data things.
Really quick, just to speed run these last couple super chats here. Tony, thank you for your support. Matthew Martin with your super chat support as well, thank you. And then Craig, who says Elon Musk is grazing the bar on orbital class launch systems. There's like 2 puns in one there. Nicely done, Craig. Appreciate it. Again, everyone, if you're just joining us here, we are at this point, we could kind of say that lift is imminent. We're just waiting for those stabilizer arms to move in and connect to the booster. Once that happens, we would expect first motion very, very soon. But in the meantime, I'm still looking for some questions. Musical Wolf says the cows move at... Alright, I guess I just gotta put this on screen. I'm not sure I can even pronounce this in a way that makes a pun, but replace the 0 with the O, I guess. Musical Wolves, I appreciate the support there. Are we counting down to the lift moving yet? Travis, I see you in chat. I see you. I've seen the puns. They're good. Really quick, folks, as we get closer to the lift here, I think we've got another voice kind of rotating in here. Mr. Chris Bergen, do we have you back on the live coverage with us here?
Yeah, it's 2:30 a.m., but I've got a large stake in NSF. So
man. Oh, man.
He comes, he's just like, there you go.
What an entrance. Well done, Chris. Well done. Welcome back to the live coverage. Chris Bergen, managing editor for NASASpaceflight, and one of the commentary voices you'll hear around here every so often. And hopefully getting closer to a lift.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, the stabilizers, are they in?
I don't...
Nope.
Wait. No. This is not the view.
No.
There was another view where we could see both, and I thought they might have moved one, but no, they have not moved in quite yet.
Because from experience, that's a key. When we see the stabilizers make contact with the booster, then we know we're going to get a lift. So that's what I'm looking for now.
Yeah. And but everything else before then appears to... Well, wait, hold on. Is that a person on the right side camera view? Are there some people by the right side of the booster there? I'm looking on the right side camera view. It's like right behind the base of the tower, but I think I see someone moving there.
I'm looking. I can't see a person yet. Then again, my eyes are going, so there could be some cows there for all we know. No. No. I'll stop.
You're not stopping, and we all know it.
We're not stopping because Justin Wayne in chat says, thanks for the well done coverage of the rare high stakes event.
Oh my God.
Justin, thank you for the support there.
I mean, what's the situation here? Do we have to have a completely pad clear for this? We've had experience with the crane lifts where they've had people nearby. Well, this is a different thing because this is no. Hang on, there's a car leaving there. We've got a situation here now where it's a Mechazilla operation, a first-time operation. They may want to have people at least further away, just for safety reasons.
Right. Yeah, I think it's not, you don't have to clear the entire launch complex, but you need people away from where the lift's going to happen
Yeah.
as just for safety, yeah. A question here from Atlantic Edge. Wonder how SpaceX is planning for hurricanes. The area of Texas that they're in can be subject to hurricanes, although maybe not so often as they are in Kennedy Space Center, for example. But I don't know. I mean, they are building. They're kind of replacing the tents for the factory with a more permanent building. That'll help. I don't know. I mean, there might be certain building codes that they have to build to in Texas. I'm not sure. We haven't heard them really talk about this, but I think that's got to be something that they take into account when building all the infrastructure down there. I know it's a rule at Kennedy Space Center that things have to be some level of hurricane proof.
In the years we've been covering Starbase, we've had a few close calls where the track has been close to it. But as an Englishman watching and I've never experienced a hurricane, I've learned that the Florida hurricanes, the track can move like at the last minute. So it's very hard to predict. But I think there's been some tropical storm or storm force winds that have come close to the area. And Mary's taken a drive the next day and shown, the flooding. But the wind strength never really affected any buildings as such, just, debris flying everywhere and whatever you say.
Right.
It's never been a situation of a direct hit since we've been covering Starbase, but yeah, the Gulf, isn't it? I'm reminded of Katrina. Those things can come up through the Gulf, and you wouldn't want one of those to hit Starbase. But
Right.
Florida again, like you mentioned, they're building at 39A, and that's certainly susceptible to hurricanes arriving. It's a strange thing to add to the mix where one Category 5 and you're going to have to rebuild. So, yeah.
Right, gotcha. Really quick here, I think we've got another new voice rotating into the coverage again. The marathon coverage of...
I have to interrupt you. The pin on the stand is moving down right now.
Oh, yep, I see you there. All right, so bottom left of the booster from this current view.
Oh, yes.
What exactly is that moving? I see what you're talking about.
I think it's moving down. And so basically clearing the booster for...
What does it do?
Yeah, like what is it?
It
Michael
holds it
says
on
that it
there.
actually moved up first and now it's just moved back down.
This is confusing.
I'm
Anyways,
not sure exactly what I'm looking at. I think the perspective is messing with me. I'm not even sure what that piece of equipment is, but I know exactly what you're talking about, Adrian. Oh, transport stand pins? Is that that's what chat's calling them?
Well, that's what we'll go with then.
That's what we'll go with then. We're still keeping an eye on the stabilizers up on the chopstick arms. That'll be the big cue. But anyway, before the see the action's gonna pick up here before I can introduce the new commentator. Rotating into our live marathon coverage here, Mr. Nick and Suini. Nick, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, Thomas. Thanks for having me on, everybody. Wow, it is still going on. You're right when you say this is a marathon coverage. It's been what? When did we start coverage this morning? At like 9 or 10? My goodness.
Very early.
I know that when we hit the live stream for this lift coverage, I fell asleep. Just from sheer exhaustion, fell asleep. I woke up in a shock thinking I've missed the lift, and there it still stood. So I was like, hey, okay, I'll go put my microphone on.
Well, Nick, thank you for joining our coverage. Really quick, I want to thank also Adrian Bale, who I believe is going to head off of the commentary. But Adrian, thank you for all of your insightful answers and all of your commentary today so far. And we hope you have a pleasant night. We know it is a very early morning out there in Europe. You've got Crispy beat by like an hour or something.
Yeah, 3:30 a.m. in Germany.
yeah,
Ouch.
thanks for having me. And I was making sure that Chris just would join to keep the European balance here in float. We just have to make sure with that. So yeah, thanks everybody, and I wish you a great lift.
All right,
you, Adrian.
thank you.
Thanks, Adrian.
See ya.
So, continuing on, again, folks, we are looking at those stabilizer pins in bottom of the chopsticks. If those would just move, we could get this lift underway. It looks like that's might be one of the last steps here. I still see that person. Nick, do you see what I'm talking about? There's a person near the bottom of the booster on the right side camera view right now.
Where? I'm seeing a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
don't
things
see
at the
him.
bottom.
Okay. So there's the base of the launch tower. Like literally their head, when they move, you could see just their outline moving right near the bottom edge of the launch tower. I don't have the
Chat, do you see him? Chat, yes or no?
I don't have the on-screen art capability. Only Michael does.
Yeah, we got to get
doing a poll.
Michael
I'm doing
to
a poll.
Michael to do
I'm
a
going to
circle.
send Michael a quick screen grab of my screen so that he can circle the area that I'm talking about. I just realized that was a very close-in screenshot. That might not actually be helpful. I'm going to do a slightly bigger screenshot.
We're doing it live, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing it live.
Hello, Riley.
Oh,
right, I'm doing a flash poll in chat because I want people.
Am I
to...
crazy, or is there still a worker near the bottom of the booster?
The poll question is: do you see the person at the base of the launch tower? Yes or no? Thomas is seeing things.
There we go. Okay.
It'll start waving
right
now.
in the very middle of that, they like keep moving their head around that corner of the launch tower, but I swear there's someone there.
Let me look at my pictures from today because it's quite possible that it's like
Thank you, Michael. Exactly there.
Yeah.
Speaking of Nick's wonderful photographs, and I tell you what, today, I mean, they're always wonderful, but today, I was thinking I want about 4 of those on my wall. There's some really stunning pictures from Nick in the member areas. So if you are, I'm plugging the membership. So hey, if you're Red Team or above, or L2, you will be able to look at these pictures in all their glory. And there's some really lovely shiny photographs. I'm sure Nick knows which one I'm talking about because he took them. There's a wonderful one which is of the Gridfins and of... is that one of the retired spaceships, starships, Nick? Can you remember?
Yes, so that was ship 22.
There we go, yeah.
Viewed between, I believe, Mid-Bay and Mega Bay.
That one and the one of the nose cone is wonderful.
Yeah.
That looks wonderful full size.
It was beautiful lighting. Like, today was a gorgeous day. Sunrise to sunset has been gorgeous.
And also some of rollout.
All right,
Yeah,
see, okay, I am not crazy because there's a lift up on the right side camera view.
Ah, nice. South has a great view of that. Okay, so
I am simultaneously disappointed because that means they're still doing work before the lift, but I am I feel validated that there is in fact someone working near the bottom of the booster.
Oh boy. So we see the road closure here?
Ah, right. So we should probably talk about this as well. So it turns out that the road closure that is currently in effect has been extended until 2:30 a.m. Central Time. Now,
2:30 a.m. Ooh.
Now, to be very clear, that does not mean they're going to not lift until 2:30. They need the road closed until, some margin afterwards.
If only our people in this live stream could see what Thomas actually said in our back room.
Yeah, I'm not.
He was far more diplomatic
on the
stream.
That some things are best left in the back channels and not broadcast over YouTube. But yes, so we'll keep an eye on that.
What do they call those? What do they call those things on TV where they just talk for 24 hours and just for fundraisers or whatever? Yeah, a thon. This is a lift-a-thon. This is a lift-a-thon.
YouTube limits us. We can only be live for 12 hours. When did we start this stream?
Oh no, I don't know.
I
wasn't here for that.
Go wrong.
I did.
Oh, a long time.
Enough for me to sleep for about 2 hours. So it's been a while.
Oh man.
Oh,
all right,
boy.
folks, we're gonna keep an eye on this.
Buckle up.
Don't worry.
Buckle up. This is going to be a fun stream. We'll have some karaoke from Jack coming on, and we'll have a horse cam from Mr. Chris. Here,
oh yes, Nick! I saw the tweet from Esparja.
Oh yeah, Gene was out with his horses.
You must either you're extremely tall. I know you are tall, but either very tall or that horse was bowing his head for you, and that's a sign a horse is being respectful for you. By the way, that's horse language. Because you had your hand on his mane. So that was a really lovely picture. Yeah.
Well, let's just say when I ride a horse.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it.
When I ride a horse, I think my sister said I had to ride an 18 and a half hand horse. That's how they measure them, right?
That's a tall horse. Yeah. That's a big one.
I'm definitely tall, but that horse was also bowing his head or whatever you
Aw,
call. So
which is very nice. Yes. Let's
it
put
was
it into
beautiful.
chat. There you go, chat. I'll put it into chat.
Nice. Yep, Gene brings the excitement around with all the little ponies. Kind of cute. Although we have a distinct lack of horse cams right now, so we need
Yes.
to get on that, DOS.
They'd
I'm
have
sure
to be
it's on the
installed on their
list, but,
saddles because if you installed it on their heads, they'd be bowing up and down looking for the munchies. So
Well,
that
no,
wouldn't
we
work
just
out
got to
very
make
well.
sure we just got to make sure the starships are right next to the munchies, and then we'll
Yeah.
get really good views.
I'm sure Dazzy's thinking I can find some gimbal system which would counteract that bowing of head.
We'll figure something out.
Yeah.
Oh man, all right, I gotta speed run some super chats here really quick. Jay Gunpla says, "Why the beef with all the cow puns? Also, the
Oh,
irony of
no.
loading the stream to a steak and shake ad." There you go.
Ooh. Hey.
Fred with a super chat from the 10 New Zealand dollars. So Fred, thank you very much for your support as well. Oh man, here we go. They better get a move on. I mean, they better hoof it. In the meantime, you can just milk the anticipation. We'll be over here chewing the cud. Thank you, Chuck.
Wow.
I think I missed it. Who started the cow puns off?
Okay, so someone made a joke, but the first cow pun was a space cow pun, and it said, if you launched a group of cows to orbit,
right,
it would
okay.
be the herd shot round the world.
Oh, that's a good one. Yep, that was a good one.
And then it was
That's a good-
downhill from there.
As it typically goes.
Fred with another super chat who says now they're watching the lift while it's a holiday in New Zealand. Appreciate that, Fred. Thank you for the support. Also, Mark with a very generous $50 super chat says hi, Chris B from Catal. Love your coverage, Yank in Yorkshire. Is that a Yorkshire or Yorkshire? I don't know.
It's a village not far from the River Nid, near Wetherby, between York and Wetherby. That's very local.
But once again, how are you supposed to pronounce the full? It's not when you don't say York.
Oh, York. Oh,
But is it Yorkshire or is it Yorkshire?
No, Yorkshire.
Yorkshire. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm learning.
When Jack came over, he was staying in Leicester and he was going Leicester. So much to my amusement, and it kept me laughing for a good 5 minutes. It's very American of him.
But there we go. So Mark, thank you for the support and from the local support for our good buddy Chris here. We got another. Lauren Yvette says from Liverpool, UK. Sausage rolls keeping me going. There you go.
Nice. Scouser, up late.
And oh my goodness, another one. Ryan says another European night owl here. Said goodbye to my fleet camp friends already, but can't fall asleep yet. Waiting for B7 to get moving. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much there for. If you are still watching from here, from Europe, where it's like 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. at this point. Thank you so much for staying up with us. We appreciate it. And flying cameras with no message, just the $20 of support, so we really appreciate that as well. Let's see if I can get some more questions coming in here. Does the booster have to be pressurized for the lift or not? Do we know?
I'd imagine it would be. They pressurize it even just for rolling it around, so
right.
I'd hope they do. But I don't know that to be a fact. Speculation.
It makes sense for structural integrity. If you're looking to lift this thing and then place it back onto the launch mount, it's not going to increase the weight at all. So it just makes sense to keep it nice and sturdy. Because it is. I mean, this is what spaceships are like. Remember the old Apollo spacecraft? They were talking about it being like tin foil, but when they pressurize it, it's okay. That thin layer was fine. So it's not unlike that situation where you just want to keep things nice and sturdy.
Right.
I love the birds in the
keep
background.
the questions coming. Let's see here.
That's awesome.
Will we be covering the Rocket Lab Electron, Photon, or... Alright, I know you meant Photon, and that's what I said, but you said Proton. Photon capstone mission. We will be covering that over on NASASpaceflight.com. We unfortunately don't have live cameras on the in New Zealand, unfortunately, but we'll of course be covering that on social media and on NASASpaceflight.com. Looking forward to that mission in a few days next week here. Cloud says a very pretty sunset reflection. I agree. This is some great views right now.
Yeah, this is my favorite time of day when it's just after the full sunset and all the boosters and starships get all golden and pretty, and it's dark blue backgrounds. Makes for some good pictures. So this is some high class tank watching, ladies and gentlemen. We're not looking at the SN11 cloud, so count our blessings.
Ron Smith says, "Miss me some sausage rolls after moving back to the U.S." You know, there used to be sausage rolls that I could get in American grocery stores, and I say this having literally never lived in the UK, but I also enjoy some sausage rolls. But unfortunately, they're never in the store anymore, and that's really unfortunate because they're really good.
I will go to Greg's or Thomas the Baker's tomorrow at lunchtime, and I will take a picture of some sausage rolls for you and see how they compare to what monstrosities the Americans are calling sausage rolls.
That is true. I'll have to. I think they're pretty similar, but it would be good to have an authentic comparison.
Yes. That's lunch sorted.
Yeah, there you go. Alan with a super chat as well. $20, no message, just saying thanks. So appreciate that, Alan. User in chat says, "Here since 4 p.m. It's now 3 a.m." Goodness, definitely a European there. We appreciate that.
That'll be UK.
Ooh, that's some dedication. That's 11 hours of tank watching. That is impressive. I don't even know if I've clocked 11 hours of tank watching yet today.
Nathan Weller for a super chat for a thermal cam fund. I'm all in favor of the thermal cams and the cow puns, so good super chat there. Appreciate it. Here's a good question, and this is actually tailored towards you, Chris. So, after following the shuttle since its development and now SLS, I find myself comparing the way NASA does things with how SpaceX does things. Do you find yourself doing the same thing?
I do. That's a brilliant question. I can bring you some examples, in fact. The space shuttle was always classed as NASA, but to be fair, the 4,000 workers out of the people who worked on the space shuttle, which is the vast majority, were United Space Alliance, which was a mix of Boeing and Lockheed Martin under their own umbrella. And those guys would be hands-on with the vehicle at all time. And the joke was, and it wasn't really a joke, it was kind of like a funny reference, was that if two United Space Alliance guys were fixing a problem in the shuttle, they would only be able to do it if they had a NASA guy behind them with a clipboard watching what they were doing.
Right.
So there was some massive agency oversight. Now, to be fair, they were extremely nervous. They'd lost 2 vehicles by then. They wanted to make sure every I was, every T was crossed, every I was dotted. So I understand that, but that slowed everything down. And there's reviews, paperwork, reviews. SpaceX obviously do their reviews, and they do their homework, and they do their engineering and their due diligence, but they have less of the NASA kind of like over your shoulder, constantly watching everything you do, and that allows them to get on with things. So you can see the speeding process, and everything's in-house with shuttle and with NASA programs, including SLS, which was the direct comparison in the question. SLS is Boeing and lots and lots and lots of contractors from around the country, whereas SpaceX do a lot of their things in-house. So everything is under one roof, so to speak, more methodically than actual, but that's what they do. SpaceX is their own hardware, whereas SLS is Boeing and hundreds of other contractors. In fact, they actually do PDFs promoting the fact that they use hundreds of contractors, because that looks good to the political side of things, that they're in different states and what have you. It's all money towards their states and what have you. So yes, there's a massive difference, and you can see the difference it makes with speed of process, because SLS has been in development how many years now, whereas Starship has been in development for how many years now? And you're going to see which one's going to get to Mars first. I guarantee you it will be SLS.
Right. That's a fair point there. Thank you, Pep Metz, for the $25 super chat. That's a very generous super chat as well, and a good question there. Another question here. Space Shuttle Atlantis in chat, so shout out to Atlantis. Says, "Hi,
Hey.
Chris." Also says, "Why aren't the grid fins white yet? Are we expecting the grid fins to become white?"
We touched on that earlier, didn't they? They've been black for most of the time now. I think Booster 3 was also, they were just black. I think just covered in primer, because they are stainless steel. Whereas if you wanted them white, as in probably in renders and envisioning, I think they're painting them for painting's sake, for aesthetic sake. So I think that's what they're going to go with, what you see now. They are not the fancy grid fins we see on Falcon 9. These are just steel grid fins, but they do the purpose, they do the job, and it's cheaper. And it's what the whole thing's made of. It's basically a steel vehicle, isn't it? Let's face it. So yeah, I don't think we will see any changes to that unless they just want to paint them. There's no real reason for them being white. Maybe thermal conditioning, I don't know. But for now, we're sticking with the black ones, I believe.
And I think the black ones look better.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Ooh, what is this?
Is this my prompt to intro Alex? So Alex coming back to the stream, he left briefly. We're showing his cooking that he did while he was gone.
Oh wow!
These are chicken burgers made by our own Alex. Alex,
not
you're
beef!
They're not mine. I bought it in the supermarket. I just have to cook them. But yeah, I took a quick break to cook something because I was hungry. Very hungry because I've been here at my desk all day. And, you know, every time I went to the kitchen, it was like, if I go cook something, they're going to do something. They're going to lift it. It's that kind of feeling,
Alex, why are you eating at 4 a.m.?
Because I'm hungry right now, Chris.
I'm sure you're hungry, yeah.
It's dinner time in Brownsville, so it's perfect time to have it.
He's operating on Boca time, you know?
Exactly.
Yep, that's right.
Now, what's the difference? I need this is an important question. What's the difference between a chicken burger and a chicken sandwich?
Ooh.
Well, the chicken, the meat is prepared differently.
Mm.
Like it's ground chicken, I guess. Like it's a patty of ground chicken.
I don't know how
you just said earlier. So before he joined, he just told us that he made burgers, and to an American, I think the general assumption is beef.
Yeah.
Like chicken burgers aren't really I know they're a thing, but they're not the popular thing, you know.
Yeah.
This is a very important question we need to
chicken
really
ones
address.
just take less time, so those I did them because it was like, this is faster, and I wanted to come back.
To me, the clue is the baps, the bread baps. If you're in bread baps, that's not a sandwich. Sandwich is slice of bread.
Hold on, what was the word you just said?
Baps. Do you know what baps are?
What does that mean?
Can you spell that?
Oh my god. Bread baps. They're basically what you just showed on screen about 5 seconds ago.
Oh,
that is a bread bap.
Okay,
Do you not use that terminology? I've been working with Americans.
In the States, we would call that a bun, Chris.
No, we call them baps.
Baps? Wow.
Today is just becoming a lesson in the language barrier between the UK and the US.
This has become already a chat about food, and I was remembering yesterday, I think it was, I was mentioning some kind of food here in Spain called serranito, and it's basically a type of sandwich, but in Spanish we have many ways of calling a sandwich depending on the kind of bread, of the kind of thing that you put in between it's just like sandwich is something in between slices of bread, right? It just depends. So you say this, it's like, oh, okay, so English actually has different types of bread names and things like that, because as a total non-native speaker, it's just like, this is a new vocabulary for me.
Well, NSF bringing you the top quality content here of Spaceflight News, as always.
This is all while we're waiting for this thing to lift.
Crispy is currently sending me links to these things called white baps.
White bread baps, yeah.
I'm just going to send him a picture of Googling hamburger bun and show that it's the exact same thing.
I'm just fearing that the one time Elon pops into the stream because he's got nothing on. He goes, right, let's see what quality content NSF's putting out today. Well, we've got good news, but why are they talking about food?
Because we're all hungry. I mean,
yeah, it's just all us getting hungry.
It's long day of tank watching, and we're all hungry. Makes sense.
Elon tweets, I've got some bread baps. We know what's happened.
Hey Chris, we're getting a little bit of roboticness from your microphone. I don't know if you want to check a connection really quick or something. Just recently it started roboting there for a second. We'll get Chris fixed up there.
Right, testing 1, 2, 3.
And it's back. Good,
hey,
you're good, Chris.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
When in doubt, turn it off, turn it back on again.
Yeah.
That is how that works.
Really quick, we had another important message in the question queue about food, saying that Starship point-to-point could bring sausage rolls to Thomas. Hey, I'm in favor of that. You know what? That's what it'll take to get on the Starship point-to-point train there. If I can get some fresh food from abroad.
That's actually a really good point. I bet you there's going to become a very small and very expensive market of Uber Eats, but with Starship point to point, where you can be
Okay,
like,
you could also just travel to the place and get the food yourself, and then come back.
Yeah, well, that's
Like,
not
imagine
the
going
same.
to, like, oh, I'm just gonna go get some Chinese food, and then take a rocket to Beijing and back.
No. But hear me out though. So if you brought yourself all the way to Beijing and back, then that's a lot of mass. But if you just want the food, then they could load up 100 tons of like really good like sushi from Japan, and then fly that to the West Coast and like before it gets cold, and then you can have 100 tons of Japanese sushi right there. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. This is the next business model. Elon, send me a message. Let's talk.
There you go. Now you're making me hungry. I already ate.
We'll hear a ping in the background as Nick gets a DM from Elon.
Oh, I wish.
By the way,
Folks,
a
if
poll
you just joined
update.
us, we are standing by. Teams are still working near the base of the rocket again. They moved away temporarily, but now they're back. And today's road closure has been extended. I guess no longer today's road closure.
Not today's. No, tomorrow's.
We've got a poll update. Do you see the person at the base of the launch tower? We've had 2,038 votes. 40% say yes, no. Thomas is seeing things 60%.
Even after we pointed out where the lift was?
Yes.
Wow.
Come on, chat.
I think the people who voted no are just being optimistic. I mean, I would vote no right now too, because
Yeah,
I'd rather
true,
than
yeah.
not be a guy at the
That's
bottom
fair,
of
that's
the
fair.
booster, because that means we can lift sometime soon. But
I think we'll end that poll now. I think we've let that one go long enough. There we go.
Really quick here, we got a super chat from Matthew. Says, good morning from Western Australia. A NASA spaceflight stream and a cup of coffee has to be the best way to wake up. Thanks for all your hard work. So we've now covered the spectrum. We've got people just waking up in Australia, and people that should be going to sleep in Europe.
Yep.
Oh, man.
And just think, Thomas, if we had point to point, we could all go and speak to each other within 60 minutes.
Oh, man. There we go.
It seems like the lift is going down.
Is it? Up, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh. You're telling me there's a chance?
Keeping the messages coming here, we got a $50 super chat from Nicholas, and again, I want to thank everyone for their support here. I don't want to gloss over these super chats here. Also bringing in non-super chat questions, but Nicholas saying, here's to the future static fire test streams coming up, and hopefully an orbital launch. Keep up the great work. Love the streams. Been watching over 2 years now. Nicholas, thank you so much. Really do appreciate that so much. Riker says he preferred to dot his T's and cross his I's. No cow pun here. Breaker, you've been sending a lot of super chat support, though. We really do appreciate that. We have noticed all those messages. Thank you so much. Got a Shuttle Fan Club super chat as well. Lots of Shuttle Fan Club members around here, but especially the Chris's.
Always nice to hear.
And a $5 super chat to buy Chris some Paps.
Nice, thank you.
There you go. And Eric, thank you so much. Farmer Rabbit 2, thank you for the support as well. Thank you all so much. Is a sausage roll the same thing as a Texas... I don't even know what that word is. Hold on, I'll Google it.
Yeah.
Texas
I've got a
toast.
funny- We've got a funny
No,
feeling
Texas
it won't
kolaches. That
Huh.
looks like a sausage roll,
be. Ah.
but it kind of looks... It looks slightly different, but I think you're on the right track. They might be similar. We'll have to, hold on, I'll get a crispy judgment on this really quick.
Yes,
Hold on.
that's a link.
Here.
Yeah, if you made them about 5 times bigger.
Right, sausage
Bigger.
rolls are like huge,
Yeah,
right?
it's not far off.
Really?
Yeah, that's pretty far. That's not far off. They're like mini sausage rolls.
Yeah.
I would call those like pig in a blankets, right?
yeah, I've heard of them.
Isn't that?
Yeah.
That's what I'd call them. Man,
I
we
think it's
really
just a
are
difference
hungry.
about what the meat on the inside. Because the pig in a blanket is a hot dog specifically, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Versus
I
like
don't
a
know.
different sausage.
Can't say I'm a foodie, so if it looks like
SpaceX,
it
the
is
sooner you
edible-
get this lift done, the sooner we'll stop talking about food, alright?
I'm getting hungry as well.
I just had
Oh,
dinner.
here-
Now I want a pig in a blanket.
You're right. And right on cue, here we go, Kylie Williams, who says, do I dare even open up the food conversation about the distinction between fries, chips, crisps and potato
Oh,
chips.
no. That'll be a nightmare.
At least we all understand. Like,
Yeah.
when Chris says chips, I know what he's talking about.
When
And
I
know
say
that it's
football, you
different
all
than
know
when
I'm
I
talking
say
about
chips.
the round one. Yeah, it's that kind of instant translation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, did you say the round one or the wrong one?
The round one.
Oh, I auto-filled that with something else.
The one where you actually use your foot.
Oh!
Hey!
Ouch.
Everyone leaves.
Well, and it ends in a tie sometimes. I still don't understand how that works out, but okay.
Apparently, there's people in the draw works, which is probably a
Ooh.
good sign, maybe.
Ooh.
Yeah, hopefully. Still,
Oh,
I mean,
there's
it's
a truck
starting
leaving
to
the
get dark
pad.
out, but again,
There's 2
we
trucks leaving the pad. Woo. 3.
That's true.
Woohoo. 4.
We have
Whoa.
seen them lift with the chopsticks. The one time they've done a lift with the chopsticks, it was at night, so that's not a problem.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Well, they did do another one right at sunset. They've done it twice. But the first time was at night.
Once they start, they'll have this completed in no time because we saw how fast they did with the Ship 20.
Oh
That
yeah,
was
and it doesn't
much
even
faster
need
than
to
we
go up
expected.
as far. It's
Yeah.
right there.
All the cars are leaving.
Are those stars?
Yeah, and I was gonna say we had a question in the background of the left shot. I believe those are stars in the sky. That's kind of neat.
That is very cool.
Hmm.
All right, here's a question from Spacefarer. If you had one Starship point-to-point trip to yourself and could fly anywhere without restrictions, where would you go?
Ooh. To myself? I don't know if I'd come back. I just if I'm by myself, be like, hey, why don't we just swing by Mars on this point-to-point trip?
I think they mean an Earth point-to-point.
Well, it's like when you fly on Delta Airlines domestically in the U.S. No matter where you go, you still transfer through Atlanta. So maybe with Starship point to point, no matter where you go, you transfer via Mars.
It's
that'd be
Earth
my
to
vote.
Mars back. It's like Florida to Mars to the UK.
Yeah, it's like point to point, Cape to the UK via Mars.
I would like to get a Starship point-to-point from Yorkshire to KSC to watch a Starship launch from KSC to Mars. And then fly back from KSC to Yorkshire on point-to-point. That'd be
You know what?
amazing.
Sounds like a good plan.
I'm detecting a common thread here. Perhaps we should just go to Mars. There's an idea.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to be controversial. I'm not too convinced about wanting to go to Mars myself. I like the goal of it. I like the idea of people going there. Myself, I don't know. Maybe I don't see the appeal yet. I can imagine in maybe a generation's time when the city on Mars, when it's built, if it all gets built as planned, will be a very attractive place to go. But to go there and live, maybe? Oh, don't know. It doesn't... I don't know. I find Earth pretty attractive right now as it is. So, it's not like I'm in a rush to get off the planet.
I'd have to agree with you there, Chris. However, if you get offered a seat and you don't want it, I mean, I am available.
Okay, there you go.
How about you, Alex? Would you go to Mars?
Well, I said before, I will need to be passed out because I don't like flying. So you could guess I wouldn't like flying in a rocket either. So, yeah.
Different though. It's like instead of a half a G, it's like 9 of them. Different.
Yeah, and instead of crashing, you can burn up in the atmosphere, I guess. I don't know.
Such an optimist, Alex is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, you could go to like the moon and visit. That would be a short trip around,
Okay, but
Yeah.
knock me out on the way.
Well, what does
It's
Elon
just the
say?
transit part you're not allowed with.
Elon says the journey is the reward or whatever. So you'd miss the reward there. You
I
gotta.
could probably take the floating in space, but I will probably be so anxious, like, oh my god, I'm floating and I'm in danger. Probably once I'm on the moon, I will probably be like, I'm on the moon, I'm in danger. But still, at least I'm not floating.
True. You could jump like Superman though. That'd be cool.
That's true, yeah.
I'm gonna keep the questions coming here. We got shuttle. We got all the shuttles in chat today. We had Discovery earlier. We had Atlantis. I saw an Endeavor at one point. This is Shuttle Enterprise saying, just giving a shout out to all the ships and boosters who will never fly. You are not forgotten.
Amen.
Oh, yeah.
Amen.
That's fitting coming from Shuttle Enterprise. Appreciate the support there. Let's see. Star Packet says, love this channel and anything SpaceX. I almost gave up on space, then Elon happened. SpaceX definitely changed the outlook of space exploration significantly. I can understand what you're saying there.
I remember when the shuttle program was ending and people were saying, what are you going to do after this?
Right.
There's nothing. You know, there was other launches going on, but nothing of the class of shuttle, which was obviously a big event whenever it launched. And by then, we'd interviewed Elon. We were one of the first sites to interview Elon back before Falcon 1. And even then, we knew something big was going to happen. I can't remember what it was, the catalyst for it, but it was just... There was definitely something about the way they were going to go about things. And the way that ULA, or Boeing at the time, Lockheed Martin especially, panicked to cause lawsuits over him before he'd launched anything. They must have seen something in it. It's amazing, really. They'd seen the threat before they even launched. And that kind of made me think this company could be something special. And look where we are. So, yeah, it's amazing how it's changed. The commercial scene has taken over. And it's really... I think we're still not seeing the full benefits of it all yet, because we've seen all these other companies coming along which are bringing their own thing to the table, from Astra to Relativity to Firefly, and more companies coming along down the line. That we're not going to be short on space excitement, are we? We're going to be seeing lots and lots of launches, and it's only going to increase year on year.
Right, of course. Let's see here. Here is a good question. Thomas asks, are you surprised they are using the chopsticks to lift the booster with precious cargo, aka Raptor 2s underneath, considering they've never lifted a booster before, at least not this way?
That's a good question. I like that question, because it is, if they drop the, heaven forbid, if the chopsticks drop it, they're going to damage a lot of R2s, aren't they? So
don't say that. Don't say that. Oh no!
I know.
Oh no! Actually, that wouldn't be a bad thing, because then Mary and I could see them deliver a bunch of new Raptor 2s. So I wouldn't be upset about that.
That's one
You'll
silver
also
lining.
see a lot of crunchy Raptors.
Yeah, but
True.
it's a consideration. I think that's why they're taking the time. It's the first. I mean, it's not like they've brought out Booster 5 and just said, we'll do a fit check test with Booster 5, because if we drop it, it doesn't matter. No harm, no foul. You know, it saves us taking a strapping it or whatever, or leaving it in Rocky Garden where we've got no space left. But it's they must be confident enough to lift Booster 7 with all its Raptors, and maybe just that's why they're taking their time to get it right, because otherwise you probably expect them to have lifted by now.
I'll also say something that you gotta do it at some point. And right now, Booster 7 is there. And, you know, Booster 5, yeah, it's at the Rocket Garden. Yeah, they have also Booster 4. But why mess with an older booster that probably, I don't know, maybe the connections are not fully the same. Like, you could probably will want to use a vehicle that is the most up-to-date vehicle of them all. And that's Booster 7. So and you gotta do it at some point. So, you know, it's a risk, high risk, high reward kind of thing. You know, yeah, you lose a bunch of Raptors, you lose the booster, but you know, the reward is finally being able to do this, which has been a long time coming.
There you go. Thank you for the question there. Let's see. Can we get just a quick status update of where we're at?
Can I do that?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Booster 7 Chopstick Lift stream with NASASpaceflight. We got Chris Bergen, Alex. No, I'm not that cool. Das is busy chasing real rockets that actually fly, unlike these ones. Ooh. No, we are sitting here at about 9:15 p.m. Boca Chica time, waiting for SpaceX to lift Booster 7 onto the orbital launch mount with the orbital launch tower and those beautiful chopsticks. This will be the first time that SpaceX has lifted a booster with the chopsticks. Every other time has been with the SpaceX crane. And is that a pad clear alarm I hear?
I was gonna say I hear
I
something.
think so.
That is a pad clear alarm. I actually have that set as my ringtone on my phone. So.
All right, so hold on. So is that your phone or is that the pad?
At first I thought it was my phone, but I can confirm my phone is not ringing. So
Hey,
that is
You
the pad
really
clear
have
alarm.
this as your alarm?
That'd
It
be
is.
such a disappointment if Nick had said, I can hear a pad alarm, a pad clear alarm. And we're all going, yes, brilliant. But it's my phone.
It's
my
not
ringtone.
I will say that is a ringtone that really gets your attention. It has like this really eerie, like, just listen to it.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell.
It's like blood curdling. Ugh.
Well, that's a good
So
sign.
anyway, that is a really good sign. That means
Yeah.
they're clearing the pad right now. No personnel should be at the pad at the moment. Can we go back and look at the south view and see if that crew lift is still up there? And if so, I don't
so.
see it's
Yeah, it's
down.
down.
It's down. That is a good sign. Okay, and with that alarm, I'd say we probably are looking good to have a lift. I hate the word imminent because I've said that word so many times.
Right, I feel like I said imminent hours ago.
I tweeted that very word 4 hours ago.
Oh gosh, imminent in the grand scheme of things. It's more imminent than next week, hopefully.
It's more imminent now than it was 4 hours ago. We'll give you that.
Yep. So that is the current status. We have a pad clear, which is a good sign.
All right, folks. Again, this is the first time ever that they are going to lift a booster with the chopstick arms, and this is really even bigger picture. This is the beginning of the static fire test campaign for Booster 7, which, assuming those static fire tests go well, should lead into the orbital launch campaign. So that's what we're really paying so much attention to this for, is because we want to see this test campaign get underway, and there are more closures scheduled for next week, so that could be potentially for testing. I know I personally am just looking forward to those first overpressure notices that we haven't gotten in a while.
Yes, those overpressure notices are overdue. Don don don.
I'll speedrun a couple quick super chats here as well. James says, Happy Waitangi Day. I hope I pronounced that right, from New Zealand. That is the holiday that I know another person was mentioning as well. So to those that celebrate in New Zealand, happy holiday. And a happy lift day. Appreciate it. Space Shuttle Discovery, who says the best shuttle coming in with another hot take. All right, you're going to spark some controversy here. But colonizing Mars is overrated. Let's colonize Titan. Well, Starship will appreciate that for the methane production. We'll give you that.
Yeah.
Ross Hart says, in point-to-point flight, is SpaceX still going to lose my luggage? We'll have to wait and see on that one.
Probably, sadly.
Julian, I think I kind of agree with you here. Julian says, stabilizers look closer to the booster. Great coverage. Thank you. I can't tell if that's the case or if there's just that light there that's making it harder to tell.
Yeah, those lights, we saw them in use when the ship left. I believe once the lights are just basically like almost like a point, that's because they are very close to the surface of the booster, and it's just like the source, as big as the source. But I think, I don't know, it's like if you look at it, you think it's moving, and then a minute later it's like, no, they're not moving. So I'm not sure.
I'm trying to A/B it to see if I can see any movement from the actual hardware
Yeah,
itself.
I cannot see any movement.
I can't see any, but again, did I have to be actually physically touching the booster? I can't remember if it just needs to be close, so that if it does start swinging a little bit, that it's there to stop, to arrest the swing. But I can't remember. Anyway, it's pad clear. I'd say send it.
Send it.
I would also agree with you, Chris. I would love for them to get this lift going here. It could literally happen like any second at this point. It's just a matter of whatever the final steps are. If they're cleared the pad, and so we did just hear the alarm, so that could be, they have to verify that the pad has been cleared and everything like that. But yeah,
the booster has right next to the to the stabilizer, you can see some kind of bracket thingy, and that bracket is actually has like a indenture of sorts to be able to have the stabilizers come in and fit in. It's similar on the ship, a little bit different, but the mechanism is all the same. So yeah, I believe they actually have to touch the booster.
Also, a quick super chat here as well from Oxford, UK. So good Europeans showing so far, despite the hour.
3:17 a.m.
Yeah. Says huge thanks for keeping me informed, entertained, and distracted. Thank you so much, Julian. We appreciate it.
Got some late shifters.
Yeah. And Parker says thanks for the coverage as well. Parker, thank you so much. Appreciate. Oh, geez, I get the joke. I'm glad they gave us a longhorn before the lift.
I know Thomas.
Actually, it's actually a Texas longhorn because that horn happened in Texas.
It would have to be.
Almost a Mexican longhorn.
You know, I was recently at the Johnson
Ooh!
Space. Oh, whoa.
Ooh! Fireworks!
Got some fireworks?
Yeah!
Oh yeah!
Those are from South Padre Island. Yeah, every, I think it's Thursday and Friday or something like that. They do fireworks pretty frequently. So those fireworks
happening soon, or what?
Yeah, actually. It's just
so until
SpaceX.
Elon.
That's funny.
And
there we
you go.
So those fireworks look really close, but those fireworks are launching from about 5.1 miles away from the pad. Wow. So those are not close at all. But
well,
that is
if
awesome.
I was in charge of lift operations, I'd find this a wonderful photo opportunity to lift it now.
Mm-hmm. Let's go, guys.
Just saying.
Yeah. Just do it.
That's pretty.
Now, what would be great if they started lifting right now and we could have fireworks going off as they lifted. That would be perfect.
I'm convinced it's just waiting for you to go offline, Thomas. That's when they'll start lifting. Yeah.
I really do need to get offline.
I know you do. That's why I'm trying to help you there by hinting at it.
And we're going to do some more routing. This has been some marathon coverage. I think almost everyone who ever commentates on NSF streams has had their part in today's coverage at some point. And so really, a big thank you to the whole NSF team that's been working all day today.
Yes, especially Michael. He's been at it, operating behind the scenes.
Yeah, Michael takes the cake.
All day.
And Alex has been on most of the commentary too. Honestly, Michael and Alex, I think, have put in more work than anybody.
The ultimate question is, when does Alex sleep? I don't think he ever sleeps.
I don't.
Yeah, there was a comment on chat earlier, something along the lines of, we're seeing a live stream super late in Central Time, but there's all Europeans.
Yeah. Right, yeah. Like someone's like, this doesn't add up.
Yeah, that's basically how NSF works. The Europeans have very messy schedules, sleep schedules.
We need to add some commentary from like New Zealand and Australia. We'll get the time zones kind of spaced out a bit more.
I know someone from Australia.
Well, do they know about spaceflight? Do they want a job?
Harry Stranger.
Yeah, of course. No, our friend Harry. Harry, we need to get you on the commentary team. Come on.
Satellite guy.
You're a commentator. Oh, I messed it up. See, I've been talking too long to make good jokes anymore. Not that I make good jokes anyway, but anyway. Let me see what. Richard wants to know if we could provide a recording of the pad clear alarm for members.
Well, if you're looking for the pad clear alarm, one of my good friends, Andrew from Cosmic Perspective, has that recording. That's where I got it from him. He has some good mics.
A question here: when do we all think that the Booster 7 static fire campaign will start?
I think.
Let's assume they lift tonight.
Let's do it tomorrow, guys. No, there aren't any road closures tomorrow. So Monday, right?
I'm thinking Monday. Honestly, I think they want to hit the ground running now. I think they want to get this done. They want to get into the process. I think the Chopsticks is the first time operation. Preparing for a static fire is not a first time operation for them. The only thing new here is it's 33 engines on the aft. I think they might do a cryo test first, like where I bleed through. maybe even if they find the results going well, they'll probably proceed to static fire test. The key is the overpressure notice to Mary. When Mary gets that overpressure notice, the warning where it gives you the indication to be a 10-minute siren, to be a static fire attempt, I think that's when we start getting excited, because I think it could be soon.
Soon, TM. Well, what was Elon's latest quote? SpaceX is made the impossible late, or something like that. It's very fitting.
Yeah.
Seeing how most of our lives are just sitting here waiting for SpaceX to do something.
Let's see here. Here's an interesting point. So right now they have to clear the pad for a lift or a test. At what point do they stop doing that? Because once it has crew, then later public passengers, this all has to go much quicker.
Yeah.
So
That's a good
actually, we do have a data point on this. With the ship 20 lifting and setting down, they cleared the pad for a 1 mile radius every time, except for the last time that they brought the ship 20 down. That time they did not clear the pad or the dunes, and they just kind of pushed everyone just a little bit further away than we can normally walk around. But we were pretty close. Mary and I were both out in the dunes that evening. So after just 2 or 3 times with the ship, they got comfortable enough with it to let people at least be moderately close. So I would imagine, given more testing and more trying out, they'll get more and more comfortable with the chopsticks and be able to, make it more of an everyday occurrence. That's what we're going for here, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, really quick here. Let's see. Do I have new folks to intro? Is that how this? Okay, we are starting to do one more rotation. Hopefully this is the last rotation, before they get this lift underway. We are going to rotate commentary one more time. I'm going to start off here with Ian Atkinson, who is rejoining the coverage. Ian was with us earlier, and he is coming back. Ian, how you doing?
Doing great. This place feels a little familiar. It's like I've been here twice today and last night. No, it's great to be back. It's gotten dark in Boca Chica. That's a pretty big development.
Right, yeah, that's the only new part is it's dark out now.
the big flamey ball, the big flamey ball of hydrogen disappeared. I don't know where it went. I'll wait up all night waiting for it to dawn on me.
Well, Starship is methalox, not hydrogen, so I don't know why we're waiting for hydrogen.
Nick.
Wow, sorry. Was that a vent?
Yeah, what are we hearing now?
That sounds like a vent. Yeah.
Huh.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Booster, I wonder.
Really quick before I get interrupted by something else again. Let's see, we also have, I believe, one of the very few voices, I think this might be the last voice that hasn't chimed in already today. Hagen Warren, do we have you on comms with us now?
Yes, you do. How is everybody doing?
I'm doing well, Hagen. Good to hear from you, and thank you for joining the Starship coverage. I think that might check off literally everybody.
Not a bad thing.
Well, we're still missing Philip Sloss.
Oh, that's true. I guess we haven't had Philip today. Philip's working on SLS stuff.
Philip would be great for a stream like this because he could talk for 20 minutes while we all go for a break.
That's true.
That's
also, I guess Jack's been busy today. That's the one voice that we're always here, but he's not here today. But we've covered most of the commentary team today. Anyway, folks, I am going to hop off. I will leave you in the very capable hands. We've got a few NSF folks around, and I think we'll be doing some more rotating here soon as well. But I am going to hop off, so everyone stay tuned. It sounds like we're getting very close to a Booster 7 lift, so I hope you all enjoy that live coverage, and I will talk to you all later. Folks, have a good show.
Thanks, Thomas.
See ya, Thomas.
See ya.
See ya, Thomas.
And now that Thomas has left, they can lift it.
Yay!
Yay!
Oh, I'm so excited. Thanks for leaving, Thomas. Now we can do this. All right, SpaceX.
Glad
you
he's
heard
gone.
Hey.
I haven't left yet.
Oh, no, caught in the act.
Have a good night, guys.
That's it, Thomas. Nah, kid, Thomas is great.
Yeah, he's amazing. We love him. All right, let's take some super chats here. I'm seeing Atlantis Space Shuttle saying yes again. I mean, we got the space shuttles in the chat all this evening. They say, pick me, I want to join the NSF crew, and I couldn't agree more. If we get a space shuttle on board with the NSF crew, then we won't have to have the Chris's talk about the space shuttle all the time. It can just kind of be a part of the whole thing, and thank you, Atlantis, for that support. We really do appreciate it. Let's see here. Uh-oh, there's another. Uh-oh,
what's the uh-oh?
Tuckbone is dropping more cow puns here. Look out.
Uh-oh.
Let's go for lift. Calf a stack. I love it. I love it. For those of you who are just joining us, the cow puns are from earlier in this marathon stream, which I actually was not here for. So, from the best of my recollection, yeah, what happened?
Yeah, I'm like, what is up with all the cow puns?
Seems to
Alex
have
was
just
here.
become a thing. Oh, Alex, what happened?
Okay, it all began because we were Adrian, Thomas and I, and Adrian made a joke, a bad pun, and then I followed it, and then it was like everyone just making puns. Then we were like with the fights of Thomas fan club and Alex fan club and Adrian fan club, and you know, Ian was also in between at some point. It was crazy.
Oh boy.
Actually, yeah, it was actually the other way around. Sorry, Ian. It was you, Ian, Adrian, and I, and then Thomas came, and you know, also the fights and the puns and everything. I think now we're a little bit more tired. I think everyone. So those fights have stopped for now, but you know, you never know.
There's this whole live stream has really just been pure puns from the beginning when I was hosting to the middle to now. It's just been pun after pun, fan club after fan club. I'm loving it though. It's fun.
Some people are pointing out drones.
Ooh, that means we're getting really close. If we're seeing some drones,
great, yeah.
that's getting close there. Nope, there's another vehicle leaving the pad. So
Two.
that is
Three.
a good. Oh, I guess that's an
I'm
even
feeling
more of a
Adrian
concern.
counting cars.
Well, I'm sorry, but that Twitter handle has already been taken. Yep. All right, we should say a few super chats here before we get moving too far into this lift procedure. Baby Yoda is asking a really astute question. I mean, first of all, Baby Yoda, thank you for joining the chat. NASASpaceflight, in addition to Starlink, what value-added positive economic return or industries will Starship pave the way for in the next 30 years? That's a pretty big question. Anyone have any thoughts on that?
I would guess like space telescopes don't really have much of an economic impact.
I would say competition. I think when Starship is in operational phase and launching with a cadence that it promises to launch with, the other companies involved, from ULA to Arianespace, even other countries, will have to up their game to be anywhere close to competing with them. And that will bring the price point down like a supermarket battle almost. You know, they'll have to compete. And that will allow for more companies to launch their satellites, their spacecraft, their payloads into space, which increases the space sector as a whole, and that has like a snowball effect. So I think that's something we can look forward to, where it's called disrupting the industry, I believe, and I think that's what SpaceX like doing. They like disrupting things. No one was talking about reusable rockets until SpaceX proved they could do it, and now suddenly other companies and other countries, including Europe and including China, are looking to build their own reusable vehicles, and that's because they have to compete. So it brings everything into play, where if you have someone driving the market, you've got to catch up or you'll just die. So I think that's the biggest thing it'll bring if it works out as it plans to be.
Very, very awesome. Thank you, Baby Yoda, for the support and that awesome question. LB is asking, where do you find that ringtone search parameters? I believe they're talking about the pad clear ringtone. I just posted up a link in chat. If you message my good friend Andrew, he might be able to get you that sound file. Thank you for the support, LB. We appreciate it. Kyle Williams also coming in with some more support. My goodness, thank you. He's saying, me, I'll commentate from the future in Sydney. Well, if you could help us figure out what this whole lift situation's looking like in the future. That would be quite helpful.
When is it going up?
Exactly. Just tell
You
us
know
when.
that?
We want to know. We want to know.
When hop, one may say.
That
Cool.
too.
A blast from the past, isn't it?
Yeah, we're never. Oh, unless things changed, we will never ask when hop again.
No, we won't. No.
Huh.
When orbit.
That's it. Yeah.
That's right.
I'll still ask when hop whenever there's about to be an orbital launch, just for the memes.
What could we call this lift? A little hop? I mean, like a 20-meter hop or something?
Yeah,
No?
I guess so. I mean, it's an assisted hop. How about that?
I get that. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
ahead, Hagen.
Next question here from Thomas Con.
Oop. I think we lost Hagen.
Yep.
I will take the question from Thomas Conroy with the generous super chat and support from Canada. Thank you. Are we expecting the Chopsticks to place the booster in the hold downs by itself? Every time there has been a booster placed in there, there were workers guiding it in. And Hagen, do we have you back? Oh, does not look like it. We will. That's all right. We'll let the technical difficulties work themselves out. And in the meantime, I will take a stab at this question. I would hope so, because the idea is in the future this is going to be a pretty autonomous system with the catching arms catching and stacking and catching and stacking and every few minutes. Okay, hours, I guess, maybe minutes. We'll get there at some point, but every few hours, catching and stacking. So I hope it will become automated. I can guarantee you, though, this first time they're going to have 1,000,010 cameras, and whoever's holding that joystick is going to be very careful, because they don't want to break any Raptor 2s. Wonderful. So we have another super chat. My goodness. Space Shuttle Discovery is back. Thank you for coming back. We appreciate that. I'd be a better member than Atlantis, so pick me. So maybe we need 2 shuttles. Chris, can we get 2 shuttles on board with NSF? I'm thinking. Oh, actually, Chris just perfect timing. Chris just stepped away real quick. I would say that we should get more than 1 space shuttle. Anyone else have any thoughts on that?
Team Discovery over here. I appreciate your Discovery. I have a piece of you on my wall, if you don't mind.
Ooh. Really?
Payload liner. Yep.
Wow. That's
Next to
actually pretty
some
cool.
external tank foam, if I may flex a little bit.
Wow. That is a flex. All right. Another super chat in support from W4WWW Raker says, has there been an A/B comparison on the lower supports on the Chopsticks? They look less dangly than they did earlier. I have not done any A/B tests. Has anyone around here done any A/B tests?
Doing one as we speak.
Okay, thank you.
And no change. At least in the past, 10 minutes.
Okay. Sad violins. Sad violins. Oh well. Musical Wolves is asking at NASASpaceflight again. Tag us at NASASpaceflight if you have any questions. That'll pop up right to the top of our chat queue for any of those astute questions that you might have. We'd love to answer all of your questions. Musical Wolves is asking if the pad is clear. Does that mean it is see-through? No.
I think so. Oh wait, yeah.
I mean, unless something goes really wrong, I hope it's never see-through.
I mean, the tower's kind of see-through, right?
Yeah,
right?
I can see that.
Yeah.
If you look up at the very top of the tower and you zoom in really close, I've done it a few times with a big lens, you can see the very top floor of the tower, the one that Elon and Tim were walking around on that one interview video. The floor is actually like this metal grate. And so if you look down, I imagine it would just look like you're standing on nothing, because it's like one of those metal grate things. So I guess it is see-through in a way. That's kind of cool. So this is a good question from Ike, asking, when Starhopper did its hop, did it travel to the height of the tower? How many meters was the Starhopper flight?
150.
Yep.
50? All right.
Well,
and
it first
how many meters
did
is
21, and then another, which was 150. But yeah.
How many meters is the tower? I don't do meters. I'm a dumb American.
I think
Remember?
the tower on Tim's video, they said it was 142, but I think that was the last level. So not the actual tower, but the last level.
Google tells me 146 meters. Or 143, sorry.
Okay, well, that's weird then.
So I wonder if they're going to build a little lightning tower. We've seen them building that platform on the top for the past couple days, so maybe that'll help boost the height just a little bit. Another question from B Flying, and thank you for tagging at NASASpaceflight. That really does help us have those questions come right to the top. How many Raptors will fire in the static fire test? That is a good question. What do we know?
Not really anything, I don't think.
Apart from what Elon had said about the one at a time to Tim, and everyone pretty much assumed he didn't mean one engine at a time. He meant one like ring at a time, which would be like a set of Raptors, which makes sense because we always thought that would be the evolution of the static fire test with a full set of engines, that they would do a ring at a time and just test them that way. Not unlike how they did their first full engine static fire test with the ship, which was the 3 sea level and the 3 RVACs at the same time, but separately. So they were at the same time. There is a question in my mind of if they'll do a full set 33 engine static fire test. We don't know if that's the case. Elon has not said that, I don't think. So, because, I mean, anything over 6 is going to be a record for Starbase. So that'll be an event in itself.
Ooh, it's going to be so much fun.
Oh, yes. It's going to be loud.
Yeah, Nick, buy some earplugs.
I was actually going to...
Or
I was gonna buy a microphone and like bass boost it and put some big headphones on. I wanna feel this with every fiber of my body. Hey, speaking of fibers of your body, Space Shuttle Discovery called, and Ian, it wants its piece back. So I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to give it back now.
With all due respect, no.
Fair.
Nah.
Thank you for the support, Space Shuttle Discovery. We appreciate it. Ben also coming in with some support. Thank you for these super chats. We really do appreciate it. It helps us keep the lights on around here and the hungry robots fed. Because my goodness, every morning I have to go out and feed the robots and muck out the stalls and all the other things associated with robot keeping. They ask, Ben asks, do you think the venting sounds could be to slightly pressurize the booster for the lift? I think we've talked about this. The booster is pressurized, right?
Yeah, it is. During lift, I would assume they kind of like seal it off, so it's kind of like a balloon, I guess.
But
like
we have heard those venting sounds, so it sounds like they've got some pressure in it and they're just keeping it at a certain level.
Yeah, I'm going to do a little A/B check here quick. It hasn't really gotten noticeably less pressurized looking, if that counts for anything. Yep, but...
I do recall the times when people would watch the live streams, the 24/7, where they'd notice like some kinks and some wrinkling of the older Starships, shall we say. But they would pop straight back out again once they put a bit of pressure inside them. So that's the kind of thing you can really judge from these vehicles, is that when they're under some kind of pressure, they do look a lot smoother because they've changed the process since. If you look at the older Starships, the older boosters, the older vehicles compared to what we see now, you can see the evolution in design and build. These look like they could make to space. If you go back to Mark 1, when Elon did his first presentation at Starbase, that was a wrinkly beast, and we were thinking, even then we were thinking, there's no way that's going to go into space. It'll fall apart halfway through Max Q. And the evolution has been spectacular, so I'm very confident in what this vehicle will do now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Mark, every time I look back at Mark 1, I'm like, we thought that thing was impressive. I mean, no offense to SpaceX, of course. Like, it's definitely prototyping, and every other company that follows with a similar Starship-like rocket is going to go through a similar phase. But Mark 1 compared to new vehicles looks like a crumpled up tin can that they tried to repressurize. But yeah, they've come a very long way, and Ship 24 looks magnificent compared to even like SN8 or especially Mark 1. But yeah.
And I imagine they're just going to continue looking better. And I think what they've really been investing in, I know they're building out that Star Factory or whatever, but I think Elon just bought a bunch of irons to just iron out all the wrinkles from the stainless steel. That seems most likely. Keeping
So that's what all the venting is. It's the steam coming off the irons.
Yeah, it's the steam coming off the iron. Yeah. See, I'm telling you, man.
Hey, we're onto something.
You see stuff in Boca, and you just put all the pieces together, and it makes sense. Hey, Moldy Space Industry has given us some wonderful support. Thank you so much for that. Discovery is the best shuttle because, as we all know, Martians love disco. And someone who is named the Martian famously did not like disco. But I think that was the Martian movie joke, wasn't it? Am I getting my wires crossed?
Are you thinking of Mars Attack, but didn't like Tom Jones?
Oh, I was thinking of the movie The Martian, where
oh right, oh
of course,
yes.
And
Mark
only
Watney
disco.
didn't like the commanders left music on Mars. He had to deal with. That's right, yeah. I was going further back than that.
Oh my! Well, while we're on disco things, Space Shuttle Discovery also says disco. That's that's the way I'm the best because I had disco. And is there a Space Shuttle connection there, Chris? That I'm missing? Was Discovery known for disco?
No, that does. Apart from this disco in Discovery, nothing else rings any bells.
Okay, got it. See, I can read. I'm smart. Thank you so much, Space Shuttle Discovery, for your support. We appreciate it. Morgan is saying, my 7-year-old daughter has recently gotten excited about Starship/SpaceX.
Nice.
She's watching with me now. Shout out to Jordan? Yes, Jordan. Hello. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you. This is an exciting time to be interested in space, and man, you found a good time to join. Welcome to the insanity.
On that point, by the way, that is brilliant because at that age, what there is to come is astonishing. I can only imagine if I was that age and get into this now. That really is impressive because it's a great start in life to get into such a subject where the alternative subjects, there's some very dodgy ones out there, some less impressive, some kind of like, reality TV shows and what have you. This is something that's going to have longevity, yeah.
That there's tension in the chopsticks now.
Oh.
Ooh.
Let's do this. Come on.
Okay. Lift away.
Quite a bit of tension there. Doing a quick A/B check, even just like 30 seconds back.
Let me get a tweet ready. That's my job.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Booster 7 Lift live stream. There's a lot of tension at Boca Chica as the chopsticks have now been tensioned, and looks like Booster 7's lift is, dare I say the word? I might say the word. I'm going to say imminent.
The I word?
Imminent.
Yeah.
If we have them tensioned, I think it's safe to say maybe it's more imminent than it was last time we said imminent. It's coming. Oh, my.
Come on, let's see some movement.
Stephen Dixon is giving us some more support. We appreciate that. He says, if you had to guess how long till point-to-point 90-minute global consumer passenger flights, i.e. Boca Chica to Sydney, Florida to Dubai, 10, 15, 20 years. Any ideas on that?
I'd say for like I assume, they're saying consumer passenger flights.
Yeah.
So like everyday person can walk up to the ticket booth, grab a ticket, and go. So I'd say 15 years optimistically, probably 20 maybe.
I'm gonna say 5 because I really want this to happen quick.
I would love for it to happen. I would love for it to happen. But also the problem is when it first comes out, tickets are not going to be less than maybe $100,000 at best. So maybe 20 years for the everyday person, but...
Yeah, true. Oh, hey, we got an awesome super chat from a good friend, Marcus House. Hello. Thank you
Hey,
for
Marcus.
joining us. Thank you for that wonderful support, helping us keep the lights on around here and keep these live views coming. Exciting night. Thanks for streaming, as always. Yes, well, that is what we do around here at NASA Spaceflight. We keep those robots fed and those live streams coming, and your support makes that all the more possible. How are we doing on the tensioning? Is it more tensioned or less tensioned, or how tensioned are we?
Incoming AB check. Oh, it just stopped loading for me. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Standing by. LD, not go for AB check.
It looks like it's moved up a tiny bit.
Oh, it has. I've done an A/B test. It's definitely taking more of the strain.
It's going up. It's going up. Woo.
Like
Yeah,
maybe
they're probably
like
taking some
3
of the weight.
centimeters or something.
3 centimeters.
I can
Again,
imagine they're probably doing some tests now where they're just checking the loads on the sticks, making sure that everything's nominal there before they give the procedure to go for it.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I remember that for the ship too.
Mm-hmm.
We saw some swaying of the sticks with the ship too. So yeah.
And the road
taking a load
extension,
of the load.
the road closure extension makes sense now because they didn't want to be pushing themselves to a 10 o'clock cut-off time, which would be in 15 minutes time. So even though they put 2:30, it doesn't mean they were going to take the full extra 4.5 hours. It just gives them the ability to take the time, get it right, and lift when they're ready. And if it's like 1 minute past 10, that's great.
So awesome to see. Rich F has a very, very funny, generous piece of support here. Rich says, "Do you even lift, bro?" I don't know.
Oh no.
I haven't asked the launch tower if it lifts, but actually it has gotten some practice. It used those big voluptuous dumbbells that were filled with water, so I think it did do some exercise.
Oh my word! I tell you what, Nick, I remember though the thumbnails for those videos.
Yeah, they were fun, weren't they?
Yeah, it brought out the children.
Yeah, the whole time I was staring at it, and I'm like, I'm an adult. I'm adult. I'm adult.
Yeah.
This isn't funny. This isn't funny. This isn't funny. This is funny. This is really funny. You know that there had to have been a conversation where an engineer was like, "Oh, we could just use crane ballast."
It went up again.
It went up.
Oh, here we go. Come on.
All right.
Just another few centimeters.
Let's see some air between that stand and the after boost 7, please.
Awesome. Well, if you're joining us at 9:48 p.m. Boca Chica time, first, thank you. My goodness, what are you doing up so late? Go get some sleep. But thank you for joining us. This is the Booster 7 lift live stream with the Chopsticks. This is the first time that we've seen SpaceX lift the booster with the orbital launch mount and to the orbital launch mount with the orbital launch tower called the Chopsticks. My goodness, there's a lot of orbital launches there. Hopefully we get one soon. But this is the first step in the bigger campaign that SpaceX is pushing for an orbital flight test of Booster 7 and Ship 24 that is hopefully coming up sooner than later. Elon said pretty soon, but again, this is Elon time, so we'll see when that actually happens. But this is the first major step towards that. Coming after this lift in the next few days and weeks, we'll be expecting some static fires from the booster and potentially more exciting things to come. So this is the first step of many, and it looks like the booster is currently in the air, if just by, 2 measurements of 3 centimeters. So what's that, 6 centimeters?
Maybe.
I can math.
Perfect.
I've just been
It's
doing
lovely seeing you guys with metric measurements.
Oh, it's terrible.
Oh,
It's absolutely terrible.
It's phenomenal.
3 centimeters. I don't even know you guys.
I've just
I don't even
done-
think you guys know what that is.
Well, it's rockets.
I've just done some A/B testing, and it has risen quite a lot because the stabilizers have now moved away from the actual ship itself.
And
from the
look
actual
at the
booster
view.
itself.
Look at the view on the right from our South Beach location. You can see the Raptor bells have gone up, and you can see a little bit of Raptory goodness pumps that are, I think.
That also is something else to look forward to when
Yeah.
they do start to lift. It'll be very slow to start with because they want to clear those bells without banging them against the stand. So that's, again, when they lower it as well, they tend to do the process quite fast, but apart from the first and the last part of it, because they don't want to clatter one of those Raptor bells against any of the transport mount or the orbital launch mount.
Yeah, definitely precious cargo. Definitely precious cargo. Keep those.
I'm
Nice
doing
and
A/B
safe.
tests and the stars on the background moving, and I was like, why are they moving? And it's like, oh yeah, of course, the Earth is rotating. So yeah, that's that's
Wait,
the
the
level
Earth
right
is moving?
now of my brain.
I thought it was flat. I read somewhere online that the Earth is actually flat.
Ooh, don't tempt the fates. They might come, you know.
I joke, everyone. I joke.
I've
All
done
right.
10 minutes of research, but
Minutes of research. Whoa, look out. Look out. You really... Okay, let's leave that one there. Monica Hart is a new member. Thank you so much for becoming a Pad Rat member, Monica. We really appreciate your ongoing support there. We use that support to keep those Raptors watched and spotted. So thank you so much for that. And Chris, what perks do Pad Rat members get?
Padrat members get their name in lights in chat. They also get emojis, which I'm going to put in chat now. I'm going to spam it because I'm allowed to. They get all the emojis. I'm going to give the example of the hug emojis for a start. And I'll pick my
hug
favorite
emojis.
one.
Oh, I love those ones.
There we go. They're hug emojis.
They're lovely.
Red team and above, they get all that. Plus, they get access to the member area of the YouTube channel, which includes photos from your good self, Mary, all our some L2 pictures and videos. They get preview videos. It's quite an active thing. I run it, so I look after making sure we put at least 2 or 3 items a day in there. Capcom and above get all that, plus access to our member Discord. Our Discord has got about 2,000 people in it now, and it's all member areas, so you get no riffraff from an open Discord.
That means I'm not in it, so look out.
But yeah, that's a very active Discord we got there. So yeah, by all means, and any other membership levels above that get all of that above us, and they also get their name on the end of our NSF live streams and things like that. So they get naming lights twice, and not on live stream. But any membership level is very much appreciated. Any support is appreciated. Anyone on this stream really is appreciated because you're using our stream, and we're very thankful for you. It's not something we always go overplaying our membership levels. Like, we don't have a Patreon, we don't have any of that business. We just have clean membership levels on our YouTube channel, and you get the benefits from that at different various levels.
Absolutely. Thank you all the members for your support, and Monica, thanks for becoming a new member. Atlantic Edge says that's Durham. Am I going to say? I'm going to butcher
Durham?
that.
Yeah.
Durham. Okay. Durham, UK. We might as well be robots. Is that an inside joke, or is that just a reference to the time?
It's a 3:53 a.m. joke.
Oh boy. Ravi is also coming in with some support. Thank you so much for that. An Indian fan. Thank you so much for joining and supporting us.
ooh, loud noise.
That's a loud vents.
Interesting that we right here, didn't we?
That sounds like the same thing.
You seeing any big puffs, or is this an Indian?
No, I've not seen anything come from the vehicle, so it could be Capcom.
That's a tank farm, maybe?
Possibly.
Actually, the sounds sound like a non-greased door closing. It was like some.
I'm also watching the draw works, because if that wheel starts rotating, it's the same. I don't see any visible venting from the tank farm or the vehicle, so I wonder if it is just some kind of like automatic pressure regulator we've got on the tank farm.
Plot twist, it's Booster 4.
Booster 4. Booster 4 is actually.
I'm joking, but.
Am I nothing to you? This is Booster 4. As long as we don't start seeing vehicles running back to the pad, we're okay.
Yeah.
And apparently the drone is up.
Ooh, the drone is up again. That is good. That's a good
Great
sign with the drone. Well, this is quite the little booster burp we got going on here. I guess the booster's pretty big, so its burp would be pretty lengthy. And there it finishes. Perfect. Back to the crickets. Lovely little crickets are probably like, what's going on?
Oh, the drone, you can see in the top, just underneath the ticker, the time ticker right there on the top.
Oh, yes, there it is. That is the drone. Getting some good shots, I hope. Better better be getting some good shots. We want to see those on Twitter later, okay, Elon? Get those.
Actually,
those posted.
we actually saw one of the SpaceX guys with a camera walking alongside the Booster 7 rollouts. So they obviously were taking quite a lot. And they actually tweeted out 2 photographs from the drone following it down Highway 4. So they're taking this very seriously as a kind of PR thing, which is notable for me because over the history of Starbase, SpaceX has done rather little by way of public tweeting. They've left it to Elon to communicate, which I think is what Elon prefers anyway. But when SpaceX start doing more public things via their press relations people, to me it's noticeable, and I think that's a good sign that they're moving into the next phase when they start doing that. So I'm very encouraged by all this documentation they're doing themselves, which they'll, I'm sure, put out in the public domain.
I sure hope so. There's some beautiful views.
An honest flicker.
All right, let's hit some super chats here while we're waiting. The booster still seems to be under the chopsticks. I misspoke there. The chopsticks still seem to be under tension. The booster is slightly up, and we just had a big vent, so we're going to hit some super chats here while we wait for more movement. Zach M is saying, waited at Starbase from 1 to 9 today for the lift. Finally had to throw in the towel. Thanks for the great commentary to get me through the long hours waiting. Wow. Well, Zach, we must have been out there at the same time today because I was also out there today for quite a long period waiting for something to happen. So if you're around tomorrow, I'll be there and say hello. We always love chatting with anyone on the side of the road. No, wait, Zach, I think we did talk. We did talk today. I remember that. Hello, Zach. Sorry. We did talk.
Us talking? Come on.
I know. Talking to people? No way. Kieran? Kieran? I don't know. I feel so bad. I'm totally butchering that name. I'm so sorry. They say, hi, loving the speedy lift so far. The tension is killing me. What's the best way to contact you guys about joining the team? A website form, or is there a better way? I think that is a Chris Bergen question.
The website, if you go to the front page of NASASpaceflight, which is NASASpaceflight.com, as you may imagine, as our news site, scroll to the bottom. You should, I'm just checking myself, join a team right at the bottom of the site.
Nice.
Bottom of the page, at the front of the page. Join a team, click that, use the contact form. We get a lot of emails from there, but they just say, I'd like to join your team, and the people don't say what their particular skill set is, so you're replying back quite blind. And the best thing I would say to get my attention, it sounds so arrogant, doesn't it? To get my attention, to impress me, is to maybe just write, or send a CV or something like that, some kind of examples of work you've done. You know what we cover, you know what we do here, so you probably got an idea for video editing, things like that. Anything like that, if you got any examples, and it just gives us a faster way of saying, I can pass you on to Jack or someone like that, and say, look, this person, he's got experience with Adobe Premiere, and he's got these videos he's shown us, which is examples, that kind of thing. So use that form, and if if you can bring something to the team, great. We'd absolutely love to bring you in. So use that form, yeah. Grab my attention. That sounded horrendous.
And if you're looking to get Chris Bergen's attention, all you have to do is mention the space shuttle. Like there's
and horses.
Kind of a given.
Point to point.
What you do, you look in the mirror, you say space shuttle 3 times, and then Chris B pops up behind you and shares a random shuttle fact.
This is true.
I do look like Michael Keaton in that movie. Minus hair. I
have tried that in my mirror, and it does work. David coming in with some more support. Thank you so much, David, for your ongoing support here. He asks, when chicken? Which is a good question. I guess, Alex, you made chicken burgers, so you would be the most recent person to have experience with a chicken, right?
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm still hungry.
You're making me hungry now.
Oh, no.
Just quickly, Kieran, I just noticed in chat, yes, I did get it. I've just seen the email. Thank you.
Sweet.
Chris, who's catering this live stream? I'm hungry.
There's a food truck outside. If you loads of bread pops.
All right, we have a new member from J Mersh 1017. Says, it's a new member. Hello. Thank you for joining the red team. I was like
Nice.
about to read that as a question. No, that's a statement of fact. You joined the red team. Thank you so much for joining. Your membership helps us
And Nick,
keep
the
on doing.
first
Yes.
thing they'll see in the membership area is pictures by you.
Ooh,
Yeah,
pictures,
red team
pictures
and
by
above.
not just
Yeah.
me. Hopefully
Photos
not
by
just
you. Sorry,
me.
photos, pictures. Photos for you.
Yeah, us Americans don't really care. That can go either way.
Okay.
But also Mary's pictures up there too, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, Mary has some awesome pictures too. Can't forget about her. She is the OG. Let's see, another one from another super chat from Kevin. Thank you so much. Super chat. Wow, guys, what time of the evening is it? I might have been talking for one too many hours today. This is a new member. This is not a super chat. I'm so sorry, Kevin. Thank you so much for becoming a Capcom member. Wow, thank you for that support and that membership. And Chris, real quick, what do Capcom members get?
Discord.
Capcom's get access to our wonderful Discord, our member Discord. I keep saying that because I'm quite a newbie for Discord. I'm quite old, so I'm stuck in my ways. And when we decided we're going to have our own Discord, I was kind of like, "What's that?" And now I'm in it every hour of the day because it's highly addictive. It's got many channels. It's lots of fun. We've got everything from the obvious channels from Starship to all the rockets. We've got general, we've got party chat, we've got gaming channels, which are I'm a gamer myself, so I find that interesting. We've got sports channel where I convert Americans into the proper version of football, and we've got many channels in there, which is full of members and a very civilized and fun place. I must admit, I have no real context to compare to the Discords because I don't use the Discords, but from the people who use many Discords, they say ours is very friendly and fun.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people joining. I went to the server and went through the chat. Party chat is when everyone joins first, and there were a lot of people joining. So yeah, like if you're Capcom or above, don't doubt it and just join. If you don't like it, you can just leave. But I don't think we actually have had that kind of thing down there. It's being very friendly, I think. Yeah.
If you want some good spaceflight discussion, join it.
Yeah, and also as moderator, even though I'm not really doing a lot of that work, but I'm partly moderator. I must say it's a very good place. We hardly have to do much moderation. It's a very calm, quiet place in that sense, and that's sort of the tone of the server. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna keep on going here with super chats. Our next one here is from Miko, saying thanks for streaming this event. Well, thank you for the super chat. Helps support what we do. Next up here from Trey Davis, a membership, becoming a Capcom member. So of course get access to that. Awesome Discord.
Yep.
Keeping it going here with the super chats from BR Frank or Frankie, another new member joining the red team. So joining our YouTube membership program. Awesome as always. And then another one here from JMersh 1017 saying, been watching daily for a long time. Where is the control center for the tower to lift? I assume these first few lifts are manual versus remote. You can take that.
For the lift? Yeah, it's not going to be manual. There's no guy up there with a big chain that he has to yank on to pull the booster up. It's definitely remote controlled. Probably a space, I'm imagining like a Crew Dragon capsule type interface where it's all just computerized and futuristic.
I wouldn't be surprised if it is, because it'll probably have loads of readouts such as loading and structural and basically electrical and all the readouts they'll need to make sure the chopsticks are healthy and the vehicle is being lifted properly. So it probably is probably a proper control room for it. So I wouldn't be surprised, but it definitely will not be manual.
Either that or it's Elon with a
joystick,
Xbox controller. Yeah.
PS5 controller. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're sort of going to take a break here from Super Chats real quick to shout out the NASASpaceflight.com store. You can, as you can see there's some awesome products that we offer. Those right there are the awesome metal prints featuring some of our own Nick and Sweeney's amazing photos. Wow, look at that. I love the clouds behind that.
Thanks.
Might have to pick me up one. But yeah, of course, as always, just head to NASASpaceflight.com. Right up top, you should see a little tab that says store. Click on it. You can shop for all sorts of cool spaceflight merch. We have shirts, mugs, as you saw there, prints. Really anything you need to make your spaceflight nerd-loving heart full. So,
I have that very
Remember-
metal print. I have that actual metal print at my place now.
I was
Really?
about to
I
We're
believe-
twinsies.
I believe we saw a picture of it in the
Yes.
rollout stream
Yes.
earlier, Chris.
Yeah.
No way.
Actually, to be fair, I was just saying I wouldn't overplay things. I wouldn't do it on purpose because if I did that and someone got something and they didn't like it and they thought I was overplaying it, that's just bad. So I wouldn't do it. It really is. I was so impressed by it. It came packaged really well, and not only is it a very solid metal print, it's got these two little magnetic mount things at the back, which gives you options on how to mount it on your wall. And I thought, wow, I've never seen it before. So you got literally magnets on the back which you can use. Oh, there we go. Look at this. Look at this. We might be able to put a picture to show you maybe shortly into the stream.
Well, I'll smoothly say that Chris and I both have very, very similar walls because
There
I
we go.
also have
There we go.
sitting in my home as well. It's a huge print. I was shocked. You can kind of see
That's
there's
what
like
I was
a
surprised by,
standard
yeah.
size light switch. It's like I was impressed because I'm used to looking at my pictures on like a dinky little teeny phone or.
And we've
you
not
know, on
added some
Twitter.
stupid markup to it, so they're more. What's the word I'm looking for? Realistically
Bigly?
priced. I was thinking of
Yes.
one word, but I'll go with that.
Ouch.
More realistically priced, because I've seen metal prints before and they've always been out of my price range. I'm thinking, wow, they cost a lot of money, but we've managed to, we've managed to get it to a point where we can produce these and not mark them up to a point where it's impossible to buy. So they are much cheaper than I've seen in other places, but not by quality, just by price.
Hopefully, we never let go on the quality there. You want to hit
True.
some more super chats there?
Yeah, let's go. All right. Here we have one from Gordon Hanga saying, thanks. Well, thank you for your super chat. As I said earlier, it helps support what we do, give you these awesome views of Booster 7 hooked up to the Chopsticks, just waiting on a lift now. Here we go. Next one from Kieran saying, I wrote 1,000 words and sent it in. Hopefully you'll take a look. Chris, I believe you have an email to check.
Oh yes, I've seen several emails come in. I've got that one in question. That's come through fine.
And another one here from K-Run, here, saying, Space Shuttle, Space Shuttle, Space Shuttle. Hoping Chris B shows up in the mirror, and then telling us there how his name is pronounced. And then use the cash to get some food.
Hero, right?
Okay. Yeah. All right. So keeping it going here with the super chats, we have quite a few to get through here. Of course, thank you for the support, everybody. This one here from Pat Fury saying, hey to Marcus House with us here. Still, hopefully. Oh, was Marcus House in the chat
Yeah.
earlier?
Yes, is it
Yeah,
earlier?
he
Yeah.
gave us a very generous super chat. We really appreciate that.
Well, thank you. Yes, we love Marcus House and everything he does. Awesome. All right, keeping it going here, we have Patrick Greenway saying, first-time viewer and recent space geek. Excited about the future of space travel. Thank you. Well, thank you for your super chat. Hope you'll stick around for the stream, hopefully seeing a lift soon, maybe, and enjoy
I'm
all the
gonna
other
say-
content we have.
I'm sorry if the first time you saw us was discussing a chicken burger. My fault.
All right, we're gonna, as I said, we're gonna keep on going here. David with a membership saying thank you for becoming a Capcom member. So hop into that Discord and talk about Starship, or hop into the Science channel and talk about science with me. Yeah, thank you for becoming a member. And another Capcom membership from Jesse Ragier. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, but upgraded his membership and is now Capcom. So hop in that Discord. Next up, we have Jason McGee with a $5 super chat from Australia, maybe? I'm not sure.
Yes, I think
but,
so.
Saying, I'm surprised they haven't done a booster test lift with chopsticks before mounting the engines. Lots of engines they are risking there. Any thoughts on this?
Well, they're going to have to do it at some point, and I can't imagine them catching a booster that doesn't have 33 engines or more. So I'd hope that they get some practice, and might as well do the practice now. You know, no better time like the present to get some experience under your belt. And they just had those Raptor 2s just sitting there. Elon tweeted that picture of a bunch of Raptor 2s sitting inside Tent 1. So
there goes the drone down.
Ooh, drone activity is always a good sign.
Just flew down between the chopsticks.
Oh, it'd be really
that's gonna
cool
be
to
an
see those
awesome
views.
shot.
Yeah. You know, they got to have just terabytes of really cool drone footage that they haven't showed us yet. And one day there'll be like some really cool movie that they'll put together, and it'll be pretty good.
So cool. Hopefully they'll do one of those shots that Blue Origin does with New Shepard and have the drone right above the stack as it flies past it.
Yeah.
There's people saying that drone does get a bit too close to the launch.
I can imagine
it really
being
is close.
Being inside the capsule and seeing it just slam on the window like a fly on the windshield. But I bet if you had a drone that close for a launch like this, it would just be destroyed by the vibrations on the way up, or the heat, or both.
Yeah, well, you just get a cheap drone and stick it up there and let it melt.
I've got a Bebop Parrot too, which cost me £99. They can use that for losing them.
All right. Well, you can send it over. I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
Keeping it going here with the super chats from James Juries at the $5 super chat saying NSF should do daily shuttle facts videos. Maybe you could put them on the TikTok that y'all forgot about.
Oh,
Chris,
no.
any thoughts?
Oh, no. There's a story behind that. I'll be careful
no.
what I say here. But the suggestion was, why don't we start a TikTok? And my reply was, not until hell freezes over. I don't know when I basically gave in to the idea of it, but I think it lasted 24 hours before I put my foot back down again. Saying, no, we're not having TikTok, come on. I'm not going to start dancing for 60 minutes for the sake of getting a few views.
I'm just picturing Crispy just doing some TikTok dance and then just saying a shuttle fact like, did you know STS-115 did this?
Guys, I've just seen something very interesting. The clamps on the stand have retracted.
Ooh.
So if you go back a little bit, like about 5 minutes, and then go live, you can see the clamps on the stand have retracted.
That's a
So
good sign.
Cool.
lift imminent?
Yeah,
Question mark?
hopefully getting closer and closer
I
to
feel like
the
every time we say imminent, they push it back another 10 minutes.
Oh, hang on.
There's more
Hang on.
steps.
Hang on. Are my eyes deceiving me, or is it lifting?
Everyone in chat.
Oh, just look at the
Squints a little harder.
right-hand side. I'm going to A/B it.
I don't see lift yet, but I just see the clamps
We're getting a little too hopeful.
opening.
I just love the
Yeah.
picture of however many people are in this stream hanging out. We all like lean closer to our phone all at the same time.
It may be the clamp retraction you're talking about, because it's definitely changed the view, didn't it? But yeah, we need to watch the left-hand side, and we got the rings, haven't we? So we can see, as soon as we can see the next ring layer rise above the ticker, then we know it's definitely lifting. But yeah, it's so tantalizingly close now.
We've still got a while, so hopefully we'll see something happen here soon.
Chat was as convinced as I am. Chat were all shouting lift, lift, lift. So I think we all saw the same thing there.
Maybe if we all like collectively say lift at the same time, maybe it'll just happen, you know.
If only it was that simple.
If only.
Lots of new
All
members,
right,
by the
Ganesh.
way.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna keep on going here. Yeah, we
Yeah.
got some new memberships coming in. So keeping it going with super chats from Zatheris with the $1 super chat. Thank you for your support. Next up we have a Capcom member, a new member coming in. This is Alita Battle Angel. So thank you for joining Capcom. And then another membership here from Meaningless, also becoming a Capcom member. So hop into the Discord. And then a $5 super chat from Stephen Dickinson saying, when does Booster 7 light the Raptors to, oh, it's another pun, to move these chopsticks? They're really milking this delay. Come on, Booster, shake a leg.
Oh my goodness.
You're
that's
saying
chat.
that. So you're saying when the Raptors lit up, the booster is just vamoose?
Oh.
Well, okay. So I was reading this and I thought it was a legit, like, I thought it was a question. And so I started reading it and then I saw move and I was like, hold on. and then I came to the realization that we were still doing cow puns. So, but you know what? I love good pun. So
It's a good
thank you for
pun.
your support. Yes. Another member here, John, joining our membership program, becoming a Capcom member, getting access to our awesome Discord. And then another super chat here from James Juries, a $5 super chat, saying, now that we have the August 23rd to September 26th window for Artemis 1, I want to ask what time of the day it's most likely to launch.
Oh,
Can we talk a little SLS here?
October.
That's a Philip Sloss question.
What time of the day is it most likely to launch? October. Oh my gosh, that's perfect. Ouch.
You know, we were told that night launch wouldn't be ideal at all because that's the reason why they've got the black dots on the boosters and around the vehicle itself, because that the use of tracking, and the tracking is best during the light time, but during the daytime then. It's something where I think now they got to the point where they need windows they've got, that if it is a night launch, they'll take it. And that'd be amazing, really. A night launch for the debut launch of SLS is just going to be crazy. I would not be against that at all. I remember night launches for shuttle, they were more spectacular, far more spectacular than day launches. So I just can't remember what the actual windows are. I think we got to set a launch date first. We're a long way off setting a launch date.
I would love to see a Twilight launch of SLS for its debut launch and get a jellyfish from the RS-25s. How amazing would that be?
Wow. I never knew I needed that till now.
I know.
Imagine a Twilight launch of Starship and Super Heavy, and we get the jellyfish, but with like 39 engines firing against each other instead of 10. Right?
Actually, I've been trying to think about this. I'd like to pick all your brains about it. Obviously, with all of the awesome tests that we've been able to see with our McGregor live stream, the exhaust plumes on the Raptor 2s look pretty clean. Do you think we'll have much of a, I don't know, smoke trail, whatever the science people call it, underneath the booster? Exhaust, thank you, exhaust. The big exhaust plume underneath the booster. Do you think it'll be pretty clean? Because I could see it going either way. It'll be a lot of dust.
Let's look back to the Starship launches. Yeah, remember the Starship launches? The hops do 10 to 12 to 15 kilometers. Those 3 Raptor engines, they were very clean, weren't they? It was a very clean launch. So I think the question is, 33 R2s, which are more powerful, I think we'll see a very long, clean plume, but then the exhaust behind that as well, which will be quite, stunning. I'm thinking I'm thinking it'll be mostly clean. It's a Metalox engine, so yeah. Not unlike, remember the Space Shuttle with the Hydrolox engine? The boosters were the ones that made all the big plume. Solid body boosters. Whereas the RS-25s are very clean. You couldn't see them, really, apart from the shock diamonds. So yeah, I think we might be seeing a clean version.
So as a photographer who wants to get a really cool picture of a nice big exhaust plume, I will officially start the petition to add a few SRBs to the side of the booster.
Good luck with that.
Just plop a few Gem 46s on there and we'll be good to go.
I mean, Elon says life is a simulation, and I just choose to believe that this is actually Kerbal Space.
I believe we should make Starship the new Delta II and add just massive amounts of solid rocket boosters around the base.
Yes.
That would be awesome.
Yes.
All right, we're going to keep on going here with the super chats. We've had quite a few come in. We have a new member here from Kyle Trick becoming a Capcom member. Lots of Capcom memberships tonight, but we'd like to see that. Thank you for your support. We have a $5 super chat here from Alex Courtney. Another cow pun. All this talk is utterly ridiculous.
It's still going. It's still going.
Thank you for
Oh,
your
boy.
support. A $10 super chat here from Dat Taco Guy saying, another cow pun. Cowapungus. Wow, got cow and pun in there.
Good job. Bravo.
I just
Taco.
hope that we're not covering Booster 38 with Ship 50 and there's cow puns in the live stream.
I think from
There's
this
gonna be
stream
puns.
alone, there's going to be cow puns in every live stream we do from this
Oh,
point
dear.
forward.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Alex, your
If it's a
fault.
successful lift, I'd say it's a good thing.
Hey, it's not my fault. Adrian began everything.
Ah.
I just
Oh,
followed
oh,
him.
It's lifting.
Oh, it's lifting.
Hey!
There it
Hey.
goes.
Thank
There we
you.
go.
Finally.
Party.
Right, tweet time.
Yeah,
that tweet
Bandicam, full thrust.
Full flow
I've got to
stage.
stop recording because it made me laugh. Go on, start again. Right. Don't make me
Okay.
laugh, Alex.
I cannot wait to see a super heavy hanging off the side of this tower, like they do
Yeah.
with the ships. I cannot wait to see that.
Someone was saying earlier when I was on the stream, I don't know what stream I was on today, but someone was saying they should stack Starship onto Super Heavy, then lift Super Heavy with Starship on top onto the launch mount. That would be a beautiful visual, but also a horrifying visual. I want to see it.
I'll raise you with putting Hopper on top of Booster 4 and sending it.
Yes, can we give Hopper just a little lift, please? Give it another 140-meter hop.
Right, okay.
I don't know if you're seeing this, but the guiding pins on the stand are actuating. So you can see on the stand there's a thing on the HPU, on the hydraulic power unit. Those are the guiding pins. I believe that's why we haven't seen the stabilizers coming off, because probably those are to help once it is coming in and out of the booster. I think we had a conversation before I wasn't here. I was with the burgers, but yeah, those are also on the stand, on the OLM, on the orbital launch mount. So we're probably going to see them in action once they set down the booster on the orbital launch mount. But yeah, you can see them, they're going up, stabilizing the booster as it leaves the stand, probably so that it doesn't sway and damages the engines. And I'm probably sure that that's why it is also on the OLM.
And also, I'd make a big note about the fact they're going quite slowly. This is expected. They're going to get these Raptor bells clear of the transport stand without banging them, and then they'll probably accelerate slightly. I mean, again, they're in no rush. It's only going to be put over to the orbital launch mount. It won't take long, whatever they do in the process, but they're going to raise it, then they're going to translate it across. So we've got up and down translation from the chopsticks, like we've seen with Ship, and then they'll go left and right translation. Go to the orbital launch mount, and then they'll slow down again for the orbital launch mount itself, because again they don't want to catch any of the engine bells.
Can you imagine trying to steer these chopsticks? I think perhaps maybe that's something that could be brought up here. The fact that these chopsticks are being controlled by someone probably sitting miles away, looking at a bunch of engineering cameras similar to the one that we're looking at, and they're trying to use a little joystick somewhere somehow to control a, what is it, 70-ton booster? And like
250-ton.
200, was that full or empty? What's the dry mass?
Empty.
Empty, yep.
I think it's empty.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Many tons
Fuel is
booster.
way
And
heavier.
And each one of those chopsticks are weighing, a couple 100 tons each. It's just a lot of mass, so they want to be very careful with every single movement that they make. They want to double check everything, and at least right now, as they're doing it the first time lifting a booster, they're going to take their time and not rush anything. Because again, they know we'll be here watching, streaming away, so there's no rush at all. Get it right, SpaceX.
Also, on the right-hand side, I do believe I can see the engine bells now clear of the transport stand.
Ooh.
So that's
I cannot wait to see all these engines.
Well, remember, this is a milestone. And I can say that and qualify it because they've never lifted a booster with the chopsticks before, only ships. They've used the crane every single time for the booster lifts. So this is a new milestone for SpaceX. It's the first time they use the chopsticks and the Mechazilla system to lift a booster, and they're going to put it onto the orbital launch mount. So it's, again, another step forward of this crazy, ambitious system of a launch and catch tower which I still find amazing. If you'd gone back 5 years and said this is what we'll be looking at in 5 years' time, I would have probably laughed myself out of the building. It
Yep.
really is something else.
It's amazing. I think I was discussing earlier today, like SpaceX designed and built their own kind of crane that can lift rockets and catch rockets, and just do it with seeming ease. Like, this is incredible what we're looking at here.
And there will be pauses. There's a pause now. I'm not too surprised by that because they'll be taking lots of measurements about the strain on the sticks themselves, maybe even a multitude of data points right now. And they'll be learning from that, from experience, and seeing to go. I fully think they're committed now. I think it'd be easier to move it to the OML than putting it back down on the transport stand. So I'm saying that in hope more than anything else. We've been waiting so long for this.
We should be seeing the guiding pins at the bottom of the stand coming off. I don't think we're very clear on that. Like the view is not clear enough to see that, but you know, we're probably gonna notice once it starts swaying. That's my guess, at least. Or they're gonna put the guiding pins first. Not the guiding pins, the stabilizers on the arms first, and you know. But yeah, we're gonna see some movement, either up or down, before it goes up, because I don't think they're gonna be lifting the booster if it is still attached to the guiding pins, for obvious reasons. Otherwise, the stand will be also going up.
That'd be funny. They bring it up like 20 meters. The stand is still attached. They have to bring it back down. Very cool. And it looks like it's out of the guide pins, right? We switched camera views, but
ooh, that's sound. Man, look at those.
There we go. Yeah.
I love me some Raptors, and this is a great time to plug my favorite shirt in the entire world. But I love me a good herd of Raptors. It
does seem like they are out, I think. I'm also looking forward to seeing the ones on the orbital launch mount racing. But that's probably coming later, most likely.
I mean, yeah, Raptor engines are awesome. And hey, if SpaceX has a spare, I will happily take one.
Same. And I know Booster 4 is looking for a good home to send some of its Raptor ones. I have room. I'll make room. I'll remain.
I will legitimately make room for one.
I would like Elon to clarify what they're going to do with the Raptor 1s and Booster 4, because they can't just give them away. They're proprietary information, and they don't want to start putting them on eBay, anything like that. I wonder if they can recycle them, because Raptor 2 is basically a similar engine, just basically with less parts on it. I'm wondering if they could strip down the Raptor 1s they've got in stock, not just Booster 4, but the ones that had remaining and ones they've sent back to McGregor, and reuse components from that. I don't know if it's something that SpaceX do. If they just think, nah, okay, we'll just clean sheet the next engines, make sure there's no older parts on any of these units. But it's been stuck there for, is it a year now, Booster 4? Must be about a year.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I think it was August 3rd or 2nd.
Oh wow!
Thereabouts that it was. Yeah, it was rolled out to the
Is that a year ago? My goodness.
Yeah. The full stack with Franken crane, I think it was August 6th, August 7th, somewhere around that. Yeah. So yeah, we're almost a month from that.
But right now, they're holding. It's definitely been right. People are probably joining this chat, seeing my tweet, or being notified by friends that they're lifting, and wondering why it's not actually lifting right now. It has been lifted. There's no question about that. If you go back in the stream, you'll see it. It's lifted a good number of feet, and it's cleared the transport stand with the Raptor bells, but they're paused right now. So now in the process, they're probably taking measurements, making sure everything's hunky-dory before moving across, raising and moving across. They've got to raise it a bit more still yet to get to the height of the orbital launch mount. And that's what we're waiting for now. We're waiting for probably more of a rise, I would imagine, before they do the translation to the orbital launch mount.
And actually, a good question right now to look at. Super Heavy is currently being, held above the launch mount, and the chopsticks are working. Is from DeFam saying at NASA Spaceflight, how heavy is Super Heavy? I believe we just noted this, but Ian and Alex, what were the numbers you said?
250.
Yeah, 250 tons is that was said in Tim's video at the tour of the launch site.
Yeah.
So those chopsticks sure do a lot of work. That is not light at all. So
And
Good
Tim's
thing
got
they
another
did
video to come
be-
out. Yeah, he's got a part 4 to come. Yeah, hasn't he?
Oh, it is?
Yeah, I think so. Part
Yeah,
4.
he definitely said. I'm sure he
Oh,
said
goody.
4 parts, and he's done 3.
Oh,
But I
goody.
think there's a part 4 to come.
Very exciting. But it looks like we're still paused here. Again, not big of a surprise because this is the first booster lift they've ever done with the chopstick. So, big learning opportunity. And again, the chopsticks are still a relatively new system, right? So it's gonna be still testing from this point.
Yeah, and if I'm remembering correctly, they're sort of following the same timeline, I guess, that they did whenever they first lifted Ship 20 a few months back, where they sort of lifted up a bit, held, and then full send and went all the way up, if my memory is serving me correctly. So nothing out of the ordinary here.
One thing I was, that just came to my mind. We were talking about the Booster 4 when it was rolled out and the whole surge that was happening. I think a lot of people expected a surge after the FAA approval, the FONSI. I haven't seen any actual surge, at least not like the one that we saw last year. There are probably a few more people than we are used to, and they're obviously concentrating their work on Booster 7 and Ship 24. But I haven't really seen, like, I remember lines and lines of vehicles just parked, and it was horrible in that sense. Even though I haven't been there actually, but just on the streams alone, I remember on SPL seeing all of that. So yeah, it was crazy.
I am just quickly A-Bing, as the technical term goes. But many technical terms from our video editors who taught me some of the things, such as a pan is left to right, not up and down. That's a tilt. I recently learned that one. And I'm just seeing if we see any movement on the booster at all. I'm also watching the sticks. They're definitely paused right now, but raised. They have raised it and paused it. It's all on the chopsticks right now. All the weight is on those chopsticks.
Guys, the stabilizers are moving. They are moving. You can see the light on the one on the left screen,
Yeah.
on the left camera. You can see they are moving.
Oh.
They're retracting all the way out.
Oh, they are, yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
they're in a telescoping kind of. Yeah, I just saw the light was different on the pen thing on the body of the booster. I was like, huh, it's different. So I went to the stream and did a quick A/B.
Yeah, I was A-Bing, as I just mentioned. I was A-Bing. I did not
Yeah,
see
you were
that.
looking at the wrong side.
I was, yeah.
And they
Well
keep
spotted.
they keep moving. You can see it. It's like retracting some sort of
Good.
telescoping kind of move. And now they're gonna be moving inwards. So yeah,
Let's get this done.
I think my guess was true then. They're gonna put the pins first and then the stabilizer first and then remove the pins at the stand.
And remember, once they actually get it onto the orbital launch mount, we're going to do another 4 hours of live streaming as they install it onto the mount, aren't we? Everybody goes, no! They're literally going to get the engine bells inside the mount. We're going to go, thank you for joining us on NSF. That's a good shot. That's a very good shot.
And these
So
are the
look-
arm. Go ahead, Chris.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to ask these.
There
the
we go.
stable. Oh,
It is moving. It is moving inwards. It move a little bit. Slowly and steady. There we go.
there we go.
It's moving more.
Oh wow, it's an amazing shot. Look at that. There
Come
we
on,
go.
buddy. A little bit more.
I did a Chris Gebhardt. Look at that. We're all watching. We're all watching. You don't need to tell us to look at it. We're all watching. That's impressive.
A little bit more. Come on. You can do it.
Also, the thing I love about this is we're seeing a first-time operation. We get experience from first-time operations. We get an idea now what to expect next time to do this.
Mhm.
So we've got all the clues now, and maybe they'll go faster next time because they'll have learned from this one. But yeah, I love the idea of how we're going to watch 39A's tower work because we're getting all the clues from the Starbase tower. So it's a wonderful learning process. We're all learning together, everybody.
Yeah.
So
Seems
what
to
exactly do
be-
these arms do? Are these used for kind of like angling the booster into the mount?
They seem to me that they are more for stabilizing the booster once it is under the like the weight of the booster is on the arms. I usually make the reference that the arms are sort of like if you had your hands with a thumbs up and you have the booster on the top of the hands, and there it goes all the way down. And so these stabilizers are like the pinky fingers, you know, sort of like keeping the thing stable a little bit lower down, so that it doesn't sway in the moves. You wouldn't want this to be moving if, for example, right now there's not a lot of wind, but if there was wind and high winds, you can do it actually with a little bit more precision. All these moves and everything. That's totally my guess, but I think it's probably a good guess.
Would you say, Alex, that this is now at the point they've completed that process, or can they maybe edge it in closer?
Yeah, I think maybe it needs at least a little bit more closer to the thing. I feel like once the light is just a point, sort of, you know, that's when it's so close to the booster that it is practically there already.
I safely assume that's a little camera they've got there. So they've got the
Yeah.
light, they've got the camera, they'll have some engineer watching it on a monitor and with measurements and data readouts and just basically watching it in real time. I wonder if SpaceX will kindly provide us that feed.
And you know what? Now that Nick is here, I can do a little of promotion of his work. And on our recent daily, there's actually footage of them working on those cameras.
Oh, wow.
On the stabilizers. Yep. So the other stabilizer doesn't seem to have moved in. That's probably coming later. You
Yeah.
can see the light to the left there. Thanks, Michael, for the change of cameras, by the way.
Oh, apparently it's just moved in.
Okay. It moved in. Yeah, we're not gonna have probably the same kind of view, but the lights are gonna be the clue here.
So, hopefully moving ever closer to a full lift. We are technically lifted right now, but
I know everyone's exhausted, but it's kind of like a nice benefit of doing this at night now because you get better lighting effects. I really do enjoy watching these things happen at night compared to the air turbulence of midday. So this is a rare treat for us. We're getting to see this with the quality we see on that left-hand side there is amazing. That is so close up.
You can almost smell it.
Yeah, the heat distortion is gone on the right camera. Remember earlier today it was brutal. Like you could barely make out any engine bells, but now it's clear. It's so nice to see.
That is one of my favorite things about nighttime. However, the heat distortion is replaced by mosquitoes, so there's a trade-off there.
I've mentioned
The
before,
robots-
Nick, I've never experienced a mosquito in my life, and I'm not particularly looking
Really?
forward to it. Yeah, I've no. We just
Oh
don't
my
have them.
goodness! Well, you need to
Yeah.
get down here, Chris. Well,
Get bitten.
there's plenty of them down here for you. We can help you out with that. No problem.
Go eat the Englishman. He's over there.
I would say that. I love you,
I
Chris,
have-
but
I
I need to
volunteer as
save myself.
Right,
We hit
with the
a
stabilizer
super
moving,
chat.
I'm gonna- Oh, sorry,
Oh,
go
go
on.
ahead. No,
Right.
go ahead. No, sorry.
I was just going to quickly say, we can go to super chats, that we've seen the stabilizer move now. So I'm now focusing my attention to the right hand side of the screen and watching those engine bells and see if we can see any more raising going on, because I think that'll be the next process now.
I wonder how clear we're gonna see the guiding pins on the stand moving.
Oh, there goes the stabilizer arm getting a bit closer.
Yeah. See,
Stop
that's what I
moving.
said. It needs a little bit closer. I remember for the ship, it was like just the light source, like the same size of the light source, because it was so close. It's like when you're holding a lighter, you know, like a flashlight actually. You're like, holy, like when you flash it far away, it's a big cone of light, but if you flash it closer, it's just like the same size of the open.
And I rudely
Yeah.
interrupted Nick, by the way, earlier when I started chatting. So if Nick wants to carry on with those with his super chat
Yeah.
list, I'll keep quiet now.
Yeah, no worries. This is very, very exciting stuff that we gotta watch. But as we're just waiting for stuff to happen, it's a perfect time to thank Cameron Murphy for sending us an Australian super chat. Is that an upside down super chat? Is that how that works? I've never been to Australia, so I'll have to read it upside down or something. Cameron asks, how pressurized is the vehicle during the lift? Can't it be lifted with the tanks at 1 atmosphere? Keep up the awesome coverage. Well, thank you for the support there, and we'll definitely keep up the coverage. Does anyone know how many atmospheres is inside the booster right now? I mean, I'd hope there's more than one.
Yeah, at least one.
If there's less than one, we have a problem.
Yeah.
If it's -1, there's a lot of things that have gone wrong.
Cool. Well, Moldy Space Industries has a comment about Billy Joel fans. If you said goodbye to me tonight, there would still be Raptors left to light. What else could I do? I'm so delayed by you. This lift hasn't happened for the longest time. Is that a song that I just haven't heard?
Yeah, Billy Joel.
Yeah.
Ah.
Hopefully we haven't hit copyright strike
Oh.
level.
No, I
For
don't
the
think, I
longest
think we're
time.
okay.
I think we're okay because my voice is so far away from Billy Joel's. We should be okay. Uh-oh, Kenny Blake coming in here with another funny joke. The utter excitement of this list has me glued to my phone. Oh my. 2 cow jokes in one.
We're never gonna lose that,
thing.
are we?
It's never gonna die.
Never go away.
And it never should, honestly. Space Shuttle Discovery also coming in with more support. Thank you so much for that support. I will come out of retirement and land right in front of Chris B's house just to convince him that I'm the best orbiter. Would
Nice
that convince
try,
you?
but-
Would
No,
that work?
I'm loyal to Atlantis.
Ooh, still loyal to Atlantis, even if it landed in front of your house. It does have some cross-range capability, right? If they had to do
Somewhat, yeah.
They might be able to do that. I don't know how far
Don't
away your
start me
house
off. I
is.
could start talking about
Okay.
emergency shuttle landing sites for the next 10 hours.
Let's not. Let's not.
I wonder how that could fly. I mean, there's the SLS rocket out there, maybe. Just bolt it to the side.
A lot dapper perspective donated some Canadian dollars. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate the support from America's Top Hat. Thank you so much for that. Just because GSC rocks and Raptor bells are stunning. You know, I have to agree with you. GSC rocks and the rocks under GSC also rock. And Raptor bells, well, they're just stunning, obviously. Couldn't agree more. Well said. American Badger also is coming in with some more support. Thank you so much for the support, American Badgers. No offense to Chris Bergen, but in 1781, we did win the Battle of Cowpuns in South Carolina.
Yeah, but we won. Yeah, no.
Wow. Wow. That is one of the questions that I should have read before I read it on air. That is not smart of me to do. I know, it's a funny cow joke. Thanks, American Badger. Appreciate it. Thomas is coming in with some more support. Thank you. What is the combined thrust of 33 Raptor 2 engines? Does anyone have that number for me?
If I may, the thrust is 33, and I will now see myself out.
Hold on, I can do that. Like, I can just take out my calculator, do 230 times 33.
Was it 210?
That's 7,000. No, that's an old figure. It's 230.
Oh,
that's 7,590 tons of thrust. So,
We
yeah.
had Alex doing math on their NSF livestream bingo card. You can now cross that out.
And I wonder what that is in horsepower.
Did you say science guy?
I wonder what that is in horsepower, because I know that ATK, which is now Northrop Grumman, love to say 22 million pounds, 22 million horsepower when they do a solid rocket booster test. And there's something where they always use horsepower, never anything else, always horsepower. So we need to do a calculation on that. And the other plot twist is, how many horsepower in a horse? 15.
Really?
Did you know
Of course
that?
you will
I
come
did
up
not
with
know
a
that.
horse.
Of
course
you
you
would
would
know
know
that. I mean, like,
Of course,
You're
of course, he'd horse. Of course, you know that.
Horse fact of the day.
Of horse.
Oh no, we don't need to start the horse jokes.
Oh, you just wait until they start super chatting that.
Oh dear. All
By the
right.
way,
Oh,
we've got-
dear.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to quickly say, we've had a few extra people join since the tweet. We're now on 9,000 viewers, and a few
Oh,
are
my
asking
goodness.
where we stand, because
Wow.
they've just joined. Where we
Mhm.
stand right now has been watching this for quite a while now. The Chopsticks took the load, raised slightly to take the full load, and did the measurements for about 30 minutes or so. And then they did a raise of, I don't know how many feet, but they now cleared the engine belts from the transport stand, and now they're basically just setting up the stabilizers and the pin, ready for the full lift over to the orbital launch mount. That's where we stand right now. So it's happening, but they're pausing right now just to finish the process, secured of a booster with the Chopstick system, the Mechazilla system, before the raise and then translation over to that view that you can see right there, raising it to the height above the orbital launch mount, over to it, and then lowering it and installing it.
And that is all happening imminently. That's what we've been saying for the past over
The last
20
5
hours.
Yeah.
We've been saying that for the last 12, actually.
Golly.
Oh god.
Oof. Long day, but hey, that's what tank watching's all about, right?
Yep.
Steven Dickinson is also coming in with some more support, and looks like some more cow jokes possibly. Let's read it and find out. They're being careful, but once those engine cowbells are clear, things will speed up. All right. Wasn't too much of a cow joke, so I respect it, but still, that's borderline. That's borderline on the cow jokes. So.
Now that he said cowbells, everyone is making cow jokes, but no one is mentioning the cowbells on Booster 7. So you have the vents on the LOX tank, they look like cowbells.
Those
ones-
like little
yeah.
The ones that look
I know what
like
you're talking about.
nostrils.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they also
Yeah.
look like cowbells. So yeah. I haven't seen many jokes about that. Weird.
Huh. Well, get ready for an onslaught of those. So we
What
got
are
some
Alex-
new. Go ahead.
I was saying, what has Alex done?
He has created a whole new thing. This is gonna haunt us for days, I'm sure. Hey, we got some new members. Thank you so much, Mark, for your support, being a Red Team member. Chris, real quick, what do Red Team members get? And you might not have Chris on comms.
Oh, Chris, you literally called
I
him
can
right when
probably
Chris left.
throw that out if
I'm
you want
sorry.
me.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Red Team members, if I remember correctly, they get access to the emojis on the chat, but also they get member previews of some of the daily content, and also pictures, not only videos but also pictures, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that's it. But you know, if you go one level above that, that's Capcom and above. gets you the skirt.
Absolutely.
We said
Well,
that a few times already, but I'm seeing a lot of people joining, and I'm really proud of that. It's really super great seeing people join.
yes, and thank you, Mark, for becoming a new Red Team member. And also, we have Andrew Lee also joining as a Red Team member. So we have 2 new Red Team members who will be enjoying beautiful pictures from Mary, Boca Chica Gal, and myself, along with some videos and exclusive behind-the-scenes stuff. We thank you for your support. You help us keep the lights on around here. Let's see. We have another Canadian support. So thank you so much for the maple syrupy goodness of this beautiful super chat. Reminder that the stabilizers will engage by extending down into the socket once angled towards the booster. And I don't know about you, A, but I read that in the most polite way possible. So thank you so much for the support. Extending down, yeah. So I've seen all those animations that people have posted, like some of the really talented 3D render artist guys, and that launch mount mechanism, we can't see much of it from the side of the highway, and Mauricio from RGV Aerial Photography can get a few glimpses of it from some of his aerial shots, but those are some complicated mechanisms inside that orbital launch ring, and so yeah, they'll definitely be angling towards the booster there. So thank you for your support. We appreciate that. Let's see, next up on the Super Chats is less of a Super Chat and more of just some support. Team JG has supported some more Australian upside down support, but did not leave a chat, so we do thank you for that support, even if it is upside down. Leon21CS says, I think Starhopper deserves to be lifted. I wouldn't want to miss it out on this excitement. Thanks for the awesome coverage. I wholeheartedly agree with you. Starhopper's been chilling over there, being the matron of the entire Starbase build-out, and it's kind of been there the entire time. It's time to get some action. Don't you guys agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm excited for things to start ramping up sometime soon. Especially seeing something we've never seen before. It's going to be exciting to see the booster test campaign.
Absolutely. Well, do you want to grab some more Super Chats there?
Yeah, let's go. Keeping it going here with our Super Chats. $5 Australian here from Harry Stranger. Hello there, Harry.
Hey, Harry.
Saying, win SatCam. Thanks all. Let's get a satellite camera. I like that.
Can we
win NSF satellite?
So we know that NASA has 2 retired NRO satellites, one of which is becoming the Roman Space Telescope, which I love. Ooh. The second of which, can we buy it and put it in orbit so we can look at Starbase from above? That's totally illegal, but...
Well, actually, there's that, was it Transporter 5 that had the selfie sat payload, just launched about a month ago. That has some cameras on board, and it was put together by some college students in the Netherlands with some Raspberry Pis. So I feel like this might be in DOS's in my wheelhouse. We'll have to, we'll talk with management. How about that?
All right. Next up here, we have $7 Canadian from Codex saying, okay, but seriously, when are we going to see the inside of the high bay bar? Any thoughts?
Well,
I can't wait to see camera views from it.
Yeah, if Elon is watching, a little bit of a tour. We have very good, talented people that can shoot videos, and maybe they will appreciate the drinks too.
Chris, can we rent it out for a company party?
Hey, that's a good idea. NSF company party at the high bar. I approve of this.
Next up from James Juries, a $5 super chat with, these cow jokes have been well done, but we need to move on. Oh me. We're gonna these cow jokes are gonna haunt our dreams tonight whenever we all lay down to go to bed sometime. When that will be, we do not know yet, but yeah. But thank you for the support. We always appreciate it. Helps us do what we do. Keeping it going here with the super chats. Another $5 super chat from W4WWW Raker saying, why hello neighbor, I'm Mr. Ed. Not sure I'm getting that, but
me neither.
But as always, thank you for the support. We greatly appreciate it. Here we have a $10 super chat from Dat Taco Guy saying, "Would you guys quit horsing around and get back to moving?" We have a cow and a horse joke in that.
Oh no, the taco guy strikes again. Oh no.
That's a bingo.
That is a bingo. Actually, if we had NSF bingo cards, I think between all of the live streaming we've done today, you could probably have filled up an entire NSF bingo card.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think we even
got
hit
one
in
hop in
one.
And oh my goodness, guys, we have another one from Daniel Floyd, another $10 super chat saying, "Those opposed to starting horse puns, please say nay."
Oh my goodness.
No.
Chris, what have you done?
Not my fault. I was talking about horsepower. It was perfectly sensible.
Oh me. Okay.
So where? Hang
Here
on.
we go.
Where do we stand here? Because we've got the pins. Are they in?
I don't know. Are they?
Stumped everybody there.
I'm sorry. No, I've been managing chat here. I should have probably
Well,
been
I'll
looking
tell
at
you
this
one
booster.
thing. We have a flight engineer, do we?
Yes, I think we do. That's
Yeah.
probably the most important thing.
We
at the moment.
do. From Leon21CS, a new member becoming a flight engineer member. Thank you
Wow.
so much for
Top
your
level.
support.
Top level support.
Wow.
Indeed, that's
Tip
quite the
toppity
support.
top. Thank you.
Thank
so
you from
much.
everybody here. We greatly,
Really
greatly
thankful about
appreciate
that.
it.
Yeah. Oh man.
That's.
Well,
Wish I could
think
have
we're
more
gonna-
energy. But yeah.
I know. Yeah, it's like 11 o'clock at night for me. And oh gosh, what time is it? What time is it for you, Alex?
6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Is the sun up for you?
It's so late that I have to see my brother leave for work, so that's kind
Oh
of late
no
here.
way.
It's actually very early.
I think we should all say a massive thank you, Alex, for not only being on this stream for pretty much the entire stream, but
Yep.
also for the rollout stream. So,
Yes.
Alex, you're a madman.
And
but we
yesterday for
greatly
the other
appreciate
rollout.
everything you do.
Yes. Alex, my goodness.
So, yeah.
And
But I couldn't
Everyone takes
miss
a certain
any of
type
these
of
guys.
person be as dedicated as you are to this program, and we thank you so much. Yeah.
Look, I'm a nerd. I will be commentating all of this with other nerds on the NSF Discord for sure, with other people in other servers, and on Twitter. So look, at least here I have many other people to talk with, right? And we have our awesome viewers, and I couldn't miss it. It's just like I prefer to do it this way than doing it, Obviously, there's other people that I could do it with, but yeah, commentating these events and having fun with you guys, it's the best thing.
A shout out to Michael, who's in behind the scenes doing it all the
Yes.
time,
Indeed.
every hour
All
of the day.
day.
And doing it
Yep.
forever.
For sure.
Poor guy's been doing it all day. Yeah.
Yeah, and all day yesterday too, right?
I'm still trying to pressure him to say something, but he probably will be like, "Hi guys."
He's pushing too many buttons back there.
Yep.
Maybe Michael's the one in charge
Well,
of lifting this booster. Maybe he should click the button to
Maybe.
lift the booster up. That's what I'm voting.
Well, our super chat queue is filling up, and since I do not see any movement on the booster, I think we should keep going with the super chats. So we have a $2 super chat here from Kyle Trick saying WinWarp 452063. I know Nick told me in the back channel to say this one, so Nick, what's the importance of this?
Oh, I'm sorry. That was in reference to the awesome flight engineer membership that we got a minute ago.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm sorry. That was the back channel confusion there. But I actually don't
Yeah,
know
that
when
was.
Warp 452063 is. What is that all about, Chris?
Isn't
Go
that
for it,
Steph-
Chris.
Isn't that Cochrane? Stephen Cochrane's first warp flight from First Contact, where Star Trek First Contact.
I haven't seen
Chat,
that. Is
help
that a
me
movie?
out.
Is it a TV show?
Is it a movie? First Contact, one of the best Star Trek movies it was. I'll have you know. But, yeah, the first
Star
warp
Trek.
flight was Stephen Cochrane. That's when the Vulcans noticed that we had warp capability and landed on Earth, and we got to meet aliens. I'm going to Google it because I want to check I am getting the right date there. But I'm sure it was 2063. Everyone talk while I Google this.
Oh dear.
Okay. we'll keep on going here. A $10 super chat here from FSD Beta OC saying, "Wait, you can see the rocket? What kind of launch site is this?"
Hey,
I'm so happy.
Vandy Fog.
This
Stephen
is the best
Cochrane launched to
coast.
Phoenix on April
Yes.
5, 2063. So I am right. Yeah,
Perfect.
that's what the roll numbers was. I thought it was.
Well, there you go. Somebody got it. But yes. Okay, wait. Okay, so we have a pretty much an equal amount of people here that say East Coast is best coast or West Coast is best coast. But now we have to consider the Texas coast.
Central coast.
Central coast.
I don't know. Central. I don't know. Texas coast,
So-
Boca coast. I don't know. I'm tired.
So we have West Coast, Best
Word's
Coast,
good right now.
West Coast, Best Coast, East Coast, Beast Coast, Central Coast, Essential Coast. I don't know.
Ascent.
Grasping at straws.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there's lots
I'll
of
tell you
straws
what,
going on.
we go on a lot about super chats, and probably regular viewers probably thinking, "Oh, do we read a super chat?" We read as many questions as we possibly can do, but trust me, without the support from members, super chats, and all the things that go with that, this is expensive business. Trust me. I mean, I know that. I see the bills. So it is an expensive business to do this. This is not a couple of GoPros just thrown in the field and we're just basically using the local internet. We have got a major operation behind all this. So that's why we can do it, because of the support we get. We put it all back into the system, all back into what we do, provide this coverage you get. So that's why we thank Super Chats. It's very important that we appreciate the people who allow us to do this. So speaking of which, there's two big ones to read out.
Yes, we have two amazing, massive super chats from our first one from Leon21CS, a $100 super chat. Thank you so much. Saying, "Your time and energy is appreciated by all of us. We get to witness history because of your hard work. Y'all are truly awesome people. Thanks again." Well, thank you so much. As Chris said, we couldn't do it without everybody's support. And your generous donation is really going to go a long way in helping us do more live streams and bring you guys some awesome views of what is hopefully going to be a very busy next few weeks at Starbase. So again, thank you so much. We couldn't do it without y'all.
Definitely.
And then the second one here, another $100 super chat.
This is
I might be
amazing,
speechless
guys.
here. From Grayson Holt saying $10 for every hour we've been waiting for this lift. Thank you so much.
Wow.
And has it really been 10 hours we've been waiting for this lift?
It doesn't have to
Probably.
compute.
Probably.
My goodness.
Oh, no,
I've
actually,
written-
sorry. It's been 12 hours because the rocket got to the pad at noon today.
No way.
Oh boy.
Oh, wait.
Wow.
No, it's been, sorry, I'm doing East Coast math. It's been 11 hours and 3 minutes.
Oof.
Okay.
Luckily, it was two streams, otherwise we'd be on a 12-hour time limit. We'd have to start
Yeah.
again, wouldn't we? Yeah.
I
thank
said
you.
this on the chat on YouTube. Thanks to everyone. Like, it was like the things that doesn't just like I cannot write it as large as I want it to be. It's just like the support. Even if you're not supporting monetary, because I've seen people being like, "Oh, I don't have money," It doesn't matter. Like any sort of support. If you share the live stream, if you like and hit subscribe, I know it's the same thing all over. We it's sort of the same thing on every channel. But you know how the algorithm works, and we gotta spread the word. People gotta be excited about these things. This is exciting thing, and apart from commentating all of this stuff, I'm really enjoying the fact that many people joined us, and like this. When we're going back to the moon, we're going on to Mars. Many science missions out there. I know Hagen is here in chat. Like the
Yes.
potential of this system to change the future of a spaceflight is amazing, and the moment that we are in right now, all of your support in any shape or form, it's appreciated, and I cannot say it any better way than that. I think.
Yeah, I mean, Alex, you perfectly summed it up. We could not do it without everybody's generous support. So yeah, again, thank you to Grayson. Thank you to our other $100 super chat and all the donations and super chats we've gotten throughout this stream and our rollout stream. So yeah, thank you guys so much. Okay. I guess we're gonna keep on going right quick here with these super chats and memberships while we wait for a lift. But we have Cameron Murphy here with a new membership, becoming a part of our red team. So thank you so much for your support. And then another membership here, a Capcom membership from Nicholas Stansbury. Hop on into that Discord and talk to maybe one of us. You can talk to Alex about Starship or quiz him on some Falcon 9 numbers. He'll probably get it all right. But
I actually keep, now that you say that, I actually keep a sort of like upcoming Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, because it's a list of upcoming launches, because many people were asking us, oh, when's the next launch? And I was like, you know what? I'm going to make a post about that, and I have it pinned on the SpaceX channel. And every time, every now and then I update it, and I always say, bump, updated. And so people can go back and see it. And some are like, you're still updating that thing? And I'm like, yep, I'm still updating it.
Alex, you're a madman of numbers and statistics, and I don't... Oh, it's going up, it's going up.
Woo!
Oh.
Woo! Yeah! Let's go!
Yay!
Let's go.
It's going,
Pedal to the metal.
Look at that, it's moving. It's
I'm gonna have to turn off that light.
Ugh,
Oh, come on!
please don't.
Oh wow, it is going.
That is...
Yep.
This is so well worth the wait. Oh my goodness. Look at that.
Look at
that
those
thing
Raptors.
moving.
Nice.
Well, folks, if you're just joining us, you've joined at just the right time. The Chopsticks are currently lifting a Booster 7, and this is the first ever lift of a super heavy booster using the Chopsticks on the side of the launch tower at the orbital launch site. So you've joined just in time to witness history tonight. So yeah, as you can see there, Booster 7 is flying up. Wow, it is. Those Chopsticks are really going.
Wow. 45 minutes from the first motion it's taken. Because I've just done a tweet reply to my first original tweet about the lift happening. So it took 45 minutes for them to get to race, to get the stabilizers in, to secure, do the data checks, make sure everything's hunky-dory with the weights and the chopsticks, and now they are going for it. Full
Look
send.
at those.
Here it is, the close-up Michael's been talking about. I looked away from my screen for like a few seconds, and I looked back and the camera was panning down. I'm like, the chopsticks are moving fast.
I love me some Raptors. Holy cow. Sorry. Wow. Wow.
Holy cow.
And this right here is history as well, because this is the first super heavy booster to have all 33 Raptor engines installed underneath it. So
That is 33
lots of history
Raptors.
tonight.
Oh my goodness. I love me some Raptors. I think I've said that about 1,000,000 times. My goodness. Those things are gorgeous. Freaking gorgeous.
And if everything goes well, those Raptors will be in space briefly during the orbital test flight.
Yeah.
Wow. I just can't wait to see all 33 of those fire. Like I'm half worried it would just like crack the concrete under them out and maybe like, I don't know, smash like the windows at Boca Chica Village, but like...
Is it me, or is the booster QD closed? It is closed.
Yeah,
the
think
booster QD
so.
is closed.
The
Yeah, it was
booster-
open
the booster
quite a bit
QD
earlier today. We'll have to go back.
Yeah,
and
it's
look
been
for
open
that
since this
open,
morning.
or closed from the open position.
Yeah, you're right. That booster is a cutie.
It is cutie. It's very cute.
Aw.
That's how high they're lifting it.
Aw.
Look at that view on the right there.
Yeah, they are
It's
lifting it
a
really
lot
high. I
higher
just
than I was
noticed that.
expecting.
Yeah, you got to clear the QD umbilical then, I guess.
Well, it should swing over that. Like they shouldn't have a problem clearing that specifically. However, I guess more safety clearance the better.
I'm half expecting these the chopsticks are controlled by an engineer using just like the arrow keys on their keyboard. There's like, all right, up key, all right, now sideways key.
Yeah.
I was thinking,
can we
is my
talk
stream
about-
frozen, or it's just standing there? No, it's just standing there.
That was very fast. If they're at the max height it's going to reach, that was a very fast lift. But at the same time, they're not going up as high as they would bring the ships. But still, you really see this chopstick speed whenever these lifts happen. But can we also talk about that right shot on the right here?
Yeah.
Look at just a super heavy booster hanging off the side of the orbital launch
That is
tower.
crazy.
How crazy is that?
This is unbelievable. Just having your lift mechanism installed into the
Wow.
That's remarkable.
Now
And I love how they have
he's
drone.
firing.
Oh, what was that?
Just imagine he's firing now during ascent.
Yeah. Oh,
Wow.
The potential of this, we're going to have a static fire campaign. We're going to see sets of Raptors being fired, but the launch itself, this thing going uphill, it's going to be
I
stunning.
can't wait. Just the noise of that. What is that gonna do? Like, I can't even begin to imagine it. And the plume. I wonder what the plume is gonna look like. Oh, I cannot wait to see this. Hopefully a month away.
I think
Hopefully
that's a
we'll
good-
start to see the drone flying around here soon as well. Getting
Yeah, and
those
also
up close, pretty
setting,
shots.
setting expectations about the launch. I have no doubt that SpaceX, especially Elon, will have a ambitious timeline in mind. That is if everything goes right. And of course, for the first time operations, you can't expect everything to go right first time. That's why they do the testing. They want to find the faults and make sure they're fixed while the vehicle's on the ground. They don't want to have the faults as they're launching and going through the air, so into space. If we get a launch in the summer, I think that'll be a huge achievement. I wouldn't want to give a personal opinion on when the launch will be because I think that's unfair. And again, I would give them some flexibility. But there's been many people who have said they will never launch this year, and I think we're seeing the proof now that they're getting through the steps, getting to the point where it's realistic we could see a launch this year. And I think I personally will put my money on a launch this year. How successful it'll be, I don't know, but I think the main thing to take away from that is the test flight. They want to find the faults before they make this vehicle operational. So anything they achieve from a launch will be valuable data points.
I believe right there between on the right shot, you can see that blinking light heading down. I think that's the drone right there. Yeah, you can see it moving in front of the launch mount there. And wow, look at the stars behind Super Heavy in that left shot.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Of course, I
You
would
can be
notice
like,
that, but wow.
stars, science.
Let me figure out what constellation that is real quick.
Pull up Stellarium.
I'd love to get like a long exposure shot of that, like just the booster with like the Milky Way
wow.
behind it or
Yeah.
something. Just ask them to shut the lights
Whoa.
off for like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to point out something here. When they do the lifts with a crane, it always seems messy with all the taglines, all the workers around. This seems just so much clean. Like just a few pins, the chopsticks. It all seems so much cleaner and so much smoother. Sure, they're taking a long time to do this, but this is the first time. Next time they do this, they're probably gonna take half the time. And the next time half again, and so on and so forth. And sure, it's like, it seems simple. Obviously, it's just like a few pins. I said it's just a few pins, of a few the arms, and it sounds easy in that sense, but this is a complex engineering. So yeah, it is amazing how simple they're making it look like compared to lifting it with a crane, just by having all the chopsticks and the pins on the stand and all of that. So yeah.
Also, context, the size of this booster is huge. This is the most powerful rocket ever constructed. And to say that in this day and age, when we've been through an era a lot of us not lived through, with the Saturn V, this is more powerful. by magnitude of 2, in fact. So it's an incredible vehicle we're watching here. It's real. Those engines work. This is not a fit check. This is not a test article where they're just using it just to make sure everything fits. This is a real vehicle that potentially could launch. And we're going to see static fires with it potentially within days. We're going to see this thing fire up its engines within days, potentially. This is where we stand right now. This is where we are.
Yeah.
So I'm excited.
It's crazy. I went down a SpaceX YouTube rabbit hole the other day, and I watched all the highlights from the old Starship flights from last year, and I watched SN15s, and I was just amazed that the tower wasn't there. You know, there were no chopsticks. The GSC tanks weren't there. And you look at where we are now, a little over a year after SN15, and the first super heavy booster is being lifted by the system that will likely catch it after it comes back from completing its orbital flight, which is hopefully only a few weeks away. How crazy is that? It just blows my mind how far this program has come in just a few years.
Yeah, but it's been
I'll tell you a rabbit hole to go down. Go look at the Falcon 1 flights, the first ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love
They're
going down
amazing.
a Falcon 1 rabbit hole every now and then.
Wow. Amazingly, there's very few videos left in it, but there's a wonderful thing where Space Vidcast has a archive of one of the launches, right?
Wow.
And
Jamie.
Space Vidcast is now TMO, and Jamie is now working with SpaceX. So it's like full circle.
cool is
It's
that?
incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
I mean, I remember back to the days, back when Nomad on the NSF forums, if anyone remembers,
Oh yeah.
Boca Chica,
the
former Boca
Polcam.
Chica resident, Nomad, yeah, with Polcam. I remember him just the day that he
Polcam,
posted,
yeah.
"Hey, they're knocking down the dirt mound at Boca Chica," and they're like, "Oh, they're turning the
summer
dirt mound into a
2018.
flat. They're turning it into a flat site," and we're like, "Falcon 9 is finally going there."
Oh, speaking of Falcon 9, Chris said just a few minutes ago how huge this thing is. This is the same height as a Falcon 9. So if you will place the top of the fairing of a Falcon 9 right at the tip of Super Heavy, the Merlin engines will be sort of at the same height as the Raptor engines there. They will be sort of the same altitude there. So yeah, it's as tall as a Falcon 9 rocket, and I think at least more than twice as wide. So this is a big rocket, and this is just the first stage, by the way. And then there's like a Starship, 50 meters tall on top. So yeah, this is not small. This is very, very big. Michael, I'm just seeing Michael's comments on the back channel.
Yeah, apparently
Jamie,
pronounced
not
Jamie.
Jamie.
I know. I might.
Yeah.
First of all, I've had like 2 hours sleep and I'm off to work soon. So the fact
You
that
know,
I'm still
if she
talking
were
is
watching,
amazing.
she will be like, what is he saying?
But I'm the guy who says Mimi. So there you go. For
That's
memes.
true.
Oh,
So
dear.
yeah. So I'm excused. I'm old and my brain's going.
Oh, but what a weird sight to see a 250-ton rocket just sitting in the air as they're checking things out with their drone on the side. Oh, ridiculous. I love it.
And while it looks like we're in a little bit of a pause here in the lift operations, we're going to hit a few super chats because our queue is really filled up. Wow, thank you guys for all your support. But real quick, want to hit a Nicholas Sansbury here. We were going to hit this, but then the Chopsticks decided to start moving. But we want to thank Nicholas Stansbury for upgrading his membership to Flight Engineer. Thank you so much for your support. That's really, really awesome. Thank you so much. And then we're going to keep on going here. We have Goose Died with a $5 super chat saying, planning on trip to watch the first launch of Starship. What viewing areas are there, and do you have any advice flying into Corpus Christi? I know Nick was here with us earlier. He unfortunately had to leave, but have any of us
I
been
think
to
the booster is
Starbase?
rotating, by the way. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm seeing
yeah,
it
it is.
rotating.
Yep. Slowly but surely.
anyways, just to answer the question just really quick before we get back to booster lift
Yeah.
operations. I'm not too sure. I have not been to Starbase myself, but I'm sure if you were to just ask around a few of the photographers, say on Twitter or something, they could definitely give you some recommendations, because I know there's likely quite a few places out there that you could watch.
I haven't been there either, but I've seen many people actually give recommendations, and I think South Padre Island is sort of the recommended place because of the viewing. Now, if you want access to Boca Chica, I believe Brownsville is better in that sense, but the viewing is not as good as South Padre. The problem is South Padre, you gotta do like a U-turn, sort of like, and it's a very long trip to Starbase if you want to go visit. But if you want to go watch the launch, that's the closest place, I think.
And also too with the orbital flight, we don't know the exact closure zone where like the roadblocks and everything will be. It'll very likely be a lot further away than they were during the suborbital flight tests. So at that point, your best bet might be to watch from South Padre Island, like the southernmost part of South Padre Island. That might be your best bet at this point.
And actually, Nick messaged us in our back channel. He's still watching. Hi, Nick. But he said he recommends Rocket Ranch or South Padre Island. So Alex said South Padre Island, and he recommends that. So, but anyways, Booster 7. It's really rotated. Wow, look at the chopsticks. Currently, if you're just now joining us, or if you're a bit confused as to where we are in the lift operations, just a few minutes ago, the chopsticks lifted Booster 7 up from its holding position, up to about its max height, I'm assuming. They held there for a few minutes, and the chopsticks are currently rotating Booster 7 over the launch mount. And then I'm assuming after this, we'll see probably another hold, and then they'll begin to lower Booster 7 onto the launch mount, where it'll likely be secured.
Very cool. And some beautiful visuals there still.
People are a little bit so I'm also reviewing some of the upcoming shots for the daily video. People are like, "Are you also here?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm also here."
Oh, well, some amazing shots here from our robots out in Boca Chica. You can see there in the left shot there, you can see the camera moving down there. An awesome shot of those stars behind Mechazilla and Booster 7. A beautiful night, it looks like, for lift operations.
Definitely. And has the quick disconnect umbilical opened up?
Ooh. That's a good
It
question.
looks... Huh. I'm not sure.
I
I'm not
don't
too sure. It
see
might
it.
not have.
It's still closed.
Here we go. Maybe the camera's going to pan down for us to see. Yeah.
Oh, there
looks
we
like it's gonna
go.
Do that.
Thanks, Michael.
Someone's saying, "Did he just call Michael a robot?" Well, sort of, right? That's a
He must
running
feel like
joke
one after
inside.
he's been operating all day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and it looks like it is not opened up yet.
So I'm
But
assuming
still-
they're not going to connect it to the booster if it's not opened.
I'm wondering if they need to actually... Oh, wait, no. It's in liftoff position, so when it flips back and closes. I thought it was in the deployed position. I'm like, wouldn't they need to open it up? But no, it's already retracted.
Oh.
So I was a bit confused on my nomenclature there.
And I'd just like to bring awareness to the 33 Raptor engines that are also in the shot right now. Look at that.
Seems like they're going down again. It seems like it is going down.
Oh, wow. Drone.
Or maybe it's the rotation that is having the sensation,
That's the
visual...
rotation, I think.
Yeah, I'm realizing that now.
It looks like it's almost over the mount. I still can't get over the Raptor shots. That's just so many engines on the base of one rocket. Looking, oh, it looks
Wow.
like the tower is eclipsed to the booster now.
Yeah.
Oh, you could see the
Total
engines
eclipse
actually
of the
through the
stack.
tower.
Oh, that's
Yes, total eclipse of the stack.
Oh. Well, hopefully we're getting close to a lowering onto the launch mount here soon. I can't wait to see the shots that Nick and Mary get in the morning of Booster 7 on the launch mount, hopefully.
People are
assuming
saying they
everything
see
goes well.
Raptor engine 42. Too bad that is not a 4, right? The other one seems to be 20. That will be a very Elon thing to have the 4 and the 20. We saw that on Booster 4, I believe. We saw an engine that was, I think, Raptor Boost 4, and then another one that was Raptor Boost 20. So yeah.
Neat also that all the engine numbers are facing outwards, so that'll help the people who track the engines. I don't know if there's anyone left who still does that, but
Oh yeah, I've seen a few people on, especially on Twitter.
nice.
Very great people, by the way.
Oh yeah. Also, it's neat to see you can see South Padre Island in the bottom left there. Some of the buildings. One is glowing green on top. It looks like.
Oh, that is cool. I did not realize that was South Padre.
And also, I don't know if we mentioned, but if you look at the orbital tank farm, the tall tanks, the vertical tanks, the yellow lighting on them is sodium vapor lighting. And that's the same kind of light bulbs that are used in some street lights, but they're being replaced by LEDs. These lights seem to have been purposely installed to comply with the mitigations in the environmental assessment. Now, those lights are not as bright and not as blinding white as LED lights, and those the sodium vapor lights, since they're yellowish, it kind of helps with the turtle mating season. It has less of an impact on them, which is a neat side note I thought I'd mention.
Wow. I had no idea about that. Well, as we get further and further into the night or the morning, depending on where you are, a few of us have to leave. And unfortunately, that means NASA Spaceflight Actual. Chris Bergen has got to head off for the night or the morning. I'm not sure what time it is for him. But thank you, Chris. You are...
5:30 a.m.
Wow.
I'm not.
Oh, man.
I've got no claim to fame here. Alex has been here far longer and longer than I am. My word. Well, no, it's been a wonderful event again. They got a load of thing onto the orbital launch mount yet, so I'm not calling it. But obviously, they've lifted it with the chopsticks. It's the first time it's ever happened with a super heavy booster. It's been a lot of fun to cover this, and what a great audience as well. It's not been a massive audience, but so much support. It's been amazing, really. So you're all pat yourselves on the back of yourselves because you've all stayed up all through the night to follow this first event. So when you got like 300,000 people watching the launch, you can say, I was there when they lifted it with the chopsticks first time. Well done. You can all get a badge of honor for that. But thanks for having us. And thanks for everyone being on the stream and all the team we've got, the amazing team we've got covering this. And I'll probably shut up now because I'll go on forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We
See ya, Chris.
really appreciate it. See ya. All right, and with Chris leaving, I think we might want to do a little bit of a refresh here real quick of who is on the stream, because we've had a lot of people cycle in and out. But yes, of course, as you just saw there, Chris Bergen, NASA Spaceflight Managing Editor, he was on the stream for pretty much a majority of it. He's had to head off, but you're still stuck with three of us. So we're going to start off here. We have Alex, a writer for NASA Spaceflight. How are we doing, Alex? You have been here forever. I don't know how you're doing it.
Well, I'm gonna recognize I'm a little bit tired, I'm a little bit sleepy, but hey, I'm here. So that's what counts, right?
At least you recognize that you're tired, okay? I just want to make sure that you're human. But
Oh
and
yeah.
then
I'm not a robot. I'm not
then-
like Michael.
Oh,
Oh
and then
boy,
we
I'm gonna
have,
get fired about this.
And then I'm your host. My name is Hagen Warren. I'm a writer for NASA Spaceflight, an occasional launch commentator. Hopefully, I can start doing this a little bit more. But happy to be here with you all. And then next up, our other commentator is Mr. Ian Atkinson. How are you doing?
Doing great, Hagen. Excited that we're finally seeing the booster lift today. And hopefully it gets set down very soon. But very neat to see it in the air, though, for the first time.
Yeah. I think we're all going to get a really good night of sleep tonight. And then I think
Definitely.
and then, of course, none of this would be possible without the amazing Michael Baylor, our amazing video engineer, producer. He's always in the background pushing buttons, making sure we have these amazing shots. And so thank you, Michael, for all you do. We couldn't do it without you. But while we're in another lull here, I think we're going to try and hit a few more super chats. We just got a big one in here from G Forbes, a $50 super chat. Thank you. Wow. Total eclipse of the stack. Earned your keep tonight. So good job, Ian.
Thank you.
I think we need Bonnie Tyler to do a song, a cover, or not a cover, a remix of Total Eclipse of the Heart. Make a Total Eclipse of the Stack.
Oh, and the booster is going down.
Oh, here we go. It's like we hit one super chat and it decides to move.
Yeah, I think they don't want us to recognize all the super chats, but we'll get there. Don't worry.
We'll get there. Yeah, don't worry. We'll read your name off. You'll get to hear you. But of course, thank you for all your support. But yeah, let's get back to lift operations. Getting very close to being placed on the mount. This is what we've been waiting for, guys. We've been waiting all day for this. Moving ever so slowly down.
Beautiful. And you don't want to slam it down because there's some valuable things on the bottom there. About $33 million worth of things on the bottom.
Wow.
I think they cost less than $1 million. I have no idea.
I've seen some people pointing out the engine to the left of engine 21, Raptor 21. What is that thing that it has? I believe it's just they taped some wires there that they probably need to finish later, probably. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm looking right here in the center. Is that engine 42? I think we've already seen one of those before. Dead center. I think we have an engine 42.
Yeah. And as I was pointing out, it's a pity that the one to the right is 20. So instead of 42, it could have been 420.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, it's definitely moved down, so we're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm just amazed. I sort of went off earlier and, was going on about how amazed I am at where we are right now in this program. But, wow. Really, take a step back and look at where we are.
Absolutely. We're about to have the first flight-capable full stack of Starship and Super Heavy here. Beautiful. And looks like we're just about maybe like a meter or two above the launch mount. Again, we're using metric because that is the system that
it's a little bit more
rockets are
than a
using.
meter.
Oh, okay.
It's more than a meter. Yeah, that's probably more like 5 meters or so.
Yeah, like 2 or 3, because those handrails there are about a meter tall each.
Yeah.
And again, we're using meters.
Keep in mind, we're looking at. Yeah, we're looking at sort of an angle. So yeah, now probably getting closer to 2 meters. Yeah.
Very cool. And
Just
really
funny
quickly,
seeing
while we're
you
waiting for it
guys
to come
using it.
down, go some super chats. So James Hershey here, no message, but it's just $5 super chat. We really appreciate that. As well as John, a new member for becoming a Capcom member. Thank you very much, John. We really appreciate that. And the membership program is a great way to support what we do here. And so, John, hope you enjoy the Discord access you now have access to. And it looks like the booster has paused above the launch mount. Again, that's not too surprising. This is the first time a booster is being lifted onto the mount using the chopsticks, so nothing wrong with going slowly but surely here.
Also remember, they're probably going to deploy the guiding pins on the OLM.
Oh, yep, very
The
true.
same that we saw on the stand. Those are probably going to come up.
Yep. We also had a $5 super chat from Everyday Astro Kid saying, "Hey guys, love the coverage, and with the potential for OLM2, could we see 2 separate starships launch at once?" And the answer to that is probably very much no. You don't want to have 2 rockets going at once because, first off, you don't want to have to manage 2 rockets in the air at once, but also that would be a nightmare for range safety, as well as what if they collided midair? So probably not going to happen, at least in the very distant future, if I had to guess. But thanks for the support, though. We appreciate that. And from Jeff Brown saying, SpaceX is really milking this lift. Oh, I'm looking through here. There's a lot of cow puns here. Get ready, Alex. Brace for impact. But it looks like the booster's coming back down now, coming down into the launch mount itself. Great sign there. Again, it's going slowly but surely because there's nothing wrong with going slow. There's a lot wrong if you go fast. So taking it easy, probably stopping every now and then. Looks like they've paused for right now. But very exciting to see. The lift is almost coming to an end here.
I bet the engineering cameras have some amazing views of that booster heading into the launch mount.
Absolutely. I would pay to see those views. And, oh, wow, $100 super chat from Randall Smith here.
Wow.
Saying, from Randall and Nineka, maybe? I apologize if I'm butchering that. But they're saying, how many of the Raptors can gimbal? Alex,
Well,
how many
that's an
Raptors?
easy question. 13 of the 33. There are 20 don't gimbal. That's an easy question.
Yep,
Felt like I feel bad for it because it's $100 super chat.
Yeah.
Boy, that's quite the support. Yeah.
Yeah, Randall, if you look, all the Raptors that you can see here on your screen, the outer engines, those are the ones that cannot gimbal. Those are purely and entirely there just to give thrust off the pad. The inner 13 engines.
Oh boy, we just had a $200 super chat, a $200 super chat right now.
Wow.
From Pad Charon. I'm super sorry about murdering your name, but holy moly, that's look, this is like, I cannot emphasize, this is super amazing seeing you guys supporting us.
Incredible.
I'm speechless.
Again,
Not
we
gonna
couldn't
lie.
do it. We could not do it without all of you guys' support. I'm at a loss, and I've only been on the stream for like an hour or two. And just what I've seen so far has been insane. Thank you guys so much. We truly do have the greatest community ever. Yeah, that had me speechless. But I guess while lift operations look like they've paused, we're almost there. We're almost there. We'll keep on going here with a few super chats. Our queue is really filled up. This one here, a $5 super chat from Tyler, saying, "Why are you all still up? Isn't it past your bedtime?" Well, whenever it comes to spaceflight, there is no bedtime. So, yeah, I'm pretty used to being up late for spaceflight stuff between Starlinks and other launches. But of course, thank you for your support. Another $5 super chat here from Darren saying, "Can we stop milking the cow puns to get back to super hyper?" Hopefully I pronounced that right. But
Hyper is a word for cow if you don't know.
Yeah, I don't. Wow.
Oh, okay. Oh, brother.
We have a $5 super chat here from Philip, saying, "Greetings from Austria." Wow, that's really far out there. You made my breakfast special. Love you guys. Well, thank you so much for your support. Yeah, we greatly appreciate it. We have a $2 super chat here from Stephen Dixon, saying, "Chopsticks are well calibrated. So much at stake."
Oh boy.
You know, I didn't think that there would, like, okay, coming into this stream, you know, I knew that there were a few cow puns going on and stuff. I had no idea there were so many different ways to include cow-related terms and jokes, or in everyday phrases. So, I've definitely learned something today. But again, thank you for your support. A 10 Canadian dollar super chat here from Brady Gaming saying hashtag Alex Fan Club and hashtag Michael Fan Club. You guys are amazing, and the fact that some of you are pulling all-nighters is amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Also, when do you think a rocket launch pad in Canada will be built?
Ooh.
Ooh, that's an interesting question.
Yeah, that would be really cool to see.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be tricky because,
I wonder what orbits it would be able to
I was about to say,
serve. Yeah.
sun
Would it be
synchronous-
polar? Yeah.
Yeah, polar and sun synchronous, as well as like maybe Starlink like trajectories. So you can't really do if you could do like a geostationary launch from there, but you would have horrendous performance from there because you'd have to do a major inclination change, major dog leg there. So that'd kill your performance right off the bat. But it could be viable for a polar or sun synchronous launch site, to be honest.
And something that is very very hot nowadays on the spaceflight community are the sort of observation satellites, and those usually go to sun synchronous orbits which are polar. So perhaps that could be a sort of edge case where
And we're going back down.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Sorry, Alex, you could continue. I just wanted to state that.
No, absolutely. when action happens, you should and you must interrupt me. So yeah, I was just thinking that perhaps in that sense, an actual launch from Canada might actually be advantageous in that sense. Probably the logistics will be a little bit weird, but you know, perhaps some launch company that can have, you know, a very movable kind of launch infrastructure. I can have a few companies off the top of my head to name there, but yeah, something obviously not the size of a Starship, but a small sat launcher, for example, could be readily available, I think.
And I mean, as you can see, the booster is moving down. Maybe this, you know, I was just thinking to myself, if everything goes as planned, and as we all hope, maybe this is the last time we'll see these 33 Raptors without a flame underneath them. Maybe the next time we'll see it, they'll be carrying a ship up to orbit. Yeah, it's amazing.
So cool. That I still can't just visualize how crazy that's gonna be. It's gonna look fake.
Yeah, we've seen so many renders that like it's gonna be it's not gonna sit right in our head. Like that's how it was for me with SLS. Like whenever SLS was actually out on the pad and we had photographers out there, you know, taking pictures and posting them, I was like, there's no way this is actually like real. Like it looks fake.
Yeah, because all we've seen are renders of SLS.
Yeah, and sort of the same thing with Starship and like during its orbital flight. We've only gotten, you know, renders of what an orbital flight will look like, a full stack flying into space. But hopefully we'll actually be able to see that with our own eyes in the not too distant future.
Definitely.
Well, while booster lift operations continue to look good, and as the booster continues to be lowered into the launch mount, I say we hit a few super chats. Our queue is really long, so thank you everybody, of course, for your support. We have a $5 super chat here from HWM Hellmonkey saying, "We who live here call the Gulf Coast the Third Coast or the Dirty Coast." Interesting. So I guess we'll have the East Coast, the West Coast, and the Gulf Coast. How about that?
Yep, that sounds right to me.
And we have another $5 super chat here from Anthony M, saying Alex's voice reminds me of Pavel Chekhov from Star Trek. Have any of us seen Star Trek? I have not. I
I'm
admit.
gonna be disappointing a lot of people, but I haven't watched Star Trek, including
gonna
Chris G, which is
disappoint-
my boss.
I'm about to disappoint a whole lot of people and say that I've never really watched Star Wars. So we're just gonna.
See,
go
I
on.
have watched Star Wars, the first two trilogies. I haven't watched the latest one, but just because they have been repeated on TV so many times that you're like, look, I'm gonna watch it. I don't care. But I'm gonna be honest, I didn't like them. So yeah. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get
Same here though.
so
Yeah,
many
same
people
here,
mad
though.
on the chat, being like, "Boo!"
We'll take the hate together, Alex. But of course, thank you for your support.
Hey, I
Anthony.
do watch. Speaking of nerd shows, I do watch For All Mankind. I know they released a new episode today, and I'm missing it, but I'm watching a Rocket. So I'm actually watching a Rocket here. So yeah.
And it's going
keeping it
back down.
Here. Oh, it is. Wow. Like I said earlier, we hit one super chat and it decides to start moving. Oh, getting closer. Getting closer.
Still going, almost down.
Well, I guess we're going to continue to hit these super chats. Nothing too terribly exciting happening at the moment. We're just boosters being lowered. So,
Someone
if I need to
just
start doing
asked.
super chats. Yell at me.
Yeah, someone just asked on chat, do the chopsticks look like a little bit bent? And we actually talked about this earlier, that we were expecting the chopsticks to not look bent but a little bit swayed, sort of almost as if they were snapping off the tower. They're not going to snap off the tower, or at least we hope that doesn't happen. It's just the booster is very heavy, right? And the structure gotta the structure has to give a little bit of way of with all that mass hanging from it. It's gonna be standing perfect and straight. Otherwise it
never
will be a very
noticed.
weird material.
I never noticed that they were bent like that. That's really interesting. Did they do that whenever they lifted Ship 20? Do we know if they did that?
Yeah, with Ship 20, I remember actually there were some gifs of it, sort of A/B of how they look like, and they actually swayed a little bit too. So yeah, this is why we're
Yeah.
expecting it. Yeah.
I remember that, yep.
Well, that's really
One
interesting
thing
to see.
that Michael
It just shows
is
how
noting
heavy
on
they
the
are.
yeah, something that Michael is noting on the back channels is that we haven't seen yet the guiding pins coming off, so it's a little bit weird. I wonder if it's only for the lift and not for it coming down. Might be that the reason why, but no idea. Also, it seems
Yeah.
like Jared Isaacman might be watching us or something. I don't know. I've seen
Yeah.
some tweets
Tweeted
on the bird app. Yeah.
Crispy's tweet showing Booster 7 over the OLM. So, yeah. All right. Let's keep on going here with a few super chats. We have a lot to get through.
And it's going down
of
again.
course.
Every time.
Wow.
Every time you try to start, they're like, "Oh, let's go down."
I'm
Via
just
the
gonna start
intern,
out of the blue. I'm just gonna start out of the blue, and we
they
can
press
just,
the down key on their keyboard.
See, but people keep super chatting, so we're not gonna go through all of them until like this is gonna be, 5 a.m. Central or something, and we're still not going through them.
But of course, we greatly appreciate everybody's support. Best community.
Ooh.
And oh, what's this sound?
That's our
Some
vent.
venting.
Gotta be tank farm because we can't see anything on the
Yeah.
booster there.
Yeah. I wonder if they're preparing for opening maybe the QD of the booster or something. I don't know. I haven't.
Interesting.
No
Yeah, I
idea
was just thinking the same thing.
Perhaps related with that.
It's so cool to me how, even though we've got this really, this massive event happening, the first lift of a super heavy booster, and how, really most of the attention is focused on it, but still Starbase is still going and, you know, still functioning as a launch site, which it is. So it's really cool.
People saying Elon is watching and he's messing with the chopsticks.
He's like, all right, they're reading super chats. Go down.
Playing with the joystick, pressing the arrow keys.
Yeah.
But it seems like they're getting pretty close.
Yeah. We can no longer see the Raptors.
Yet we can't even see really the bottom of the booster anymore.
Yeah. Looks like they might have stopped. They're ever so slowly nudging it in there. And I feel that this might be a more complex lowering than it would be with the ship because, you know, they've likely got a lot of, you know, there's 33 Raptors here instead of the 6 that are on the ships. So they've likely got to be sure that everything is exactly where it needs to be. So likely why we're seeing this happen a lot slower than we would with the ships. But yeah, so if anybody is still here with us, or if anybody's just joining, I'm going to do a quick overview real quick of what's happening. So I'm assuming probably an hour ago, I didn't really keep tabs on what time the lifts actually started, but a little over an hour ago, the Chopsticks began lifting Booster 7 from its holding position up to max height. Once it reached max height, they then held again and then began to rotate the booster over the orbital launch mount. After that, they paused again. A lot of pauses here. And then they began to lower the booster back down onto the orbital launch mount. They're currently still working on lowering the booster all the way into the launch mount and securing it. And hopefully we'll see that completed soon. So we're almost there, guys. We're almost there.
Oh, is that a lift?
Oh.
Huh.
Oh, hey.
Interesting.
Michael
Is
R.
this some Michael art? Michael art?
Is it really
Put that on a
deployed,
shirt.
Michael? Yeah,
Yeah.
it must go there, but it hasn't lifted
Yeah.
up.
And he's saying not deployed in the back channel.
Yeah, I pointed that out before, Michael. Yeah, I'm also wondering why not. Michael,
Yeah,
were
it's
you
interesting that
watching
that's not.
and listening? Come on. I speak a lot, but you know, you could have missed that out. Yeah, one of the theories I had was whether it is only used on the way up instead of the way down, but I'm not sure. But yeah. Okay, he's just saying that he draw that so that people watching, you know, they could be like, oh, that's where the pin's attached to. Okay, that's good. Yeah, good thinking. See, that's why he's a live stream producer, not me. Also because I'm totally useless for video stuff, by the way. He's a genius. I cannot stress that enough. The work that he does for the tracking stuff. Okay, I can stop with a Okay, I think yeah.
You're one to talk though because you've been on this live stream for the entire time. You're literally insane.
Yeah, but
I know I've been telling you that all night, but like you're seriously insane.
I've been just running my mouth off. There's been a lot of people, like even the mods behind the scenes. They've been moderating the streams, you know, the chats and everything. I know Patrick, for example, has been backing up Michael too from time to time. He's been doing it daily, for example. So yeah, there's a lot of people, folks. It's not just me. It's not even Michael. It's many people that have been here. And you know, in normal circumstances, when nothing's going on, we're just basically, you know, hanging around and just doing our stuff. But today we all pulled together to do this effort, and I think that I'm very proud of all the people in, you know, of being with you guys.
Yeah, agreed. It was a big team effort here. One of the biggest team efforts I've seen on something that's, you know, not as exciting as a Starship launch, but
I really think that this is like one of the longest days and you know, biggest live streams that we've done since really ship testing or the suborbital flights. So I remember watching those and us having to constantly swap out commentators for it, and that's what we've had to do today. So yeah, massive team effort. We couldn't do it without everybody on the NSF team, and we're forever grateful for everybody who's here, working behind the scenes on stream, as well as chat and all the super chats and support we're getting. Really been a team effort by I think all parties today. So yeah. I'm gonna try and do this now because yeah, I just need to go ahead and go into it because I'm going to start lowering it again or something's going to happen. We need to hit some of these super chats because we have a lot. So GK Walker with a $5 super chat saying, "Third Coast, Gulf Coast is the best. Also keep going the pun. Also keep the puns going no matter how corny they get."
Nice.
And well, would you look at here? Ben Weiss with a $10 super chat saying, "Thank you for the hyper-efficient commentary. I'm cloving it." Well, there's your.
It's just gonna keep going, isn't it?
I am so surprised how long this has been going. How long has this stream been going? For what, like 4 hours or so?
6 hours?
Not even 4 hours. 6 hours, yeah.
6:38. I can see if I scroll all the way back.
They haven't stopped.
Yeah,
They've just kept on
6:39.
going. It's not stopped. But thank you for your support. And then we have Heidi here with a $5 super chat. No message, but just thank you for your support. We greatly appreciate it. Curtis Foster here with a $10 super chat saying, "Yeah, now the mega pint." Yeah, thank you for your support. A $5 super chat here from Everyday Astro Kid saying, "Hey guys, been a Boca tank watcher since SN8. Wow. And absolutely love the coverage. Would the acoustics from Raptors pose a risk for Starship duo launch?" I'm gonna assume yes, because Raptors are very loud, especially whenever you have 33 of them. I mean, assuming that.
A duo launch. I was trying to figure out what a duo launch. So 2 launches at one.
Of course, that would never happen, likely.
Yeah, unless you launch them both at the exact same time, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But like, if there were, but let's say, whenever they eventually get Starbase to where it needs to be, and had the 2 orbital launch sites, say one Starship is launching off of orbital launch mount A, and then you have another full stack on orbital launch mount B. Would the acoustics from that launch off of pad A affect the stack on pad B? I'm assuming not, but.
I mean,
I would assume. I mean, based off of the the renders and the videos we've seen that SpaceX has released, they've had the 2 pads relatively close to each other. So I'm assuming it's fine to just launch one. So.
I guess so. Yeah, to keep one on the other pad, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll find out what SpaceX wants to do.
Yeah. I mean, of course, we haven't seen a full stack launch yet, so they'll likely, whenever they. I'm assuming they're going to have like acoustic data in from surrounding sites around the launch pad, whenever we finally see an orbital test flight attempt, and they'll likely assess that data and see what's the best option, because no doubt it's going to be loud, probably much louder than any other launch we've seen. So yeah. Keeping it going here, we have a $2 Canadian, or I'm sorry, we have $2 Canadian from Siritis. I'm sorry if I messed up that name.
Siritis, yep.
Saying, "Can we get a landscape view with the whole site?" Yeah, we'll see if Michael can get that for us here soon. Let's see. Keeping it going here with Leon21CS with a $20 super chat saying, "The view makes it all worth it, indeed." And then from New Zealand, we have $10 from Andy Wood saying, "High lift and pause for photo opportunity. Looking great. Yes." And then a $2 super chat from AFK saying, "While it's lifted, is this a boy or girl rocket?"
No
Don't
idea.
know.
Okay, let's see. We have a super chat here from Jack T-Rex saying, "What is the booster's dry mass?" Happy birthday, Justin. Happy birthday.
250
About-
tons.
Yeah, 250 tons.
There we go. Chad Winya saying, "This is amazing. Reminds me of tank watching late into the night." Yep. Brew City Chaser here saying, Is there any armor between the guts of the high energy turbine parts of the engines that are butted up against each other?"
Yeah, they have a shield between the engines.
Okay. From Nico here saying, "Oh geez, you're still going. It's almost 8 a.m. in Finland. I gotta catch some sleep." Thanks for y'all. Yeah, we're trying to get through this real quick. Of course, thank you for your support. A super chat from Heidi. Thank you for your support. Alex Castro is becoming a Red Team member. Thank you. A $50 super chat. Wow, thank you. From Happy Cappy saying, "Is the launch tower leg closest to the launch mount bowed in at the sticks?"
Is launch tower leg closest to the launch mount bowed in at the sticks? Not sure what exactly that means. But
Are they referring to the chop stop at the bottom? I think they're talking about.
Yeah, I think
that,
we're all.
I believe.
I think we're all a bit confused by this, but
yeah, interesting question though.
nonetheless, thank you so much for your support. We greatly appreciate it. A super chat from Joey Gaming saying, "Is it possible to launch the booster from Starbase and land at Cape Canaveral with ship on top and without?" I'm assuming he's referring to point here. I mean, I believe so. I mean, I think the whole purpose of point to point is that you can really go anywhere. So, yeah. We have a $20 super chat here from Imogen saying, "The next stop is the moon." Indeed. We have another pun here from Space Guy Ty. Thank you. Another super chat here from Nico saying, "Sorry for the really late question, but how's the thrust to weight ratio between ship and booster versus SLS? Which one will shoot up fast?"
I think they are probably around the same 1.5 thrust to weight ratio. So,
Yeah, probably pretty quick off the pad. Yeah.
We have another one here from Vincent Giard. I'm sorry if I said your last name wrong. Thank you for the support. Another chat here from Siritis. Thank you for your support. Corona Cavo also sending us a super chat. Thank you. Norkers here saying, "Just got here. Did I miss anything?" Well, the booster has been lifted.
Not just anything, everything. Yeah.
Curtis Rebecca saying, "One launch from Boca and one from the Cape. Hopefully in the future. Thank you for your support." And last super chat here. Well, I said that and then another one comes in. Starman here. Thank you for your support. We greatly appreciate it. And then hopefully this is the last one. A $10 super chat from Barry Williams saying, "By the way, Heifer is pronounced as Heifer." Okay. Well, thank you for the help there. I believe that clears out our super chat queue. Yeah, I think we're going to try and wrap it up here soon. So yeah, just a quick recap. Booster 7 was lifted with the chopsticks onto the launch mount. Big day in history. Started early this morning with the rollout of Booster 7, and here we are, what feels like an entire day later, and it is on the launch mount. So, yeah, what a day!
What a day!
What a day for us and all of our live stream crew and our amazing community, and what a day for SpaceX. Truly a big day for history for this program. So, yeah, well, I believe that is going to wrap up our very, very long day of coverage of everything Booster 7. I would like to go ahead and go through everybody who was on stream with me currently. I know we had a few guys come in and out all day, but with me right now we have Mr. Alex. You are literally insane. I know I've told you like 15 times, but you have done this all day long, dude.
Oh boy.
But
Yeah,
Lord,
I actually sent a picture on the back channels showing, hey, daylight. It's already daylight here.
Yeah. And then, so of course, thank you, Alex, for, Lord, I think everybody should just say a massive thank you, Alex, because literally insane. So
Yeah,
thank
thanks,
you for
Alex.
everything you do and all that you contribute to us.
It's
and
always
then
been a pleasure.
I was your host for the latter part of the stream today. My name is Hagen Warren. I'm a writer here at NASA Spaceflight, an occasional live stream commentator. So, yeah, happy to be your host tonight. Happy to read off these awesome super chats to everybody, and thank you. And then last but certainly not least here, our last commentator was Mr. Ian Atkinson, my good friend. How are you doing? You've been in what seems like every live stream today. Well, no, you have.
I woke up this morning, ate lunch. I woke up this morning, went on a live stream, ate lunch during the stream, and now I am on a stream about to go to bed after. So,
Finally.
Yeah.
It's been a day,
Yeah.
I'll say. But it has been fun, though, to watch this whole progress happen here.
Yeah. And, of course, perhaps the most important shout out here is Mr. Michael Baylor in the background, pushing the buttons, pulling the levers, as Doss would say. None of this would be possible without him and everything he's done today and every day with live streams and YouTube. Truly, thank you so much, Michael. And of course, a massive thank you to our members for making today possible and their support and everything. And of course, our coverage of Starbase continues over on Starbase Live. So we're going to throw you guys to that, I think, and you'll be able to continue watching Booster 7 all day if you'd like. So yeah, so that's going to do us. That's going to do it for us here watching Booster 7's lift. So yeah, thank you guys, and we'll see you all in the next live stream. See ya.